Oh, hello everybody. Welcome back to Worcester Council Theater 3000 on what promises to be an exciting and long meeting tonight. I've got Brandon, I've got Yenni here. Hello, both of you.
How's it going, Brian? There we are.
I'm wonderful. I'm excited for all of this inclusionary zoning talk. In fact, we have a live correspondent out in the field down at City Hall right now. Bill is there. Seems to
That's
be
not Bill.
A mass of an angry mob, I would say, demanding that Joe Petty shut his fucking mouth for once. A lot of people there. So we saw
Jim Bedard wandering around. The poor guy just wanted to get reappointed to the Citizens Advisory Committee, and then he walks into the angry mob. And poor Jim.
A righteous mob. That's what it is. I see two there. We see some familiar faces. Bill, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
All right. How's it looking down there?
Well, there's a lot of people here.
Yeah.
The rally just finished, and now everyone's pouring in the chamber. So there's about 200, 300 people here.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a juicy meeting, I say.
I was watching some of the speeches or the statements before we started, but what can you tell us about what the vibe of that was and how people are looking down there?
There was chanting, there was a prayer, there were speeches translated into Spanish, and now everyone's looking at me weird for doing this. This is an awkward thing to do.
Well, they're fans, clearly fans of the stream. Do they ask them all if they follow us?
Yeah.
On OnlyFans.
Go home and watch it on the screen.
Start signing autographs, man.
You should, yeah.
Yeah, so I expected this to go kind of up until the meeting, and it seems like it's sort of done. So I'll probably just go back to my apartment and start streaming proper. No real reason for me to be here.
Do you want to run in and yell Dan Rassicot's penis into the microphone or Bubba Booey or any sort of thing like that?
Let me go find it. That's how I inherited it. I don't know Della, say hello to your fans.
Hi, Idella.
Hey, look at that.
I got the sorry, but people love it.
We love you, Idella.
Say to the folks at home.
Start coming out to the city council meetings. It's very important.
Great.
Nobody listen to her. We need watchers. We need an audience. Wow.
That was the city council theater right there? Yeah, you want to be on it? I guess so. All right. State your name. I'm Emmett. I kind of go by Emmett K2 in the chat. Out here. Great. Well, what brings you out tonight? Inclusionary zoning, and I guess
Is he going to testify?
City Hall for the first time? Yeah, it's your first time, huh? Yeah. What were your thoughts on the rally? Were you here for it? Yeah, it was a pretty good turnout. Pretty good energy. I doubt they can really ignore that we're here, but they'll try to find a way.
I'm sure they'll ignore you.
Ask him. Ask him if he's going to testify.
Are you going to testify? I'm going to do it on a needs base. Okay. My guess is this is a big hall. A lot of people. I think we'll fill up public comment pretty easily. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Bill, can you ask if he would be willing to describe Dan Rassicot's penis for a free T-shirt from the show?
I'm not going to ask him that.
Okay, fine. Well,
Don't want to know what that was. I can watch the VOD later. Okay. Yeah. Right. I know how Twitch works. Okay. Cool.
Joe?
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep roaming around. All right.
That was great. This is quality stuff we're doing right here. We're really getting.
Hey, Bill, is that a D2 candidate, Robbie Bellata?
I don't know.
I think he just went.
Yeah.
I think I saw him. Wheelchair just went into the chambers.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I can barely hear you, so I just don't know.
If
I hope he unseats her, and then I'm gonna go and try and take his seat on the Disability Commission.
Oh wow, the Machiavellian machinations of Jenny.
Worcester affordable housing. If not now, when? Look at that.
Yenni,
a
did you
very good
just threaten to throw a man out of his wheelchair? Is that what you're doing here on the show?
No, I want him to win against Candy, and then I'm gonna try and take his seat on the commission.
Oh, okay.
No, especially not when I'm like practically at the stage of needing a wheelchair myself half the time. So no.
Well, you could steal his if you throw him out of it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Mm,
he'll have his council seat. It'll be fine. Just furiously scanning the crowd for any other celebrities. All right, Bill. Thank you for doing that. We'll see you in a few when you jump back on. If you see any other celebs on the way out, make sure you jump back in.
Whatever you said, I agree.
I said Joe Petty's penis. All right. Well, see, this is the kind of stuff that we bring, the coverage that we bring to the city, the attention that we're offering people that are stuck at work and or introverts. So we get our man on the street, our man of the people, Vox Populi, Bill Shaner. And we're going to see how this goes. I think there's going to be, okay, he clocked 200 to 300 people there. If we get 10% of that for testimony, then it's gonna be a long night, and hopefully it's scary to the city councilors about their votes. So we'll have to see. We should be getting started soon. Travis, I imagine the stream is not up yet. It looks like people are still slowly making their way in, so we got a few minutes to go. So let's talk about this inclusionary zoning part for just a minute. Just give a quick rundown of what's at stake here with this specific vote, if you guys have any thoughts about it. Yeah, he's yelling at
I'm sorry, I thought you was talking. I think the criticism that I've seen comes on two different fronts. One, that the percentage is too low, so it's not going to have the impact that people think it's going to impact or hope that it has impacts. And then there's the other side too, that probably less popular of an idea, but I think there's some validity to it that most economists say if you want to lower the price of housing, you just build more housing. And we did that for a century in this country. And since the last economic, like 2008, when the housing market shit the bed, we just haven't been building as many new doors as we have been. Right. And historically, that's what lowers the cost of housing. As new housing comes online, that's where the money goes, and older stock becomes more affordable. But you're not going to do that overnight. And I think that's the problem that we face, like not just Worcester, but most cities our size face, is there isn't nearly enough housing for the population that needs it. And there's no quick solution to getting the number of new units online that we need to in any reasonable time frame. But so this is probably the best we can hope for. But it's not what we should be shooting for. Right. That's what it, even if this was to pass in the ideal form that we have it in front of us, still not really, it doesn't really address the problem as it stands today. Yeah. If I'm understanding it correctly, and I will say with the caveat that I am a stupid idiot. So yeah, I'm a moron. So don't listen to anything I say. But listen to Yenni. You're muted. Yenni, you're muted. We could have just gone along. Oh no. All right. Well, we'll switch to ASL, Yenni. No, nothing yet. The other part, like you said, like building housing. We'll save Yenni's thoughts for when she is back in building housing. Oh, I heard something. Am I back? Yeah, there you are. All right. There we go. Voice meter decided to no longer recognize my microphone for a second there. I think that there's an important component of the amended version of the zoning that includes disability-related requirements that we desperately need as a city.
versus what's in the currently likely to pass version that Betty is backing, that's from the city. I feel like the basic option that the city put forward is not, it's not great.
Right.
It's better than nothing, but it's not great, and it's not really going to do much. I think the biggest result we're going to have from the one that the city put forward is that we'll have developers paying into the affordable housing fund.
Yeah. No, agreed.
Yeah.
Because the amount that we're requiring them to pay in to that fund is going to be less than it's going to cost them overall to build the affordable housing.
Right.
And then they probably are going to get a TIF on top of it.
This is
that
also
comment is the important one, right?
That's what I was kind of wanting to work my way towards, is that, you know, we see even the new buildings that are being built, obviously are not affordable when you talk about like the Kiln with a $1,900 studio apartment. Not affordable for the average Worcester resident, especially a family. And what we're seeing is that they're building these new units. They're too expensive for people around here. They are getting filled, but they're getting filled by people who are getting priced out of Boston or Metro West. And, you know, that, like, not saying we don't want new residents, but we have a lot of people that are here, and, you know, you want to do the free market economist thing, then okay, they'll get bumped out to Charlton or whatever. But like, that's not what we want. And we, you know, and obviously, like,
and there's nowhere closer for people who need that price level to an actual city like Worcester in the surrounding areas. On Sean Rose, he voted against the amendment in committee in the he didn't stand up for any of that. You'd think that he would, but he didn't. And there's a lot of people that are really, really pissed off at him about that.
Yeah, that's really weird.
But he's able to say what he wants now because he's not running again. So it's kind of like a little bit of a showing true colors on that vote.
Right.
The thing that I think is important to keep in mind too is that our entire for the foreseeable future, our entire concept of what live workspaces are going to look like is changing rapidly. Like the idea of remote work that we kind of discovered during the pandemic, that's not going away anytime soon. If anyone pays attention to the white papers that come out from large banks like the JP Morgan Chase banks and whatnot, within the last week, almost every one of them has put out at least one white paper talking about the complete collapse of the commercial real estate market that is likely to happen in the next 18 months because nobody wants the Class A office space that cities like Worcester spent the last decade and a half building. So, I mean, that's an interesting component of the problem as well, that we actually have the space that's ready to be converted into housing, but we also live in a second-tier city where the old heads are still of the mindset that the factory jobs will be back any minute now. New people never want to come to Worcester. When you build a house, it has to have room for 4 cars, and single-family zoning is the only way that we can get by. And I had the opportunity last year to work with a developer in the real estate side who he has plans to build 3,000 units of housing in Worcester over the next 5 years. And he has said that publicly. You know, it's on the record in Mass Live and a couple other publications. Like, 3,000 new units of housing, and this is a guy that's self-funded, doesn't bother with TIFs or historical credits. It's not worth his time. It's like the smart money from an investment perspective is looking at cities like Worcester as being like a gold mine for them, but a return for the city because they know the need is here. And yet we still have these old heads on the council that can't wrap their minds around the idea that, like you said, Brian, you get people cashing out of 7-figure homes in Brookline and then buying what we would consider a crazy expensive house here with cash. And they love it, but it's squeezing the people that are already here and have been here. And we got to get the council, and I don't think it's just a matter of new blood. It's a matter of re-education that the economic landscape is changing across the country, and cities like Worcester are best positioned to actually become bedroom communities to places like Boston, not worry about office space, and just be dense housing with mixed-use neighborhoods.
Well, I mean,
that mixed-use neighborhoods is key.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't have that in Worcester. We've got downtown that's mixed use, and then the outer edges are all residential.
But downtown, it really isn't mixed use because 01608 has the lowest population density of the entire city. And that's my point, though, is that's also in that still we're all looking at now, waiting for the council. Every one of those buildings is office space, and every one of those buildings should be converted to housing as soon as humanly possible because nobody wants the office space.
Well, if you listen to Gary Rosen, then we can't hand the city over to the progressives because they're going to do the real damage soon.
I mean, it's sad though, Brian, because this is like, as much as I love Bill Coleman, like it's only a matter of time as Bill Coleman's running for council again, where he's going to say, when I was a young man, you could just stand on the corner on Main Street and 5 people would come by and offer you a job at Norton's company. It's like, yeah, dude, but those days are gone. And
exactly. Yeah.
That's okay.
Very
we just
gone.
can't, but we can't let younger cats think that that's going to come back. We all need to get on board with the idea that the world has changed very, very quickly. It ain't going back to what we grew up with. And we have to evolve with economies of scale or die on the vine like a lot of small cities do.
Or, hear me out.
We've been doing a lot of die on the vine for decades.
What if we built a world-class pickleball stadium and then spend the most money that anyone's ever spent on a pickleball ballpark, I guess we call it. Maybe we put it somewhere in Kelly Square, and then problems are vanishing away as we speak.
Yeah. I mean, Nike is sponsoring pickleball teams now. So, I mean, I think that is where the smart money is going.
We should convert Polar Park into a pickleball field.
World-class pickleball.
Get like 35
I don't
games in
understand where pickleball, there was pre-pandemic, I don't think I heard the word pickleball.
No.
And
If
then
you're-
all of a sudden, pickleball is everywhere.
Gary Rosen was talking pickleball, but it came out of the the over 55 communities down in Florida, and it's one of those things that it's a sport for people that are likely to blow at a hip.
Yeah, that's where everyone I know that started
sport
playing
for me.
pickleball. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's low intensity and it's safer than But Gary Rosen is obsessed with it, so I'm going to keep talking about it because he's so weird. But
See, I had a really weird experience with Rosen because I worked with Rosen on the dog parks, and he and I got to know each other fairly decently well in terms of that issue and the stuff that we were going on and doing it surrounding that. And he encouraged me to run for office. Like, he knew I was a dyed-in-the-wool, progressive, liberal. I don't really care about the label. I know they matter to some people, but I'm somewhere in that realm. And he knew that, and he was still pushing me to run for office. And now he's saying, we can't let the progressives take things. I'm like...
This is what I think of. This is my theory on Gary Rosen. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's just every single day is a brand new adventure for him, and his political stances are wildly all over the map.
They're whatever people yelled out their windows in Newton Square.
He wants to be cool. He wants to be popular and cool. And when people pay attention to him, then he just kind of goes along with what they say. And when you're being nice to him, he's like, oh yeah, this is great. She's nice to me. I should encourage her. And he probably really meant it. He's genuinely a nice guy and has his moments of doing the right thing. But I also just think that his politics aren't really real to him. He's kind of, he's separated from the consequences or the effects of true everyday politics. So really the things that he gets passionate about are, the senior center and everything else is kind of, is at least below pickleball to him. Yeah.
Except for rubber sidewalks. Those rank high too.
Yeah. Every once in a while he comes up correct. And yes,
the stuff that he did with the accessible transportation options with the vehicles that he got, the cabs that have the ability to take wheelchairs.
Honestly, I think
it's absolutely fantastic.
His politics are separate from the things that he cares about.
Yeah.
When he talks about we can't get too progressive, it's because it doesn't mean anything to him. It like
Right.
you know, if there's so many people that are like that. There's so many people that are like that. If you just broke down like what they actually cared about and could nail them down to like what they actually like, where that would land them on the political spectrum, it would be wildly different from what they like call themselves. So
Gary will support whatever the demographics that care about heavily about the senior center and pickleball want him to support, because he's not an idiot and he knows it's just math at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the song.
Sorry, I gotta kneel. Hold on.
But yeah, I mean, Gary is actually a genius at sticking his finger in the wind and knowing which way the votes are blowing. Right. And yeah, he doesn't actually care about anything or believe in anything aside from
it's
the
like
vaccine.
Bill always says, or we talk about all the time, he's a kind of a messy bitch, and he just wants to be mixed up. You know, he wants to be in the middle of it. And that's why he does the show that he does, and that's why he comes out with the things that he comes out with. And yeah, so that is what it boils down to right there. He doesn't know anybody that takes about, which is a wild thing to say because he literally spends all his time at the senior center. And like, who could benefit more from accessible and easy to use public transit than the folks at the senior center?
Yep.
And he's on the committee for the buses.
Yes. I think that quote came in regards to, or as a part of that. So,
well, that quote came out after he had joined that.
Right.
I can't even he doesn't. He really, really likes people talking to him about politics.
Yes. Yeah.
He doesn't take in much from it, though.
You know what he is? He's the Donna Calorio voter. Donna gets votes because she appeals to people that like to be spoken to and have people, you know, pay attention to them. And Gary Rosen is that exact demographic, but he's just taking it at the next step of like getting into politics to ensure that people want to talk to him all the time.
Yeah, it also seems like he's probably one of those people that's like, if I don't see it, it's not happening. It's very much if it's not in his experience, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Speaking to the thing that Maine South Mom just posted about the police quote.
Right. Bill is on his way back to his apartment to join the stream. He was down at City Hall and got us some great we got an Idella appearance, a cameo on the stream. We got an Emmett K2 appearance. Just, you know, doing some great reportage. It sounds like maybe the sound isn't working, Trav.
It seems like he probably just has it.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, no.
You're
Councilor Merle Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
How pissed do we
Stewie?
think Fred
Yes.
Nathan is that he wasn't first to speak
Yes.
tonight?
Okay, we're going to go to public
Apparently these
participation.
people don't know
We
the
have a number of
rules.
people want to speak tonight.
Fred
Try to get
first,
to everybody,
everyone
so
else
we still have
last.
a quorum of 8 here tonight. And on public speaking,
And Grandma.
can come in, state their opinion, and they get 2 minutes to speak.
She's, you know,
We
she's
have
magnanimous.
two students, Gabrielle and Patience from Forest Grove, correct? They want to speak on a couple of items tonight, so we'll start with you. Just your name and city of residence.
Oh, that's cool
What city
that
you
he's
live in,
pulling out the
and,
kids first.
go
That
ahead,
is
Patience.
awesome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patience Munieri, and I'm from Worcester, Massachusetts.
Yeah, speak right into that. Lift that microphone a little closer to you, maybe. There you go.
I am here representing Mr. Degnan's 8th grade civics class at Forest Grove Middle School. The focus of the civics curriculum is to choose a community issue to do research on and develop a goal that you will strive for to solve said issue. The one our class chose was vaping, something that is very present and very common in our schools and media in 2023. Our end goal was, and still is, to have vape detectors installed in our school bathrooms. But after 10 weeks of working on our project, researching, discussing, and interviewing, we've come to the understanding that this would not be the end-all say-all of vaping, not even close. The item I am here to discuss today is the integration of a vaping education curriculum in our schools. Yes, we already have such things now in our health and gym classes, but it is not the quality of education our younger generation should be receiving on an issue so
just
relevant to our age group.
slamming phys ed
Oftentimes, the
teachers
risks
right
and
now.
long-term effects of vaping are glazed over or sugar-coated, and this type of handling on such a serious issue is part of the reason why teens still think it's okay to do, why they turn to it when they're stressed, and why they try to push others to do it so they can feel justified in something that they know will destroy their life. Our original solution of installing vape detectors is still very viable, but it's equally as important to get into teens' minds and stop the problem at its source. We believe that vape detectors and proper age-appropriate education are both necessary to end this rising epidemic of vaping in our youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kids, nicotine tablets. That's where it's at.
Good evening. My name is Gabrielle Person. I'm here representing Mr. Dignan's 8th grade civics class at Forest Grove Middle School. We are working on a project about teen vaping, and our goal was to install vape detectors in school bathrooms. But when
don't
we
look
had
like
an
they're in
interview,
8th
it was brought to our
grade.
attention that just
they're
installing them
8th
will
graders?
stop vaping. So we want to broaden the education on vaping to inform teenagers on what it does to your body and life. Vaping has been a huge issue in schools and media in the past few years. People may
Chief
see it as
Sergeant's
cool
in the
because their
background
friends
getting
are
itchy
doing
about
it,
the vape detectors because he didn't
influencers
think
that
about
they
that.
look up to are promoting it, or they
We add
may
one of those to
see
the
it as a way to
drone.
relieve stress. But in reality, it's neither
He looks like he's
cool
growing out of her
or
head.
it's a stress reliever.
He maybe.
If we make a lesson that shows and explains what vaping does to your body, it would bring the number of teenagers vaping down and educate them so they could possibly help someone else quit or steer away from it altogether. We think that putting vape detectors in school bathrooms would be beneficial because it would let teens know that they would get caught easier, and it would get rid of the number one place teens go to hide and smoke. Even though putting vape detectors in the bathrooms won't stop vaping altogether, making lessons and installing vape detectors will most certainly bring the numbers down.
Thank you, Gabrielle. And that was, you were referring to 11B from Councilor King's order. So then we have, I think, some students from Burncoat. What? 11C. You want to speak on 11C? On the trash bags? Nobody?
I'm really happy happy that he's pulling these kids out and letting
Well,
them
good.
go first. Like,
Right.
that's awesome.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll get to those items later on tonight.
Oh. There's
Just,
Jordan just
just,
pump it
name
up
yourself
there.
and Names to your residence item number.
Yeah, my name's Jordan Berg Powers. I'm a Worcester resident. I'm also here as a zoning board member.
Jordan,
on
some
the
great
zoning
tweets
board.
today.
I'm here
You're
in
tweeting a lot of
support
Jordan's tweets
inclusionary
today.
zoning. This is the absolute bare minimum that we should be
He's
doing.
awesome.
Every single meeting we have across sort of ideological spectrum on the zoning board, people are asking for the tools available for the zoning board members to try to do something to hold some of these some of the developers accountable. Just
Why did Steve
recently there
Sargent
was
run
something
away
that
when
went
the kids
forward.
left?
We all voted for it, but even in
Going to
voting
arrest
for
them
it,
for
there
loitering.
was a request
He's
of
still
the
there.
developer to make
He's just
some
hiding
of the
behind
housing
Jordan.
which was geared
You just
towards
realized
Now
elderly
I feel bad.
affordable, and they said we don't have to, which is true. They don't. There's no rules of the road. Housing is one of the few things that has absolutely no rules. You can't sort of like, you couldn't set whatever prices you want for just about anything else. This is one of the things. And the inclusionary zoning is just the really bare minimum for this. Currently under AMI, because it includes the towns around it, even it's about $80,000. The median income for Worcester is 60. So it's above, even the rates that we've sort of agreed upon with developers is above what most people can afford. So I'm asking you, I'm actually imploring you this, I am on the zoning board. I approve most of these, almost all of the projects. I'm very pro housing on the zoning board. There are people who aren't as pro housing on the zoning board as me, but we all agree we just need more tools in the toolbox. We are thoughtful in this process. Our meetings start at 5:30 because we need the time. We are there all night trying to do the best for the city. We need more tools to be able to do it successfully.
Start
And this
streaming
is just
those
one
meetings.
of those tools that we need, and I implore you to do so.
Thank you. This next person. What's your name, see your residence item number?
Jeff
They're
Conlon is
interesting
my name.
meetings.
I've lived in Worcester pretty much all my life. Product of the K-12 schools here, happy to say. It was the 11th of April in 2023 when all were assembled in
Oh,
room
no.
303.
Oh, God,
A
no.
cry was heard. The developers won't
If you ask
come.
Midjourney
The
to
developers won't come.
design you a picture
Came a
of Mr.
cry
Worcester,
from the
I feel
chamber.
like this is what you'd get.
Believe
Like
me,
this guy holding a hot
the
dog would be.
developers will come. They have come in the past. They are here today, building where Table Talk Pies was, and soon on Franklin Street. There are houses and apartments under construction all over this city.
I know how this one
Why?
ends. Casey strikes out.
Because home prices are up and rents are up. Because
Worcester
people
is
want
mud
We are
mills.
to
having
live
a
in Worcester.
we're having a
So
baseball
developers
poetry
will
thing.
come to Worcester. But they won't build if they can't charge enough rent to make a profit. Comes the rebuttal. It's always astounds me that some of our fellow citizens worry more about developers making a profit rather than being concerned about their neighbors being without a roof over their head. That roof has to be affordable, because if you can't afford it, you have to move or skimp on groceries or cut your prescriptions in half, or you can't afford to fix your car, and then how do you get to work? Now that the pandemic is over, we no longer hear much about essential workers anymore. You know, those folks who had to go to work during the pandemic when many folks were able to work from home. Where are they now? What became of those essential workers and all the gratitude that we felt towards them at the time? Well, they are still working those same essential jobs. And many are still struggling to make ends meet, notably to pay their rent. Except the rents are going up much faster than their wages.
Can you wrap up your comments too?
Okay.
I have
It's gonna
three
be a
more
long night.
stanzas.
What kind of a community are we seeking?
Kind of
to
a couplet
create
thing, Joe.
right
I can't
here,
really skip
right
it.
now in the heart of the Commonwealth?
This is not
And
a
for the
haiku,
future,
Mr.
for our
Mayor.
children and our grandchildren. That
Fucking
is
epic
really
poem
the
over here.
question. What kind of a community are we seeking to create? Dr. Martin Luther King called it the beloved community. And I think many of us share his vision.
Thank you.
I'd like to finish
It's both
with my
interesting
recommendation to
and
the council, if I might.
difficult to
Thank you.
figure
Just-
out
I
what
just
fits
everybody-
into
we
2
have a lot of
minutes.
people want to speak
I
tonight.
understand that.
And I want to get everybody within the hour that we're
When
given for this,
planning,
and to be fair to everyone, you have 2 minutes, but go
when
ahead.
planning your
Okay.
comments
sorry.
to the city
I urge
council.
you all to
It's
vote
really
for the
difficult to sort
inclusionary
out that
zoning
length.
ordinance put forth by the Worcester Together Affordable Housing Coalition. I believe that is the best option for all of the people of Worcester. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Fred Nathan, Worcester.
I
Mr.
really
Mayor,
wish he would
City
switch
Manager,
to like one
Council,
seat
it all
over so
sounds
that we could
good.
just see his face the entire time.
Everybody wants safe, affordable housing. If there is anyone in this room who does not want safe, affordable housing, would you please leave now?
Oh boy.
Evidently, I'm correct here. But it's the mechanism in which it is obtained. Case in point, someone owns a 3-decker. They've had it in their family for 50 years. Well, they want to move to Florida to have all the sunshine every single day. Well,
Can you wrap up your
ago,
comments,
it was
please?
valued at $395,000. Someone from Boston comes to you and says, "Sir, would you sell your 3-decker to me?" "No, not interested." "Well, sir, what would you want if I were to offer you, would you take $700,000? Where do I sign?" Now, the people who have been living at their 3-decker, maybe the first floor has been paying, I don't know, whatever. Second floor might have been paying maybe $1,000. Third floor, maybe $850.
Can we go back to the poem?
Well, guess what the rent is going to be on the third floor if somebody buys that for $700,000? My guess is $1,800 for a third floor, and I could be off on that. So it all depends upon how the mechanism and how we approach this. Remember something, City Council and Mr. Mayor, there are some estimates that there may be as
I'm
many
out.
as 1,200 apartments in the city that are not being rented out because people don't want to deal with it.
Thank you.
Dork.
Your name,
One
city,
of those is
residence,
actually lives.
Good evening, Gina Platanino,
there's
and I am
like two
co-chair of
houses
the
that
Worcester
way.
Affordable Housing Coalition.
She like yells
Thank
at
you
me
for
every
your
single
time,
time
members of
she sees
council.
me.
I'm here to speak in support of agenda items
She's
16B and 16C.
pissed off about the shelter
Councilor
being next
Hyde's
door and
order
doesn't
that
want tenants
inclusionary
because
zoning
of it.
be priority for Worcester residents. I won't
It's
go
just so
into
funny to
details
me
and
that
tell
he's
you
like,
why you should
well,
go and support our coalitions.
you
We
know,
sat
this
with
is
each
just
and one
how
of
it
you
is because of this.
multiple
It's like, yeah,
times.
if you,
You heard multiple
there
rallies.
are other
We had to
ways to look at it. If
continue
you
a
had a rent
subcommittee
cap,
because so many
then
people showed
people
up
wouldn't
in
pay
support of this.
$700,000
What we're
for
asking you
an
today
investment
is
property,
to
for a
put
rental
our community
property,
first.
because they
Put
can't
the
get that much out of
individuals
it.
who are
And
not
now
making
it's a
high
way to
six figures.
control
Put them
all
first.
these
Choose
things.
them. Be brave. We see across the nation other communities who are taking these brave steps.
Nice.
Developers
Emma, it
are
was great to
still
see you on
making
the
a
stream.
profit,
Thank you
a
for
good
going
profit
down.
with our proposal. All we're asking for is to ensure that those, again, which is not low income, when it's 60% become low income for individuals, as individuals who are graduating from college, as individuals who are working in our systems, it is social workers, it is teachers, it is individuals who may not have accumulated wealth to be able to make six figures. We're asking you to choose our community. You will listen for the majority of our coalition who has met here, who has been at this for almost 2 years. And within that time, so many properties have gone up and none of them have been there for our community. If it does go the other way, just know that we are here to support you because we care about our community. I will say the last thing is that making
just
things
got through,
optional for developers
there's a bunch of
hasn't worked. If
students
they wanted
that
to do it, they would have
testified
done so.
about
It is important
their
that
civics
this be
class and fun
mandatory
stuff,
or
and then
not difficult in order for them to buy
an old
out of
man
this, so
read
that
an
these
epic
funds
poem
can go into the
for a
Affordable
while.
Housing Trust Fund to
So
create
Joe
more
made him
units.
stop.
As an
And
expert on a
then,
national level
An
of
epic poem,
security,
huh?
I
yeah,
can tell
and
you
then
that if
Fred
you want to
Nathan
tackle that,
said the
you
dumbest
tackle the
shit
root cause,
that
which is
maybe I've
cost
ever
rent
heard.
burden individuals.
That's
So,
awesome.
I
yeah,
will cede
now
the
we're
floor
on
to our
now we're
coalition
on
members,
to
and I will
normal
say
people.
this.
So
You are all wonderful. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your voices.
What an
And
ill-timed
remember
civics
the
class.
vote 7 months
Or
from
a
here,
good t-
when you're
I-
in that booth. Remember
Oh, and
how
Jordan
they
Berg
voted.
Powers talking from his
Thank you.
seat on the
Yes.
zoning board.
yes, yeah, Jordan had great comments.
Hello, my name is River, and I go to North High. I'm currently staying at a hotel in Westboro, Mass.
This is this.
And had to come back today to urge the city council to work harder for me and all the other kids. Due to the ridiculous prices for homes, the average apartment is around $2,042 in Worcester. Me and thousands of other kids are homeless and struggling. Your kids should not go through this. I should not go through this. Babies should not go through this. With all the housing resources available, you would think me, my mom, and every other family fighting homelessness would be better off. But no, we're here left to struggle and wonder where we still rest our heads at night. With the stress of our struggles, there are some days I wonder if my mom would be better off without me. I'm tired of the struggle as well as watching my mom go through it. Earlier today, my friend told me there might be an apartment opening up next to his place, but told me there were rats and holes in the walls. How does that anyone think that's safe? Now, for a second time, I ask you elected officials to please keep me and all other kids in mind when voting for the Affordable Housing Coalition proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holy shit.
What the fuck?
They're not going to do that.
That was some of the heaviest shit we've seen on the show.
For sure.
Good evening, councilors. I'm Reverend Sarah Stewart. I'm the minister at First Unitarian Church here in Worcester and a Worcester resident living on Lovell Street in District 5. I'm here to support the Affordable Housing Coalition's proposal for the strongest possible inclusionary zoning ordinance to make housing affordable and accessible to as many of Worcester's residents as possible.
Yeah, big ups to River. That was
Housing
incredible.
in Worcester has long been part of the mission of First Unitarian Church.
Get ready for
We helped to found
the council to
IHN,
disappoint you.
Worcester's family shelter on June Street, and continue to support it. We recently worked with Common Ground, CDC, to provide construction financing for an affordable home ownership opportunity on Merrick Street. We have helped our own members find emergency and subsidized housing, and we work with the unhoused people who sleep on our church property to help connect them to
Yeah,
the
we have
city's
homeless
shelters.
children.
Our congregation
But what
is
about
committed to
unsighted
fair,
developers?
affordable, and accessible housing in Worcester.
Won't somebody please think of the developers?
My quick search on Zillow shows that 2-bedroom apartments in Worcester start around $1,500 a month. And for that to be affordable, for that to be about 30% of a family's expenditure on housing, a family would need to earn around $50,000 a year, which is just about the median income in Worcester. So that means that the median family earner in Worcester can afford the cheapest apartment in Worcester, which means half of the families can't afford any apartment in Worcester or are forced into unsafe housing or crowded housing. Tens of thousands of our neighbors in Worcester earn too little to afford a market rate apartment. Yet these neighbors are exactly the kind of people that we want in our city. They have
Many
jobs,
in the city council
they pay taxes,
feel that way.
they contribute to the social fabric of the community. They are the lauded American working class, and they deserve apartments that they can afford. If we want to continue to have a thriving city where people can work, live in safety and stability, and raise their children for successful futures, we must create housing for all. I urge you to adopt the Affordable Housing Coalition's proposal for a strong inclusionary zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Bay is like, thank you. Not going to do it, but thank you.
Hi, good
Lindita.
evening. My name is Lindita Taka, and I'm a Worcester resident. I was born and raised here. I'm here today because
Works
I'm a
at the
city
senior
employee.
center.
Because for some
I work
stupid
for
reason
Elder
that
Affairs
matter.
Division. I've been there about 10 years, and every day I get about 5 calls about homelessness. I have nothing to do, nothing to offer them, except help them apply for applications, which they have a 5-year wait list for. So this is a city responsibility because I'm getting these calls, and there's nothing that we can really do here. So I just wanted to bring that to light, bring that to attention, and that's just me. There's 3 of us. So I urge that City Council do the right thing and vote appropriately and vote keeping these seniors in mind.
It's
Thank
the
you.
inclusionary zoning hearing tonight.
Yeah, system. We have packed house.
My name is Judy
Upwards of
Diamondson. I'm a
200
Worcester
plus
resident.
people in the gallery,
recognize and
and
appreciate
many of
the
them
work
looking to
the city
testify.
did to develop an inclusionary zoning proposal, despite our disagreements over the terms of that proposal. For instance, the disagreement over optional affordability
I
at
mean,
the
you hope,
60%
Joe,
level.
but
The concern
you
of
don't-
the Affordable Housing
No.
Coalition is
You don't
that
hope
most
that hard.
developers, if they
The good
have a
one's going
way
to die
opt out,
4-7,
will choose it.
and the bad
But
one's
the
going to pass
60%
unanimously.
level is the upper limit for the majority of our residents and would be a small.
Don't even need to watch the meeting.
significant
That's just what's
tool
going to
For
happen.
diversifying
And
our
then,
neighborhoods, reducing the
Gary Rosen's
ghettoization of
gonna
communities
save the
that have been
city
redlined
from
formally and
progressivism
informally over
and
generations.
install
I do agree with the Chamber of
a
Commerce
hardline
that we
moderate
have
council.
to widen
Yeah.
our lens when we
Radical
consider
centrist
solutions
council.
to the housing crisis. We have to take external factors into account. The Chamber mentions as external factors the increased cost of construction, higher interest rates, and inadequate subsidies to close the gap. Those who work in agencies that interact with our majority low-income residents, including some on this council and members of the Affordable Housing Coalition, mention external factors like the social and developmental toll on children and families of housing instability and displacement, the migration of essential workers out of the city, and more.
I mean, with this one, it's
We also
important
need to widen our lens when
because
considering the causes of the housing
the
crisis.
inclusionary zoning
Both the
that they're
Chamber
going
and
to
the
pass
city stress the
like
lack of
allows them to say
housing
that they're trying to do
overall.
something about
The
affordable
causes
housing.
of the housing crisis
So if
include
nobody is at
the
these meetings
advantages of
calling them on
market-rate
that,
housing
then
on
they're just going to be like,
developers'
"What do you guys
bottom
want? We're
line and
trying,"
resulting
and they're
gentrification of
not going to have any
neighborhoods.
incentive to
The conviction
try
that
harder.
some
Not that they would
residents
try
of
harder, but at
under-resourced
least it
communities
calls the
will
bluff. You know?
inevitably fall through the cracks. That is simply the cost of a growing economy. We can only shrug our shoulders at the suffering of some because we are incapable or unwilling
Yeah, that's the
to
goal in it.
reimagine the
Really, that's the
metrics
goal.
of a healthy community.
make it hurt,
The way
and then
we stack
make it work against them in the
debt
next
and equity,
election.
distribute
That's really
risks
the
and
best we can
benefits.
do right now.
Although examples of alternative financial and policy tools are
Yeah, like this
emerging
should be the
across
marquee
Commonwealth.
election issue in
I
November.
want to conclude
And
by
this
saying
helps
that
set the
rental
ground
assistance
for that
is
being the
not
case.
the answer. It's a
This
temporary
vote's going to be
Band-Aid
kind
and
of a very
way
clear
of getting
dividing
us
line
off
for
the
council to
hook
stand.
for preserving the same inequities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Rob.
But no, I legitimately didn't see Rob there.
There he is.
Yeah.
No, I got to turn around. Thank you, Council. My name is Robert Bellata.
There is
George,
disability
what a
advocate with
what a
Serve for
mensch.
Working.
Candy's
Just
gonna
wanna
be
say
so
I
pissed at him.
implore you to vote in favor of the Affordable Housing Trust Funds.
Why'd you help him?
proposals we're trying to put
Make
forward
him
for
grab his own
inclusionary
microphone.
zoning.
How dare you touch my
Also
opponent's
wanna
microphone?
implore you to vote in favor of Councilor Rose's.
If he beats me, you're gonna hold his microphone every Tuesday night?
Include accessible housing. It's been about a year that myself and other advocates have been a part of this fight for inclusionary zoning. And again, we had to fight to be just included in this policy, not for anything more, not for more units, not for more affordability. We had to fight just to be included. So I'm hopeful that with this, when this passes, that moving forward, we won't be excluded from these policies when it comes to housing, and the city will start to do more for people with disabilities that like myself, but also people that are older or seniors that need accessible, affordable housing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Brendan, nice shirt.
Yeah, I got this. It's funny because I think she just
Hi,
made the news today, but
Joyce Mandel, I'm a resident of
Maureen
Worcester,
Benenda had this sale when she started her
I'm here
OnlyFans
to
account. That if
support
you're
the
one of the first
Worcester
100
Affordable
subscribers,
Housing
you get a free
Coalition
T-shirt.
proposal for
Wow.
inclusionary zoning.
I jumped on. I'm a big
About
fan of
30
local
years
swag,
ago,
so I jumped right
came
on.
to the city.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
amazing.
poor. I had just traveled around the world with my backpack, and I had
Getting a lot of return
nothing.
on that
And I
investment.
ended up being in a
Not as many updates as one
triple
would
decker
expect.
on the third floor
Damn shame.
for $300 a
You vote with
month.
your dollar, you
This
know?
was 30
That's
years
it, man.
ago.
Moving on.
But Worcester
There's always
was,
Feetly.
its greatest
Don't take your
asset
fans
was
for
its
granted, folks.
affordability, which I am worried we're very, very quickly losing. So people can't just show up like I did 30 years ago and hope that they can get a place to live. So this is the base minimum, and I travel all around the state in different communities, and believe me, there are communities that have 15% inclusionary zoning. There are communities that have 20%. This is the bare minimum, and it's not just that. This is just for new construction.
Oh,
We
thank
have to
you.
look at other ways.
Yeah,
This is
that's
just what we can do
really
right
sad
now, but
and
this
a
is
shame
going
that
to
keeps
continue.
happening.
We
but
don't want to become one
it's
of
not
those
going to stop anytime
communities
soon.
where people can't get a start here, people who can't live here. And so I want to put my support in on the Worcester Affordable Housing Coalition's proposal for the inclusionary zoning. That is the most that we can do at this point, and I think that we need to say that we're not desperate for development so much that we're going to forget the people who actually live here. Thank you.
It really is the bare minimum.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenna Knight, and I'm a Worcester resident. I am here to support the Worcester Housing Coalition's proposal. And another reason why I'm here is tragedy hit
I love
my
that hair
family.
color.
Terrible this past weekend. An SUV ran through their bedroom wall of their bedroom. Thank goodness they were not sleeping in that bedroom at that time, because they would not be here with me. And it took a call to their district councilor, Candy Carlson, to put a fire under this landlord's rear end to get things moving. If it wasn't for Candy and me advocating for them, they would still be homeless. Well, they are still homeless, but please support this bill. They need a house. They need a new home to go to. Thank you.
Thank you.
You do know Candy's going to vote against it, right?
Yeah.
I feel like this puts extra pressure on her to vote yes on it at least.
Yeah.
Not that it's going to do much, but it is extra pressure.
Ridiculous, especially when we hear all the time, every day, how many people are being homeless. There's a business out there where people are taking 3-deckers, and every time they do, that means 3 families go homeless. People sell a house, 3 families go homeless. People can't afford the rent, and I'm a landlord. We can't afford to go a year without rent. Eventually, we
Della's
have
a
to put them out.
landlord.
No, we got to edit her out of the stream.
Oh.
Yenni's the only landlord allowed on this show.
What a faux pas on my part.
So I say inclusionary it has to be, but I think the 15% is nowhere near enough. And if we're giving out tariffs for $13 million, I think that we should hold them accountable. I think 25% inclusionary. I mean, Jesus said we'll always have the poor, but it doesn't mean we leave them out in the street or in shelters.
I love that
It's
the
disgusting. A city like
captions
Worcester
pick it up as
has a
PAW when you
responsibility.
said poor,
Every
because that
city
really is
has a
how people say it in Worcester.
And we can't
The
give them
paw.
tariff and then tell them you don't need to help house these people.
Oh, just until
I mean,
7:45,
you can't
huh?
give and give and give and give.
That's what he
to the
spent, and he spent
wealthy and
3
leave the
minutes
poor
admonishing the poem
hanging out
guy.
there.
And the guy was like,
We
okay,
need to
fine, I'm
do
done.
better.
And then Joe was like, we
Thank
just need to get everybody in. We only have an hour. It's like, well, you're choosing an hour.
Yeah,
really.
that's yours. Yes.
Yeah. We've seen before that you can extend it.
Good evening.
Right.
I would like to take a moment and ask everybody to just think for a minute about your own personal immigrant story. Every single one of us has an immigration story. Every single one of us can trace our roots
I have an
back
immigrant
to
song
America of
on
coming here
vinyl.
from somewhere else. My name is Meg Gallo. I'm the program
Cool.
director at the Refugee
Yeah, I
and
love
Immigrant
School
Assistance
of
Center in
Rock.
Worcester. We have been resettling refugees in this city for 20 years. The city has a long tradition of being a very welcoming city for refugees and immigrants. The dramatic rise in rent
was
in
crazy.
this
When we were looking
city
at
is putting
houses,
the
like,
viability of this program at risk.
Duplexes and two families
I
were
would
just
like to
like,
ask that you support these
as soon as
proposals so
like
that we
the
can
showing
continue this proud
opened,
tradition in
they'd
the
be
city
like,
of Worcester.
oh, somebody already bid
My
$100,000
husband's
over
family came to
asking.
Worcester in
It's
the
like,
early
okay.
1900s as immigrants from Italy, Poland, and Lithuania.
And cash to
They
boot.
lived in the very same
Right,
3-deckers
right.
that our newly arriving refugees live in today. I hope we can all continue this.
I need a
tradition,
nerd to
help
explain
this
to me
tradition to continue
the
within our
zoning
city. Thank
barriers
you.
to building triple deckers, because that's like a real thing. and
It's
I don't
not a
understand
zoning
it.
barrier.
Good
It's
evening.
a
My name
code
is Mallory
barrier.
Shelley. I'm a
Ah,
lifelong
okay.
resident of Worcester.
They can't
If it
build
weren't for
3
an
on top of
affordable
each other anymore.
opportunity and the great work of Worcester Common Ground, the 60K
I gotta write
I
something
here at
about
my
that.
state
Yeah.
job, which is decent, would not have been enough to purchase a home.
That's
for
why
my
we're getting so
family.
many more
I am a
townhouses
first
now.
generation college
Right.
graduate.
Townhouse
and
style
this past
places.
Friday, I became a first time home buyer of a. Thank you.
There
Of
was
a
a
brand
pile
new
of those
unit on
T-shirts. I'm
Merritt
really
Street,
kicking
District
myself that I didn't
My
pick
home
one up.
was sold to me at an affordable $240,000.
I did take some
My
pizza,
mortgage
though.
is cheaper than my prior rent and is within my budget.
I'm sure there's
Everyone
probably
deserves a
more
chance
that
at
Nelly could
home
get you one.
ownership or
Oh,
affordable
yeah.
home options. Worcester
There's
residents
a whole
deserve to
other issue
live,
with the
work,
3-deckers
and
too,
attend
Bill, where
schools in their
we're actually kind of
city
lucky with them
without
right
needing
now in
to
a
leave
weird way,
due
where
to
the state fire
affordability.
marshal has been pushing
Homelessness,
hard
per
for
its
years
definition, is
to
rampant.
get them
My
figured
entire family
into
has left the
sprinkler
city because
systems.
they've been priced
Yeah.
out. My
Which is,
neighbors
it
don't
totally
make
makes sense and it
60K,
should be done,
50K, or even
but
40.
the
I live in
cost
Great Brook
involved
Valley.
in outfitting
They
a
deserve to
3-decker
be able to afford to live in the
with a
city
sprinkler
they have
system
raised.
isn't much
We are
different
all
than
from
outfitting,
here.
a
The city has expressed their
story
desire to
building
create a
with
more
a sprinkler
welcoming
system.
and diverse city.
It's the
Right.
system itself that's
However,
expensive.
with
So you're
these
easily adding
unaffordable
anywhere
costs,
between
it's
$25,000
very
and
clear
$50,000 to
what demographic
retrofit
matters most and what
your
type of
average
people are actually
3-unit,
wanted here.
3-bedroom, 3-decker.
Research demonstrates
Isn't
that
that
home
something that
ownership
feels
and
like
affordable housing options promote greater social
ARPA
cohesion
like
and
written
civic
all over it?
engagement and help
Yeah.
cultivate
Yeah,
a sense
I
of
mean,
pride and
You
investment
know,
in
grants for every
providing
3-decker
more
owner in
options,
the city
help
to
stabilize our community
like
in the midst of a
update
housing
their
crisis
The problem is how they format those
disinvestment
grants
Our
go to the
families and
slumlords, and
children
that's
deserve
it.
it.
I
Gentrification is
tried
not
to
the
look
answer.
into a couple of them in the
Inclusionary
past for
zoning
our
higher
own
than
buildings,
50% is a
like when we
must.
were
We are the
redoing the
second largest
electrical.
city in New England, and we must act like it. Thank you.
I literally, it would not allow me to rent out the upper 2 floors because I've got a 3-family and I live in one for enough to come to
My
even
name
like
is
half of the
Andrew
mortgage,
Marsh.
the
I
amount
live
that they were
in
saying that
Worcester
I
on
needed to
June
charge at the
Street.
time.
I rent
Oh,
a
wow.
single room in a
It was just
three-person house shared by
But
my
if they
landlord
if they
and one
created a
other
new
tenant.
program specifically for sprinkler, unless they already have something like
I
that,
work in
like
this.
if that's the
I work
barrier
in this city.
to
I've been living
to
here since
keeping or building
November.
more
I'm
of
hoping
those
I
type
can
of homes,
get my own
if
place in
there's
this
like
city.
that feels like
As I
something that
said,
could be
I
like
live in this city.
addressed
I work in this city.
with a
It's the
new
place I
program.
want to call home.
Yeah,
But,
I feel like
but just looking at the housing that's available,
there's a lot that
the
goes
high
into those
housing
kinds of
prices
programs
are
that I
putting
feel
it
like
out
would need to
of
change
reach
to not
for,
just go to the
for a lot
slumlords.
of people, including me, a single person in their 20s making between $40,000 to $45,000 a year. So I believe
Retrofitting heating
I
systems would be
believe
another
the city
big one.
council should support this inclusionary zoning policy before you. But don't think this is. But don't think this is the end of the fight. Don't think this is the end of the battle. Far from it. This is just the beginning. You need to continue to act bigger and bolder, so affordable housing is in reach for all. And not only because I want it, but also because it is your duty. It is the duty of state and local government to provide for the general welfare of its constituents. And I cannot think of a better measure of general welfare than whether anyone has easy access to a roof over their head. To reiterate, your duty is to provide for the general welfare of your constituents, not to the developers.
Roasted to their asses.
And I believe
Got
Atticus
him.
Finch would say it best.
Oh yeah,
Do
dropping
your
a
duty.
fucking Atticus Finch quote.
Do your duty.
Boom. Ether.
Dude. A Molotov cocktail into the city council chamber.
And now we got Guillermo coming up. Oh fuck, these guys are fucked.
City council fit.
Just serving the city
Holy
as the
shit,
citywide
Guillermo.
planning organizer for the Now Next project. My main job was to connect with residents throughout the city to understand their hopes and what they'd like to see over the next 10 years for the city of Worcester. Throughout every single conversation that I had, whether it be in Great Brook Valley, a resident in a triple-decker in Vernon Hill, or a single-family owner on the west side, all of them talked about housing affordability. Rent prices and even home ownership have skyrocketed. When I was growing up in Worcester, my parents struggled to pay rent for a third-floor unit in a triple-decker at $850 or $900 a month. Today, I make more money than my parents have ever made, and I wonder how they
brag.
raised an entire family doing it. I question how they were able to afford rent, food.
Yeah,
and all
well,
the
my mom and dad still make more money than me, so
During my time with the citywide planning project, many of our residents shared their fear of being priced out of the neighborhoods that they grew up in. They see the new market rate buildings rising up, but they know that they'll never be able to afford it.
I have no idea how much money my mom makes, but I can look it up because she's a teacher.
We must remove the stigma that affordable housing will diminish our neighborhoods, but instead it will continue.
You have to scroll really far down the list to get past all the WPD officers.
just about to say that. Just scroll to the bottom of the list, and there she is.
Oh, Guillermo Kramer.
Worcester.
Worcester.
Thank
Yeah.
Worcester.
Guillermo Kramer about to live.
He said
in
that at the
fucking
beginning.
seat. Yeah. That would have been
Eric
like.
Stratton. I live in Worcester.
Oh, there he is.
Epic.
So I have to say I'm kind of angry that I had to come down today.
I hope he
because
says one
it
of our
seems like we're
famous
having to fight
lines.
for what feels like scraps. The bare minimum is really what we're fighting for here. As others have said, other cities are doing as much as 20%. And so I think it's somewhat shameful
Eric
that
says
we are
that
having
Nico's
to fight
hot.
for such a small amount. Secure and affordable housing is central to improving outcomes in our educational attainment, healthcare, and economic security. It builds sustainable communities, promotes diversity, and makes our city a better place.
Yeah.
Further, ensuring accessible housing.
Take it in the
shows that we
comments,
value
Bill, so we
all
can
of
hear.
our residents.
Yeah.
Making housing affordable also means more money in our local economy instead of the pockets of massive developers and landlords who, let's face it, will still make a profit. It means money spent at local stores, restaurants, and other businesses. It's easy to become complacent and think Worcester is doing all right, but we need to do more. And this proposal does just that. It says that we want you here. We want Worcester to be affordable, and I want my children's teachers, medical assistants, and retail workers and others to be able to afford to live here too. I want this to be a city where my children can one day own a home as well. So ask the city council in front of me, are you going to put people, family, and children first?
Park quote.
And will you support inclusion, or instead do you choose exclusion? Thank you.
All right.
My name is Dominica Perrone, and I live in District 2, and I'm here to ask you today to be bold, to be brave, and to support the proposal made by Worcester Together's Affordable Housing Coalition. We have heard time and again community members, leaders, and elected officials recognize that we are in the midst of a housing crisis, one that started long before the pandemic and has since been exacerbated. We need affordable housing in Worcester. I ask you then, when will we begin to respond to said crisis appropriately? When will we finally give it the attention it deserves? This is our opportunity, and the vote is in your hands. And shame on all the elected officials in this room who are procrastinating and hesitating every day while your constituents lose their homes. As a former HHS employee, I bore witness countless times to community members, local leaders,
Just a parade of people that are going to get more votes than Donna Colorio.
Call on
tonight.
behavioral health providers and public health workers to solve the city's homelessness problem. Called on city employees to remove encampments, displace entire communities because it is a public health issue. It is an eyesore, othering people without homes as hazards to quality of life. I ask you then, who do we hold accountable when policy makers vote against the opportunity to prioritize actual systemic change in access to affordable housing? To create upstream solutions that can absolutely alter the trajectory for the lives of people in our city. To prioritize their safety, well-being, and access to a happy and healthy life. These issues are not siloed. Continuing developing without bold, affordable housing policy and gentrification will win, and Worcester will no longer be able to hold on to its beautiful, diverse identity. The community is frustrated, we are fed up, and we are here to hold you accountable. So I ask you again to be bold and be brave and choose people over profit. The developers will still come. I'm confident you'll find a way. But your community needs you now, today, and yesterday. Choose them, choose us. We are your constituents. Do not forget.
We're hitting a really good stride of like anger right now.
And go see her at Unique Cafe at 5:30 tomorrow.
There you go.
I'm here for 8D. I don't know if it's. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, no problem. Hang on.
Awesome.
Am I in the right place?
Fucking guy. Oh, boy.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize. I didn't think anybody would see it. I apologize to you. But go ahead.
All right, great. It is. Well, it's a business I have, New England Chiropractic. And
fucking
This
fake
fucking
doctors
guy.
in here. Oh my
This
god.
fucking guy.
We're hitting a stride, man. I just said it.
There's a
You
storefront,
ruined it, Brian.
I guess, on Lincoln Street, which is a busy street. And
This fucking
right
guy.
in front of the business, right next to the entrance and
This guy
exit,
needs an
which is the
adjustment.
same space.
Read the
There's
room,
these
pal.
two large vans that always park there. 24 hours a day. It's the neighbors to our left.
Where's Fozzie Bear with that big
these
giant
vans
hook
are
when you
parked
need him?
there,
Read the
and-
room, guy. Read the room, you fucking
The
guy.
problem is his issue is on the agenda tonight. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
He got
The
his shit
office.
end of the stick.
And we see about 50 patients a
knows.
day. You know, more
He
than
should've
50
waited.
people in and out, and it's quite dangerous. There's been accidents because of it. So visibility is.
I need you guys to get rid of these.
low
And he's just basically like, I can't believe I'm talking about this
He
in
wants
the
to be
middle
anywhere
of all
else
of
in the
that.
Maybe a no parking sign or.
You know what he should have done? Spoken on inclusionary zoning as well, like generally in support of it.
We'll have a
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come in for that.
Yeah. What?
You can
Who are those two comedians that travel around going to town council meetings doing like the surfer bro dude thing? Like,
Oh yeah, that's so funny.
this
It's
is
like
him,
Chad
but
Boseworth.
not a joke. Yeah.
Oh, this poor guy. He didn't even
Guys,
realize
guys,
that
listen to
there's
this.
a
This is so
secondary
good.
hearing.
Hold on.
Welcome
Yeah.
to government.
When is that? Because I thought I was supposed to come tonight.
No, you could. It's on here tonight. You're more than welcome.
All right.
Welcome to government, Joe says.
Through chair to the residents, we'll notify, the clerk's office will notify you once the traffic and parking selects are.
Excellent.
Tell and two are loving this.
Good luck with the housing.
Welcome to government.
Good luck with the housing, everyone, is a good way to close out on that.
Oh man, that was
Oh, that
so
poor guy.
special. That was really amazing.
Markwitz, and I am a resident of Worcester.
Emma.
I'm here, like many other people tonight, to speak about inclusionary zoning and ask that the council pass the Affordable Housing Coalition's amendments to inclusionary zoning. I didn't write anything. I tried to, but honestly, I'm pretty mad about this. I'm upset, I'm hurt that so many people are suffering and that it's a hard decision for some people to do everything in their power to make sure that every family, every senior, every youth, every constituent of yours has a safe, warm, dry place to sleep tonight and every night moving forward. I'm a renter. I spend most of my income on rent. I've heard it's a supply and a demand problem, but when I look online, there's hundreds of apartments. They're just all more than I make in a month, and I'm decently well off. And I also have supports, so I probably will never end up on the street, but I know a lot of people don't have the privilege that I have and that many of the counselors have today. And so I ask that you do everything in your power to have the most inclusionary, most affordable housing possible, because I don't want developers that want to build at the expense of Worcester residents, and I don't think you should either. And I don't want to hear any of you say that you care about seniors, that you care about youth, that you care about our community, that you care about disabled people, and not do everything you can to support them, because I don't buy it. Prove it. Prove that you care. This matters so
We'll be right back
much.
here.
And I'm sorry if I'm angry.
Fuck
I don't
yeah.
think that all of you are bad people, but I think some of you are going to do a really bad thing tonight.
Sorry
when
if
you
I'm
have a
angry, but that
chance,
last
a
guy
real
really
chance
pissed
to
me
do
the fuck
something
off.
that will make people's lives actually better. And I implore that you do. And if you don't, there's an election. So
Park my goddamn
let's all
van wherever I
remember
fucking
how
want.
That was rad, Emma.
Hell yeah.
Hey, David Webb.
My name is David Webb.
David
I'm a
fucking
resident, small business owner, and landlord in Worcester. Landlords don't need protection here. Landlords aren't at any risk. The only arguments against the many people who have spoken today are the profit margins of companies. These large landlords view tenants, view people as cells on a spreadsheet. I'm asking the council to vote to keep Worcester a place of opportunity and support affordable housing. I ask that the council not view the tenants as cells on a spreadsheet. I ask that you consider the city residents who are struggling to keep a roof over their head in your mind when you vote, and to stop worrying about developer profit over resident housing and safety. I'm going to echo what someone else earlier said. We're the second largest city in New England. Let's act like it. Please vote for inclusionary housing and do better than 15%.
Nice.
Good evening. My name is Maide Morales, and I live in the city of Worcester.
Hey.
I was
Lady.
late today. And I was late today
Another
because I was
person that's going to
working
get
with
more
a young
votes than
woman
Donna Clorio.
with 2 young children who's being evicted from her apartment because she can't afford
Apparently, Eric Batista's got a crazy tie on, so we got to keep an eye out for.
This is
Oh.
what we're talking about.
Tonight's the night,
State
Eric, huh?
manufactured here. Please, I beg of you, consider the proposal by the Affordable Housing Coalition and approve that. Do the right thing.
How would we get the
only
message to
answer
both
I could
Eric
give
and
this young
Nico
woman is,
that
you're right. You're gonna be on
we
the
need
streets.
a public showcase of their fashion sense?
Don't let that be the
And like
only
have the
answer I
pit
can
the
give
two of them
the
against each
next
other to
person.
go like
Right.
all out war and
Yeah.
like stepping up their A game. For
It's a
council
walk
fits.
off. We'll do a walk off. I think we do it for charity, and then they can't say no.
The Worcester runway.
Nice.
There we go.
Fred Taylor.
My name is Keith Scott, and I'm squelching out everything that I'm going to say because you're supposed to put it in one ear. And
Keith
out the
Scott
other,
is
and
still the
don't care
guy
about
that like has the best
talk to
lead on the history of Worcester. It's
I've been
incredible.
going through it for the last 2.5 years since my brother Scotty died and he was the person on the will. We're still going through it. You know, they're telling us we had the most terrible house, but we had certain people walking the house thinking that the house was up for sale, tearing the wall down, the ceiling, and making it look real bad while everybody else is getting grants and stuff and qualifying for grants to fix up their house. You know, they had, you know, they said, oh, the neighborhood's beautiful. We got rid of all the rats and roaches and all the skunks and raccoons and stuff that were running back and forth because we live right down the street from Green Hill Park. So all that open area down there has all
Very
kinds of
funny
boundaries
to hear the
and
dog
stuff.
bark when the
I'm
guy
not
says
talking
skunks
about
and
boundaries.
raccoons.
Sometimes it does make me
Now you're talking my
But I'm
language.
talking about, you know, 2.5 years I've been walking around with a walking
She
stick,
does
you know,
really love
after
skunks.
getting jumped in front of City Hall
You talking about
and stuff
skunks?
like
What's
that.
up?
And I've been watching people build themselves up, you know, and you know, some of them think they're at marketable rate because they're doing certain things that they are being affordable of their own businesses, their own counseling things that they do. You know, I appreciate certain things. For the first time, I seen what Polar Park looked like, you know, but I also knew what the DCU Center was like with no taxes or anything coming from that building down there to help finance anything here in the city of Worcester. I know that there's a lot of
Is that
immigrants
true?
and stuff who are getting paid, you know, and you all get mad at me about the immigrants, but these people are
What was
walking
it?
up on the property taking bottles.
That's
and
It took a
cans
while
and
for the
everything
DCU
else
center to pay
we
for
saved,
itself.
because we are a
They're not
neighborhood
paying
that we're
taxes?
nitpicking. You know what I mean? So a nickel off a can means a whole lot. You
I have
know?
no idea.
If you get 20
The
cans,
DCU
you get
Center?
$1.
So that the DCU
And
Center,
that's
when it
the
was
type of
built as the
neighborhood
Centrum,
that
it
we're
was built
working
as a public
with, you know,
entity,
to help
a public
pay
building.
the
Oh, right.
electricity, to help
And
pay for
then
gas,
it's a
to
management
help pay
company
for
that
the
runs it.
cars, to help pay for the
I think
car
the city
insurance,
still
health insurance,
handles
and
the maintenance
everything
for
else.
it and ownership
I
of the
mean,
building.
we've been nickel and diming it for years and years and years.
That is true
and nobody
because
goes out there, you know. Nobody.
a lot of
now they're changing
the
things around there.
like
People don't want
workers
to keep
there are shared between like they get other jobs in the city
living
because of
high
the
up the
deal with the
hog.
management
And the
company.
last
So like
proposal I read
the
where
people that work at
we're
the
doing
DCU Center
marketable
also
housing,
work at the
not
Oval, the
affordable
skate
housing, but
like Oval
marketable
in the
housing.
winter,
And these people
and a few other
can't
things like
afford
that.
mortgages. You know, they're getting the mortgages taken away. You know,
So that
like
makes sense.
been down to the court and everything
Good to
else,
know.
and watch the court clerk say, you know, these people are not buying their houses, you know, because they can't afford their houses. And
I'm glad he's not
people
cutting him
are in
off,
court trying to get their money.
because he's
and making
definitely
it
been 2
like,
minutes.
you know, they're nothing.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to go down there and advocate for
Oh,
housing.
there he goes.
You know, affordable housing.
Thank you.
You know, that's what I'm saying, because you know, I'm
Fred
gonna
Nathan
put
in the
my
back there.
time together, and it's not going to be.
Or
too
Fred
good.
Taylor, sorry.
Thank you.
One of the most serene looking gentlemen
Always.
ever right now.
Yeah. When there was the kid that did the Atticus Finch quote, and you just saw like Fred just kind of like smirk a little bit and nod. Yes.
Family Resource Center.
Yeah.
We have never, ever seen it this bad. Families are struggling. Even families that are not evicted yet live in incredible fear that their rents, we're seeing rents being jacked up by 50%, 60%. And so it's just causing such stress in the community. I have a few words to say. This vote matters. This vote matters. At the end of your career as politicians, you will look back at this vote. The people who you work for and voted you in are asking you for a bare minimum of what they could ask. This proposal is bare bones. You can say, no, we need to go slow and play it safe. But we are asking for bare bones of what other cities are doing for their citizens. The families who voted you in and who you work for are suffering and are asking you to do this for them. If you say no, what does that say to all of us? This vote matters. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw Robin in the background of Bill's shot earlier.
My name's Dale Wickenizer, and
I'll believe
Yeah,
Jenny's
Robin
there
was-
when she speaks up.
And
I
my
didn't
wife
see
and I
Jenny,
moved
saw
here
Robin.
7 years ago. We'd been renting around Boston.
Hey,
for
where's the
15
Chamber of
years.
Commerce
We moved
guy?
from California,
Huh?
came here for work. And
Question.
we finally left Boston because we
He'll get
couldn't
up
afford it
soon.
anymore.
Ran him out on a rail.
Came out here, we bought a house, we're fixing it up. And
He couldn't find any parking or
the
get a
day we
seat,
moved
maybe?
in,
That would be
people
nice.
across the street walked up to us, brought cookies. We've met and we know all our neighbors. They come to our house.
It's going to
for
be like
dinner.
that
We
scene
go to
from A
theirs.
Brother Where Art Thou.
We lived in Somerville.
Them
And it was
boys is
2.5 years
miscegenated.
before anybody talked to us. And my concern is that some of what's happening here, it feels like the same thing that we experienced there. Worcester had this really great small town feel to it when we got here. And it feels like a lot of that is leaving. And it's
He's
the town
anti.
that you all grew up in, the town you know. And it's not that I don't want new people to come and that, yeah, there certainly seems to be a need for housing. But I'd almost say, you know, certainly
Look at
if we can
Fred's
get
face
the
now.
bare minimum of support for people, then let's do that. But could you come up with anything else? Is there any other way to support the people who are already here? The people that have made
That's what this
Worcester
is about,
the
my
town
dude.
that you really
It's a
love.
city, homie.
What
No,
is he
not-
talking about?
Not those people, Brian.
Yeah, that's
The ones
yeah.
who make cookies and bring them over
that
and
are
have nice
already
dinner
here and
parties.
have been here
He thinks the poor
that
people
have
aren't the people that
created
have been here.
environment. It's
Right.
not the new people
Exactly.
coming in. It'll be
What
20
about the
years
people
of-
who are down there every
or those
night
people are
at Greendale
bringing
Pub?
cookies to
Every
their
night
neighborhood
they're
that
down
been here
there.
that
What
long.
about those people?
It's
If
the
you want a
people here
town,
now
move to a
that are gonna
town.
do that, right?
Right.
And so thinking about
Yeah,
how
the people
what's
in
gonna
Auburn
help
will bring you
people
cookies.
that are already here.
What is he
And that's
talking
the
about?
thing. Lost the roller skating rink. We lost Colonial Bowling. We
Shut
Yeah,
up.
to who? Who do you
We
think we
lose
lost
Bailey's
those things
Vacuum
to?
Center store. I'm telling you, we're leaving. Right? Because that's
Wait, is this the guy that-
make Worcester
This
what
is
it
the guy
is,
that
and
owns the
we
vacuum
worry
store.
about this going the way of what
Oh,
we've
really?
seen
I
before.
think.
We plan to
Yeah,
stay
he
here.
helped
We
me
plan
move
to
my
bring our
couches,
parents
putting my
here,
thing back,
retire here.
putting my carpet
So I
back.
don't know that
Did
we're
you bring
going to be
him
able to do
cookies?
that if things keep going. Because our neighbors
No.
are leaving. We're worried about we're going to
He
be
was
leaving and
nice.
where we're going to go next.
Thank you.
So,
Okay.
Thank you.
I
But
don't
that
know.
was basically we're thinking that it's people from outside the area that would be getting the affordable housing when it's literally
Scott Heyman. I live at
the
13
people
Neptune
here
Road.
who need that.
This is the whole thing is to
Last year
keep
passed, but,
people
I
here
worked
and
in
have them be
affordable
able to
housing
afford
and
housing.
development for over 30 years, including here as the city's housing director.
I have
The
no idea
affordable
what that
housing
guy
would
wanted.
improve
For
the
last
ability
8 years,
No
for
idea
it
what
to
that
not
guy
be
wanted.
people from outside of the area.
Now that
No
I'm
idea what
retired,
that guy
but the last
wanted.
8 years
That
was
guy
in
just got
Somerville.
swept up in the moment.
It actually was pretty.
He's like,
friendly
I gotta
place.
say something.
But Somerville increased.
You know what
their
this is about?
inclusionary
It's the
zoning
roller
licenses
skating
to
rink.
20% with 3 tiers, and it has had no impact
Epic.
on slowing
Is
down
that what
development
everybody laughed at?
whatsoever. Developers are
I
still
think that it was
very
what people
eager
laughed at.
to build there. The demand is there just as there is in Worcester. There has been demand percolating for years. When we were here, there was some truth to the fact that it was hard to get anybody to come to Worcester and develop anything, but that is not the case now. The one regret that most Somervillians
I mean, he can
have,
buy the fucking roller
is
roller
that
rink
they
if he
didn't
wants.
pass their inclusionary housing zoning ordinance earlier. The horse has already left the barn. Got to get this stuff on the books. And with regards to what to put on the books, I think the coalition's proposal is a great start. The deeper we can go with affordability, the better. The 60% AMI, because as many have spoken, that's an area median income. That's not for the city of Worcester. So if you take that into account, you really want to get down to the 60% AMI, the 5% that's proposed. I also want to point out that it's surprising or difficult to understand that in my day, usually if the planning board approves something and passes it over, which they did in terms of the coalition's proposal, then the Economic Development Committee also did. Then usually most of the councilors, Councilor Bergman, would usually fall in place and support it. And you have no worries about getting reelected from those who oppose inclusionary zoning. This is a drop in the bucket. I think that it's time to do the right thing. I think everybody here is very, very smart, councilors included. You're very smart, and I think you actually
Okay.
can make
You
the
lost
right
me,
move,
dude.
and I would urge you to
I
make it
understand. He has to
much
pretend that they
smoother
are.
there Tonight, ideally, for the coalitions.
Flatter
butter
them
'em up
to
a
make
little
them
bit.
do what you want them to do.
It's not going to work. The Worcester City Council is incorrigible.
Go online.
Right, we do have a few members online. If you're online, if you can raise your hand or press *9 if you're on the phone. The first resident I can identify is Paul Hernandez. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
It is kind of wild that, like, the planning board, the zoning board, the economic development subcommittee all supported the coalition's version of the proposal, and it's still going to die.
I'm Paul Hernandez. I live in
It's
Worcester,
so wild.
Massachusetts. I also work as a realtor, so I kind of just wanted to give my, sort of my
Oh,
side of
now we're
things on
fucking with
that.
his nut.
I think there's a perception by a lot of people that affordable housing,
Bro, buy Bitcoin.
or
Gotta make my vig,
having lower
dog.
rents, that everybody wants to stay there. A lot of the people that are renting right now, almost everyone says they one day want to be able to own a home.
Yeah, you got to have the grind
Not
set.
having affordable rents makes it very difficult for them to prepare themselves, so to even get to the point where they can
Oh
buy
wait,
something.
this guy's coming out of the
Oh, he's
other
pro.
way.
From
Wow.
my side of things, has
Wow.
been really challenging for some people.
A
to be
lot
able
of
to save
realtors
money.
that I've spoken
So
to have
part
been
of,
pro.
what I think
Nah,
should
all realtors
also
are
be happening,
villains.
Come on.
making the rents affordable is to be able
They're
to create
perverts
these
too.
pathways,
Well,
towards home ownership. And so I
The
believe
exact
that
logic
having,
he's talking
the
about having people being able to save
zoning,
up to buy.
approved,
Yeah.
If people
having
can't
the-
save up
the-
to
the
buy,
coalition's,
then there's nothing for realtors
proposal
to
go
sell,
through, I think it would help
or
do
no
that
one
as
to
well.
sell
So
it to.
I just wanted on behalf
But
of
then how is
the
BlackRock going to
National
buy
Association of
25% of all the
Hispanic Real Estate
single-family
Professionals,
homes in
I
America?
just wanted to state that we
I mean, I was just
support
scrolling through the
zoning.
MLS while people were talking, just to see what's out there now. I mean, there are 28 homes for sale in the city of Worcester, right? It's ridiculous. There's no inventory there. That's driving prices up further. But the reality is that your rents are higher than most of these mortgages that will come to term when
Yeah.
these homes sell. It
Right.
doesn't work for anybody.
Thank you.
Nice.
I'm just calling to express my support of the Affordable Housing Coalition proposal for inclusionary zoning.
Mute your computer.
And
No,
I
don't.
Mute your computer.
want to specifically state that my endorsement is relative to the minimum number of ADA compliant units. Given that people with disabilities are our largest underrepresented, under-resourced population in the United States, it's frankly unconscionable to consider any proposal that does not include ADA compliant housing. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to try KOV?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think the next speaker is KOV. I'm going to try to identify the resident.
Oh wow, Joe
if you can please state your
juking the
full name and
system.
your residence.
Cherry picking his online speakers.
You muted yourself again. There you go.
Hi, my name is Karen Ozuna Vargas. I'm a Worcester resident. I've lived here my whole life, born and raised. The city really needs to pass this because people like me growing up, I'm in my 20s, mid-20s, and this is an issue already. The money that these jobs are paying isn't enough to even live now. So if they're gonna make it impossible, then they gotta go do it somewhere else because the people here need the help, they need the support, they need the actual resources to be great. And if they don't put this into place, then it'll be an issue for everyone, not just the people that are going to move into the apartments, not for the people who are like, everybody will be affected because it's changing the culture of Worcester as it is today. Worcester, my whole life has been great. We're a very collaborative city compared to many other cities in the United States. We're a very collaborative city and our culture is something that I take pride in. We work together, we make things better. We are resourceful. So why can't we do this in this instance? I don't understand, but I do think it needs to be passed because it's going to affect everyone, the young kids, the generations to come. All the kids that I work with, I am a teacher. I do a lot. Like, I need to see the city grow, but not in this way because it's not going to help it in a sustainable way. Sustainability should be our goal, not a profit. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the last speaker identifies Maria Siema. I'm trying to unmute the resident now.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Simasco.
I gotta be honest and let you know that I don't live in Worcester. I live in Rutland, right on the line between Worcester, Rutland and Paxton. However, I live and I worked for many years. I still work in Worcester. And one of the things that I just want to reinforce about the proposal, Affordable Housing Coalition, is that, like the teacher that just spoke, we need to be accountable about the future, and the future is our children. I felt really bad when I heard that one of these kids, she's living in a hotel with her parents, and she is probably one of many examples of kids that we have today, youth, young kids. And if we look at that in a long term, we realize that it's hurting us in every way. Why? Because if a child have no roof, have no place to live, they are uncomfortable, they're moving from one place to another. That child very soon is gonna leave, not even finish high school. And that is gonna be going into the street.
It
We're not
might
gonna
be. We
have
could
someone
restart
who
it
be
after
able
this
to
commenter.
look for our future so we can be able to save the ones that we're gonna get old sometimes. Someday we're gonna get old. Someday we have to retire. We were not gonna have those youth who's gonna become adults and be able to afford our Social Security. Help us to be able to continue growing in this country and continue making this state better. We are what we call a sanctuary state. We have to show it. If we are sanctuary state, it's about time that we show that. And you guys have in your hands all the law, the regulations, and the way to do it. Don't waste time. They're supposed to be started yesterday, a month ago, a year ago, and not to wait for now when we're going through this tragic situation. Besides that, I see that we lost so many people during the pandemic. Where now is that money went? What about that money? Why we cannot have affordable housing for people that now this living? They are the ones who left here. We have to find a way. I wish I could have opportunity of buying a home in Worcester, but it's crazy, not even for rent. It's crazy to live there because of that. Thank you.
Get a little reset going here and get this footage back on track.
It's right at almost at 7:45, so we'll see
Yeah.
if Joe stays.
Hey, you know what, guys? We got a whole
Hello?
meeting ahead of
Hear me?
us.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Hi, my name's Corinne Kimball. I was a Worcester resident. I had just moved to Auburn, but I am a realtor, and I deal with a lot of rentals in Worcester. And I am for the zoning because, I mean, the rents are ridiculous. It is the same amount as my mortgage. To rent a 3-bedroom in Worcester is about $1,800, if not more, no utilities included. That is a mortgage for a $2,800 or $280,000 house. It's just ridiculous. And I think that there's many people out there, especially single moms. I'm a single mom of 2 kids. The only reason why I was able to buy a house was because
So pissed I had
I'm
to price
very
my unit
privileged
as
where
high
I
as I
had my
had to.
father to help me. But I know a lot of millennials, a lot of single parents out there that just cannot afford to live. I deal with a lot of clients who have mass housing or Section 8, and they're getting these vouchers that are just astronomical. It's ridiculous. We shouldn't have to do that. We should have a standard, and it should be lowered to rent in Worcester. If we want our community to not be pushed out, we need, I was pushed out. I can't afford Worcester. I had to move to Auburn. So I just deal with it with my clients. I deal with it with my own life.
Jack, you should go streak through there.
It's kind of wacky to hear out loud. I can't afford Worcester. I had to move to Auburn. A solid third of my family fled Hitchcock Road in Maine South to go to Auburn, which they viewed as the higher ground in the 80s.
The National Realtor Association.
I would simply rather die than move to Auburn.
I'd rather move to the bottom of a lake.
I would rather become the poop thing.
What's going on here? We frozen?
Hi, my name is Amal Rodriguez. I'm a Worcester resident. Also,
I'd move into
I am
Polar
a
Park, but
landlord,
my furniture
and
can't
I
fit
work
through
in
that
real estate
garage
as a
door.
realtor. One thing that I have seen,
Too small.
not just as a
We're
resident,
never,
but also
ever,
as a
ever
landowner
gonna see
working
Jimmy
in the real
Buffett at
estate
Polar
industry
Park.
in our city, is that people are
Sucks
having
so
to
bad. I just want to sit in an
work like
inflatable
multiple
pool in the
jobs
bed of a truck and
if want to obtain
just get
to buy
Eat a
property.
cheeseburger.
just
And
disgustingly
that has
wasted on
been
Coronas.
so many.
No, it's not
so
Coronas.
clients
It's
they,
Bud.
They think that they
Oh
can
yeah.
Well, not
Bud Light.
anymore.
That's right.
or like a property
Not after Kid
just
Rock
for
shot
themselves,
them all.
and then they have to include their wives, sometimes the kids, and
More
it's like
Bud Lights in
3
the
and
world.
sometimes 4 people just to afford a single home. I think that
Wouldn't it
it's
be
something that we need to
Margaritaville?
Yeah, I
work
mean,
on
a lot of
and
people are
see
confused about
three more
what this
pathways.
is,
I agree
but
with Paul Hernandez when
their
he
heart's in the
mentioned
right
that.
place.
Which
So.
just goes to show you what people
Having
actually want.
Rent
Yeah,
is
rent
great
control.
because that helps them to be able to save for down payments.
Rent control might
impose
happen this
themselves
session,
and all
but I'm
that,
not holding my
but
breath on
also
that.
having that
That's not happening
pathway,
this
because
session.
many of the clients
It's
that
not
are
gonna.
that offer
It's not gonna get enough people
are
to
in Section
override a
8
super,
or housing,
like
and
to
they are
override
trying
a veto.
to become a
The
homeowner,
legislature's
but
so annoying.
things just get like very, very difficult for them. And me as a
Welcome to
landlord,
city
I haven't raised my
politics.
rent in 7 years when I purchased the property.
City
Because
politics,
my
we can
team
at
did
least
a really
see how
good.
people
They
voted.
pay on time, and I know how
Right.
difficult and how hard it is to have a mom,
The rents are
single
legit
mom,
just
3
too fucking
kids.
goddamn
So
high.
I know
Too
how
damn high.
difficult it is, and I know like my taxes have been going up every year and all that, but I don't want to do that for her because I know
Yeah,
her
everyone
financial
support Rob
situation right
Below,
now.
District
And
2.
she's like
Oh
actually
yeah,
one
give
of
them
the
We
money.
gotta
people that want
unseat the Lord
a homeowner
Farquaad of
in
the
the
East
future,
Side.
but it's becoming like more difficult for her.
We have to topple
As
that petty
I
despot.
mean, I used to have a tenant that
Rob can
helped
be
me
our
to
Shrek.
pay my own mortgage.
I want to
because
see the
in
real life
time,
Candy Merrill Carlson
priority
pulled
is
down
for
like the statue of
not just my
Saddam
tenants,
Hussein.
but like my
Baghdad
friends and residents in my city
in
to
a
be
video
able
game.
to purchase a home, if that's one of the goals, not that they feel that they have to move to Southbridge or Springfield.
My first post
Sometimes
that I wrote
I
about
have
inclusionary
clients
zoning,
moving
I
that
heavily
far,
referenced
working here in the
the
city
rent is
just
too damn
because they can
high
afford
guy.
like a
That
lower
rules.
He is the
a
politician of
lower
our
price
times.
to own a home. So I think that we need to create a pathway to help our residents to
Okay.
be able to buy here and stay in the city.
Okay, all right. Shut up. I'm gonna vote against you.
Okay, we have one more speaker online, then we'll wrap it up. Unless...
Mr. Mayor, the next
Oh, we're
speaker
gonna be
is
here
Katia
till 3 in the
Northward.
morning.
Oh, she's running for school committee.
Good
Who?
evening,
She's one of the
everyone.
people that Nelly
My name
mentioned
is
not to vote for.
I'm a resident and business owner. I work for the community.
Who, this
part of the
Katia?
city, the main south,
Yeah.
and go on. Unfortunately, I
Wait, no,
lost
Katia
being
is
present
District
right now,
4.
but at least I'm here
Yeah.
Council,
online.
I
And I
think.
would like to
No.
do my comment by supporting
Am I wrong?
my people,
Council?
supporting our
Yes,
community.
council.
I've been living here
Yeah,
in
District
Worcester
4
for
council.
20 years. And it's so sad how you can see how all our community is begging you to take the right decision today. Our community, we need you now, no later, now. Please approve the exclusionary zoning. It's so sad when people get to me not asking me to rent a whole apartment, but now they asking to rent a bedroom for the whole family. This is insane. This is crazy. This is so sad to see how all our family is struggling just to afford a house.
Not according to what I
Please
heard on
choose well, choose
Monday night.
wisely. I
from
know
her.
you will. Please choose our people, no profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more and we'll close it.
Oh, Joe, you're so generous.
Who's at the desk?
Next one is Amy Everson.
Who's at
Those
the
are
table?
Mass Live
I see
reporter
Mass
on
Live,
the
but I don't
left.
know who the person on the right is.
allowing me to make a few
Neither do I.
comments. My name is Amy Evison. I live in
I would
Redmond.
hate
represent
sitting in
Worcester
that
Addresses Childhood Trauma.
on the table. I would never
and
do
I
that.
just want to say
cops sit there.
how proud I am of our community. Some of the comments
It would be kind
I
of cool
heard
if you
were
sat on the table.
thoughtful and
Yes,
sitting
her
at the
husband
table
did
would be-
abuse a dog.
experience. These are people
Nellie's
that
got
came
video
to
of it.
Worcester
That's what it was.
and got help, got
Like her kid
support,
was traumatized
lived in
from
a
how bad it
community
was.
that took care of them. It was affordable, and now they're making incredible contributions. This is not just an issue for this moment. This has impact on children. These children, we heard from young people that their mental health was suffering immensely because of housing insecurity. What could be a more prevalent, more pervasive way to send someone on a negative trajectory? I just want to say that this decision impacts generations going forward. The kind of people, the children that are hearing this are going to be are ones that take care of each other and show up, or ones that feel like it's not their problem, disconnect and move away. I hope we make the right decision. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to close that part of the program.
Program, yeah. This is all a show. Hey, is that the fake Greek sitting in the front row?
It is, yeah.
Okay, we're going to go to the table items on the privilege. First one
Nice.
being the report of the Committee of Economic Development. Report
The last one
of
was
the Board
super
upon
fun.
communication
I
of
saw a
city manager,
lot of
chief
posts on
information
Twitter and was
communication of the
kicking myself
inclusionary
that I
zoning.
wasn't there.
Recommend
So
passage
I'm
of the
hoping
accompanying
I'll
proposed
be able to
ordinance
go to
as
that one.
amended, and that was held under privilege.
Matt,
And
will I get banned from the library for
Department
taking
of
full
Economic
swings?
Development, request city manager allocate up to $1 million to
If I bring my driver to the
funded.
mini
And,
golf, will I get kicked out?
so how'd you-
I
you
only
got
play
a little
wood.
later on? You didn't take that? No.
Just full Tiger Woods Nike
We
gear
have request
with
city
my
manager
own
work
golf
with the
bag
appropriate representatives
and
of the Department
caddy.
of Housing Community Development.
These
to
are
approve the
housing
local preference
things. I
clause for the
can't
proposed
understand
inclusionary
what
zoning
specifically though.
ordinance to ensure that
Did he take things out of
Worcester
order?
residents are prioritized for
Yeah.
inclusionary zoning restricted units. But that will go to Chairman, Council Rose, and Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Holy shit.
This is
Jack, do you have your
the
electronic
first
dab rig
council
in council
and,
chambers tonight?
Economic
Because
development.
if you're looking to get banned from someplace,
within the
do it on
city,
camera.
To take up the challenge of creating an
Jack,
inclusionary zoning.
straight through city
inclusionary
council
zoning
chambers right now.
ordinance, the first in the city's history. It's a bit disappointing that there's been some rhetoric that if one does not support the Housing Coalition proposal, that
Boo.
person or individual
Boo,
doesn't
Jack.
care about as reference
Go back.
the elderly, the disabled, the unhoused, low-income individuals. There are a lot of
Take your
factors
clothes
at
off
play in this
and write
ordinance.
Mo Bergman's
There are
name
a
on
lot
your
of,
ass.
macroeconomics at play as well. It's not simple as being on one side or the other. I certainly wish it was. Honestly,
Here's Sean Rose
developers
dissembling.
don't like either proposal.
Mm-hmm.
Developers don't like the Housing Coalition proposal. They don't like the city administration's.
They're not going to like any proposal. We
I
don't
grew up
care
in
about the developers.
poverty on Section 8 throughout most of my life. Living on a fixed income with a single mom. Lived in a
Oh my
dozen
God,
towns
Sean
for
Rose
the
sucks so
seventh
bad.
grade. Had a strong single mother, luckily, who was always trying to find us the best deal, the best place to live. And to this day, I've never lived in my own room. I often wonder what it would have been like to live in one place my whole entire life, so I get it. And I admit that I was one of the lucky ones to have survived the poverty that we overcame throughout those transitions. So given my experience, you'd think it'd be easy for me to be emotional and get on the emotional side of how this ordinance works or how it
Wow.
impacts folks.
Just classic
However,
gaslighting.
hard for me, but my
Calling it
aim,
emotional.
as it's always been,
Yeah, you're so
Rather than
emotional
being
if you want this
objectively
inclusionary
circumcised
zoning
and make a
policy to be
decision
useful in
about
any way.
how to proceed.
That's just being emotional.
And I feel like that's what I did almost weekly since the topic of
God,
housing
dude,
came
this
up.
what a disappointment. He
You
could have
know-
done something good on the way out.
You notice how he never explains why
I've
he
spent a lot
supports
of
something. He
diligence,
just
nearly
says like,
weekly
"Well, you think I would support that? Like, you think I would be on this side of it, but
about the,
I guess I'm not because I'm not emotional." And he never says
I
why.
have concerns that the proposal doesn't account for several factors.
Like he's voting for something. He's always just like why he's against the other
For
side of it.
example, it doesn't include for sale properties.
Yep.
Risking liability, performers from banks. Or land
Because, like,
acquisitions.
I mean, what he really
Does not offer
would
flexibility
say
to account
in
for
defensive
legislation
position is
like
that the mayor told me to.
communities
Yeah,
legislation,
it's
or
his
the
only
housing
thing.
choice legislation, and the pro forma offered appears to be simplistic in nature based on my sharing of it with other objective parties. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts has signaled to Worcester
So
and
he's calling
others
us not objective either.
that, in a very loud way,
Yeah,
that we
right,
need to
right.
increase.
Well, that part might be
increase
true.
of Housing.
As opposed to all the objective people that want the developers to be able to do whatever they want.
MBTA Communities Legislature creates a requirement for communities with commuter rail to enable more multifamily housing near public transit.
Oh, don't do this blame the towns bullshit, dude. The towns are not your fucking concern. Do something here where you have power. Shut the fuck up.
It's not just our responsibility. It should be the town's responsibilities too. That's fucking classic from
city's
him.
current recommendation of the size and scale approach would actually require that the city submit economic feasibility analysis showing the state that we are not inhibiting multifamily housing or we conflict with the state's goals. The Housing Coalition proposal could also put this in jeopardy. Our governor is now in the process of specifically creating a cabinet.
It doesn't put any of that in jeopardy because there's other towns and cities that are in the MBTA zones that already have this and better.
Cambridge, Boston, Somerville all saw a significant decline in development once their ordinances
Frustrating.
came online.
For a guy I personally
Some
like.
would say outside of the city of Worcester, they started off.
I love to be negged by my District 1 city councilor.
Over the past 3 years, the Boston Planning and Development Agency has permitted the following number of units since their IZ ordinance came online. In 2020, it was 10,123 units.
Rose is against it.
In 2021, it was 6,643 units. And in 2022, it was 2,647 units. The
Yes, but you can't have to look at the entire situation happening in Boston.
Units. So
and the pandemic.
In a home or a condo
numbers can't exist without their context.
AMI will likely never be able to take equity out of the home and pay for their children's college, like some of us have, or sell it to anyone else unless they have comparable 60% AMI. The goal should never be for our plans to have residents rent in perpetuity. Home ownership should be our goal. The coalition's financial model simplifies the complexities of pro forma and feasibility.
Do you think somebody wrote this for him?
Frankly, is that the risk profile of a project
Dan Rassicott.
ChatGPT
is greater than the risk profile of a project.
ChatGPT would have done way better.
The side and scale
That's
recommendation will still
Joe
result
Petty
in
stood on
development
top of Dan Rassicott's head and made him
The
write this for
unfortunate
Shaun
feature
Rose.
here in the city proposal is that options exist. We have seen
He
this
threatened to
firsthand
destroy
recently
his
with the
weird
rising
fucked up
interest
truck
rates
if he
and the
didn't.
cost of construction. Interest rates alone have doubled since we initiated
Has ever seen
the
Dan's
IZ
car?
conversation in May of
No.
2022.
It's insane.
The Toyota?
Another impact that must be
Oh, it's
recognized
amazing.
is the
I
negative
love it.
impact on land
Absolutely
value,
amazing.
which is something that no one's really talking about or discussing. But the value of land is a function of what you can do with that land.
Of course, the one guy who could figure out how to get an Argentinian import into Worcester, Mass. is going to be the Tweed-laden chief of staff.
That situation will be exacerbated by the Housing Coalition proposal. The concept is further supported in a memo from RKG Associates to the City of Newton, and they state, if the reduction of land value reaches levels considered too burdensome for developers and landowners, development could be disrupted for a period of time.
Dude,
the
shut
greater
up.
the impact of IZ, the more likely that disruption will last longer. In terms of inclusionary zoning, a slowdown in market rate development also equals a slowdown in the creation of affordable units throughout the city.
God, this is going to be the most articulate argument we're going to hear against
some of
this,
the
and it's already
testimony
making me
here
so
tonight
mad.
that there's been
Imagine when we get to like
participation in
K.
this
Toomey and Mo
system.
Bergman, this shit's going to be unreal.
Myself, that over the last 9 months or so,
I hope
I'm
people are.
probably gonna have to go off screen. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with those.
I'm going to be screaming. I'm going to be screaming at the TV.
I think
I'm gonna be on mute and just ranting.
I imagine that people probably left the chamber now that public comment is over, but it's too bad because it would be really fun if people were booing.
People
during all
should be
this shit.
booing. People
For
should
sure.
be booing.
And they can't be kicked out for it.
all
Right.
of these
Yeah,
meetings, I
can't.
deduce that a further tightening of available
Thank you,
debt for 12 plus
state,
development projects
uh,
and a further tightening of
state
underwriting
judicial,
requirements from lenders
whatever.
that some sources have shared with me. Financing
Judicial
simply
branch.
aren't open
Wow,
for
my brain just
business if
failed
it
on that.
includes too many affordability restrictions. Financial feasibility is not just about the reduction of rent, it's about the risk profile of any project. Providing options on a scale is more feasible. The economic development team did a great job in researching IZ requirements in several other communities in Massachusetts Some of this research was outlined in their May 24th report to council that recommended ordinances similar or stronger than the requirements for many communities in eastern Massachusetts, which have higher rents than Worcester. I think we all agree that housing production is critical, and we can only do our best to anticipate the impacts of the policy and how the market will respond. Again, in my diligence, I believe there are two approaches here. The Housing Coalition approach that is fairly aggressive, given what I just described. I personally am in support of the city proposal with a few tweaks, because I think we need to be a bit conservative based on the research and data that I just shared.
Based on what the developers who are paying me off have told me.
Implement this IZ ordinance.
It's wild. The guy's just openly taking bribes
and in an
to say
incremental
this
way,
stuff.
progressively making the policy stronger as conditions merit.
Peter
I believe
Dunn
it
said that he'd
impossible
give
to
me
go backwards,
20% of the
if
money
we
he's getting
overshoot the restrictions
from
at the
developers if I
I've said this
read
time and
what's
time again,
on
and I'll
this
say it
paper,
again. We have
and that's a
an
pretty good
opportunity
deal.
here
Turns out it's quite a
to
bit
be
of money.
Smart moving
Right.
forward for us to avoid any unintended consequences.
We have about 3 minutes left.
Thank you. I also fully embrace a frequent review of the implementation of the policy, its effectiveness, and how the market is responding, so that we can recommend appropriate adjustments.
It's just in the tank for developers, essentially.
The Economic Development Subcommittee adopted the proposal of the Housing Coalition. As chair, I didn't vote for this measure, as I thought this meeting was an appropriate space to make any recommendation, given the need for it to pass with 8 votes, while also sharing some of my research, my thoughts, and of course my concerns. I am proposing that we adopt the city manager proposal on inclusionary zoning on December 6, 2022, as presented by the city administration. I've further proposed the following additional amendments to the city manager inclusionary
Time
zoning
doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Was this Ed's report, or was this
One of the
Eric's report,
motions
or
is
was
to
Eric doing
Ed's
all of Ed's work
accessibility
at that time and doesn't really matter?
It was Ed's.
I mean,
So,
okay. Yeah.
The first motion would be to the city administration.
I don't know that it makes a difference too much, but
Comparability section
Hold on, I
hopefully
need to
it-
catch this. I need to catch
language
this.
that any required accessible or adaptable units in the project have a mix of affordable and market rate units equal to the proportion of affordable and market rate units for the overall project. We really need to take care of our disabled population here in the city. I also think we also need to modify the incentive side of the ordinance to be specific to 60% AMI. So for example, that the section on incentives be applied only to developments that include at least 5% of the units with income restrictions at the 60% AMI limit. And I will share these 2 motions with the clerk, Mr. Chairman.
Wait, what? That's annoying.
So do I have, sir?
You get about 1 minute.
That was weird and just confused everything.
I will hold for now.
Yeah.
I'll save that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so you have 2 amendments. So you're amending, okay, so I have this right, so everybody can follow. We're going to amend the Economic Development Committee report to what you just proposed with some additional amendments. Council King?
Mr. Chairman, I just need a point of order here. I was one of the 2 that voted yes to support the coalition's recommendation. Is there 2 separate items on the agenda? Could you just tell me, you read a couple of things. Which items are we speaking on, so I can be clear? Which ones are before us that were just spoken on?
We're talking on the item, we're talking on 10B. I mean 16B, I'm sorry.
Is that the report out of committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he just amended the report.
Right, so for clarification for the body as well, Mr. Chairman, so basically, the report presented by the city manager originally in December has come out of committee. That is before you tonight, but also the committee's recommendation, which was 2-to-1 vote, is also tonight in front of you.
It'll be the same item.
Correct, it's a whole package. You have the city manager proposal as well as the recommendation of the committee. I think based on what I understood from Council Rose's motion is he made a motion to support the city administration proposal based as presented on December 6th, but there is also 2 additional items that he added to that proposal.
Could you read the 2 items?
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, is that my correct interpretation?
Yeah. Do you have those items there?
Sure. It's, so you have the city administration proposal number 1, as presented on December 6th. And there was 2 additional items that, I think the comparability section should be amended to include language that required accessible or adaptable units in the project have mixed affordable housing and market rate units equal to the proportion of affordable and market rate units for the overall project.
What's the numbers
Dude,
on that?
what?
I'm sorry?
What are the numbers on that? I'm confused. What did you say again?
Okay, he's basically just rereading what Councilor
Yeah,
Rose has stated.
Yeah, but what are the numbers on it?
Okay.
Jesus
Want
Christ.
to reread it?
The 88th piece, yeah.
I can reread it.
going
Right.
on?
Sure.
So to amend, to include language that any required accessible or adaptable units in the project have a mix of affordable and market rate units equal to the portion of affordable and market rate units for the overall project. That's number 1. Number 2 is the section of incentives be applied only to developments that include at least 5% of the units with income restrictions at 60% AMI limit. So those are the 2 additional motions in addition to the recommendation of the city manager's original ordinance on December 6th. Is that clear?
Somewhat, yes. So I want to stand and just begin with a couple of things. And, you know, I want to start by saying votes have been taken on this already. The zoning board unanimously supported the coalition. I'm vice chairman of economic development. We, in a majority vote, 2-1, also supported the coalition and the increase. I'm sorry, the 50% at 5 and 5. And we also, in that,
Shaun Rose washing his hands of the city right now.
following.
Yeah.
Man, my timing was really good on the first one, but my mic was muted, so
Okay,
sorry,
so these are
guys.
the amendments that we approved. The 10% of units set aside for income restricted households, a mandatory minimum requirement for a 50-50 split between 60% of area income and 80% AMI affordable units, with half of those units set aside at 60% of AMI to be ADA accessible. And additionally, that affordability restriction be extended from 30 years to perpetuity, allowing for future generations of families to remain in Worcester. So I just want to clarify, that is what came out of committee. There was ADA considerations included in that, and the majority of that committee voted yes. Again,
Joe.
the zoning committee unanimously yes.
I got millions, don't worry.
And I wanted to begin by saying, you know,
You should see my
think
20.
Council Rose has a perspective that's mostly true. Yes, developers don't like either numbers, but there are developers that I've spoken to that are okay with the numbers. They're looking forward to coming doing business with the city and making sure there's affordability in their projects. That's a fact. When you talk about facts, the research does show, the research that was done in Boston, San Francisco, that there's no significant downturn that they can contribute to IZ zoning. It's not there. There's some concerns, there's fears. And I can tell you this, fears are not facts. Fears are not facts. The research shows the concern. I've stood on this floor and I've advocated for 30, 40, 50% AMI.
Tara just
And
started
be
wagging her tail
very
when he
clear
said that.
We can't get there yet. We can't
She's
get there
sleeping.
yet. But it should certainly be a consideration.
Oh, happy birthday, system.
When you talk
Hey.
about our essential workers. Well, how essential are they? They brought us through COVID. They brought us
I'm
through
going to
the
see if I can get
pandemic.
Handpan
How
Man up
essential are
on
they?
TikTok and
How
get you a special
essential
birthday song.
are our friends and our families and our children? How essential are they? How essential are those college graduates? Those folks coming out of vocational programs, tradesmen, tradeswomen, tradespeople, coming into the workforce. How essential are they? We have to stand up on behalf of our families. I have an adult daughter. She's paying $1,800 a month. She has a master's degree in social work like myself and my wife. And it's very difficult to make ends meet. She's working 2 jobs. We wonder where our parents are when we talk about kids and what they're doing after schools, young adults. Where are they? They're probably working 2 and 3 jobs.
Christian's so good at this.
That's
He
why
like
we have
look at him
programs
play to the room.
That's why we're pushing our schools.
Oh,
to
yeah.
middle school
He's so
sports.
fucking good at it.
It's really
Government
amazing
can't do it
because if
by
you
themselves.
listen to his colleagues, they all
cannot.
accuse him as being
Requires
unprepared and
intersection. If we
clumsy.
look at COVID, we
But
look at Worcester
he
Together,
delivers to the crowd
look
better
at the
than
Worcester
anybody.
Together Housing Coalition. all
He
the
knows
things
how
that
to
we work with
sell.
UMass and others.
Yeah, totally.
It took intersection. Government cannot do it alone. We know in Holden, they're not doing their fair share. We need everyone to do their fair share. We need our developers
Build a wall.
to do their fair share.
Make them pay for it.
So that's why we're trying to require. We have to require. Wages are low, rents are high. Yes,
I'm gonna run for
families are
District D
struggling, and we
school
know
committee
disproportionate
on
impacts
that
that
platform.
it has on people of
Build a
color,
wall.
folks of lower socioeconomic status, immigrants,
It's an open
and women.
see.
It's significant. You know, you heard a little bit about, well,
I'll just run for it and be like,
you
Tracy,
move
tell me
forward
how
with
to
this,
vote
folks
on
can't
everything, and I won't say
pay for
anything
their
at any
children's
meeting.
college out of the equity.
Yeah, ever.
Well, there's a thing called paying it forward. If you are someone
I won't say a word.
who was fortunate enough to be given this opportunity, I expect as an elected official that they pay it forward. No different if it's a Habitat for Humanity home, no different. Because the point is to keep allowing folks opportunity to be lifted up. Time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. We can't continue to lose time. You know, the other point that I want to talk about is subsidies. When I brought up the lower AMIs, what I heard from the city administration and folks, the business community, was, well,
Jack, a great capper to this speech would be you streaking
Okay, so let's
across
talk
city
about
council
subsidies.
chambers.
We just made a deal where we subsidized a development project for $11.2 million.
It's 11.3.
Often the case is it's too much when we're subsidizing the people. It's too much when we're subsidizing the people. Why is it always too much when we're subsidizing the people? When we're
Stupid people don't like Tracy
businesses,
because
it's
she
not
makes
enough.
them feel stupid.
That's a question we must continue to ask ourselves as elected officials. Now, I'm going to ask you not to get distracted by the additional ADA requirement. It's already in here with numbers, expectations. And what we've seen recently, we had a developer come in, we gave them some tax breaks, and when they came to the table, they were at 60% AMI. They were with our ADA requirements because we're setting a bar here in the city of Worcester. And I can tell you, I'm tired of friends, families, people that play in my basketball leagues, people I used to play with moving out of the city. And guess what? It's not too much, Mr. Chairman. It's not too much to ask when we give that subsidy out to first remember when it comes to affordable housing, those
I
things
haven't
are
seen one
always
from Red Metro.
subsidized
They try and ignore
from a
them.
federal level, state level, or municipal level. And it's not too much to ask when that happens that we make sure there's no wage theft. It's not too much to ask when that happens for local jobs. It's not too much to ask for, Mr. Chairman, when we're thinking about subsidy and we're thinking about making sure our people can be here. It's not too much to ask for ADA
Because he knows he's
accessibility.
full of shit. That's why he.
It's simply not too much. And forget asked, it's time that the city of Worcester requires. Quick question to the chair,
You have about 3
whomever.
minutes too.
Thank you. First, quick question to the chair, to whomever. With regards to
To whom it may concern.
order of motions, we had an amended motion that I put forward in economic development that the majority of the committee supported. Now that's before us. There's been a couple of amendments. What's the order of voting on that? Because I may hold those 2 amendments. So I just want to know, what's the order of voting?
So right now, he amended the Economic Development Committee recommendation. Under our rules, the amendment goes first.
Okay.
So along
And
with
if
the
that's
amendments
voted down, then what came out of committee could perhaps, unless someone else amends something, that could be voted on next.
Right, so we'll take, like, with his amendments, then your motion, or the committee's report, along with the other
Jesus
amendments.
Christ.
Right.
What? Oh, what?
I'll reserve
This is
my
a mess.
decision to hold or not. There's another person that will hold. My only concern with the hold is this, Mr. Chairman.
What the fuck?
Time is of the essence.
Sean Rose mucked this up on purpose so bad.
Worcester's losing out, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. This is getting
God,
delayed
he's
till
so
next week.
annoying.
Losing out. I'd like an opportunity to vote on the coalitions, the zoning board, the Economic Development Committee matters where the democracy pushed it forward. I'd like to have that opportunity first. You know, and I'm very concerned that we're not going to have that opportunity. And if we vote this down, this first motion, I guess we can go to what have you. But I have the feeling it may go through, and we're not even going to have that opportunity. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that we're not able to do that. We're very close.
Oh.
And when we're that close, we should be on side of the people. This, to me, has simply become a sort of a power struggle between institutions, structures, and systems. And we're not landing on the side of the people. So if I
That
vote
would be Bill
against these
furiously
motions, I
typing.
don't want anyone to misconstrue.
I don't know, Joe. My neighbors and I have a whole plan for the next big thing that
inclusionary zoning.
we actually have a team that's ready to go out, cut down trees and telephone poles
partners
to block access from Holden and
at
Paxton,
Augustus
so the
at
raiding parties
notes
can
from
go out but can't come
2020.
in.
So this isn't something lately.
I don't
So
know. I
if
think we
take
got a pretty
no
tight unit
vote,
over here.
on my colleagues' proposals, it's not a no vote to inclusionary zoning. And I need folks to.
And me, I don't hate my neighbors, but I don't ever talk to them or look at them or trust them.
Council Haji?
We need to
Thank you,
get Bill a
Mr. Chairman.
mechanical keyboard. That'd be so sick.
I would like to make a motion that has been part of the Affordable Housing Coalition's proposal to raise
Just
the
turn it into an
payment in lieu
ASMR
of
live
from
stream.
3% to 5%, so that developers that opt out of actually creating physical units need to pay more into the Affordable Housing Trust. There's no easy way out for them. But let me
Don't
just
say
take
that.
a few moments to recognize and thank.
She's just
the,
upset I told her to lay down
Worcester
on the
Together
couch and not
Affordable
taking her
Housing
out until after this
Coalition
is done.
for organizing and for leading a
Candy looks
12-month-long conversation about who
terrified.
we are designing
She's in
this
awe
ordinance
of
for
Attell's
and how
dress.
far
That's all.
are we willing to go out for you. So in my view,
You're right, Ben.
what we vote for tonight is really significant. Councillor King is right. It's been a decades-old call to action from affordable housing for community to adopt a strong inclusionary zoning ordinance. So a unanimous yes vote for all the amendments on the floor that represent what the Affordable Housing Coalition has put forward is about our values and making life better for hundreds of low-income residents. This conversation might lose me some relationships on this chamber, so be it. What we have the opportunity to do something meaningful tonight by embracing a proposal that has overwhelming community-wide support of the planning board and partially of the ED committee. The community's proposal poses zero financial harm to developers. It is insulting that the likes of Steve Teasdale and Yvette Dyson and others in the community that have run through the numbers, that have been doing this work for a long time, that their opinions don't matter, that your work doesn't matter. The community proposal not only does pose zero financial harm to developers, it guarantees racial and socioeconomic inclusion. We have heard one singular argument on this council floor
Dang.
about this community's proposal. It will
That's how I
cause
was ripping it right
developments to
now.
stop,
Love it.
even though there is absolutely
my
zero
counselor.
evidence that it does so. Our former housing director, Scott Heyman, put it really, really beautifully. Over the years, we've heard this fear-inducing argument over and over and over again. In fact, the only time we hear about fear on this chamber, I have been watching for a long time. Even though I'm an immigrant, I came here 20 years ago. I have been watching because I care. We hear about fear-inducing arguments when we push for strong community benefits every single time. But we don't have to vote fear tonight, people. We don't have to fear vote tonight. We can vote with the urgency for our community. The people's time is tonight. Since starting these conversations, we have seen developer after developer rush to get their projects in before the inclusionary zoning kicks in. But Worcester residents, Worcester taxpayers keep being told, hold on and wait, people. We're told developers will flee if we impose restrictions that pose no financial harm to their development. So let me pose a more relevant question. How many residents and taxpayers have fled our city because I heard them tonight on this call because they don't see a livable future here? How many feel left out of the Worcester Renaissance? Raise your hands. We can start creating a more hopeful future. The people's time is tonight. Hardworking Worcester residents living in overcrowded conditions of substandard housing, our seniors unable to age at home, residents with disabilities deserve to benefit from the thousands of our new apartments. Why aren't we fighting to keep these apartments for affordable as long as we can?
Well, it'll get into his gears and circuits.
Or to unlock many housing opportunities and transform the lives of those by voting for a stronger ordinance. The people's time is tonight. I am tired of having to wait, negotiate, bargain, and beg for our community to benefit from the good things that are happening in Worcester. This room, and the people on the call have been bursting with frustrations. How much longer do you people have to wait? The people's time is tonight. We moved boldly without any concerns when we built a multi-million ballpark with taxpayer dollars. So why are we afraid to come through for our hardworking families when not a single of these amendments cost the taxpayers anything? But guaranteeing hundreds of new apartments for residents faced with dramatic rent increases is something we can be proud of. Voting for a strong inclusionary zoning ordinance brings us a step closer to building a city for all people. That people's time is tonight. I'm almost done. Families should not be worried if their children, those graduating from high school and from college, will be able to afford a place to live in the city where they all have grown up all their lives. And my constituents should not be worried what lies ahead for their soon retiring moms and dads who cannot afford these astronomical, ridiculous rents and utilities that are displacing people. 15-year-old River, who spoke here today, shouldn't feel like we're not fighting hard enough for them. The people's time is tonight. So tonight's vote is not just about abstract numbers, it's about people. It's about building a city for all. It's not about vilifying developers or anyone else on these chambers. It's about putting community first. It's not about disrupting growth, it's about disrupting poverty and housing segregation. It's about creating a hopeful future that includes all of you, regardless of what's in your wallet, regardless of what zip code you live in. The people's time is tonight.
Fucking boom.
Damn. Just eviscerated City Hall.
Yeah.
We do not deserve her. I'm so glad. So glad
Thank you,
we
Mr.
have her.
Chairman. I mean, I'm not going to repeat what's already been said. I think that people.
Oh,
that
thank you for
spoke
that.
here today,
Now repeat exactly what has been
my
said.
colleagues on the council, were very good. I'm going to say what I've been saying. I am supportive of the solution. I want to really thank the community for staying consistent and the administration. I want to also acknowledge that regardless of what happens tonight, we have a win. We have a
Shut
win
up.
because for a long time, this
No, we
conversation
don't.
would not happen on this council floor. And we would not have had people come together. That being said, though, I do want to say what I've been saying all along. I understand the concerns. I understand regarding concerns in development, but what we can't speak out of both sides of our mouth. And we have to be the council
Kind of
that
making careers of that.
understands that we are in the middle of a
We
crisis.
certainly do
I
that
might
quite a
sound like
bit.
broken record, but when we are dealing with a crisis, we have to really not just think outside the box. We need to break the box. We need to crash out of the box. When we were dealing with the pandemic, we were having to adjust. We were having to do things that normally we would not have done. And right now we are dealing with some major issues. I remember prior to pandemic, we were meeting regarding homelessness and just folks that were dealing with chronic homelessness. I have not seen this many elderly homeless. We live in a society that we say, oh, we care for our elderly. Oh, we care for our veterans. Go to the veterans shelter. Go to the veterans shelter and see how many veterans are there. Go to the SMOC shelter and see how many veterans are there. So we can't speak out of both sides of our mouths and say, oh my goodness, we care about this community. We care. I've never seen this many elderly couch surfing with families. It's been a conversation that I've been having in community, and it's really concerning because we are dealing with this crisis situation. We have to think and crash out of the box. This is why I voted to support the coalition, because this is why it has received this much support. Community has spoken. We need to make sure that we're not just, I think what Councillor King stated was really powerful, is that we need to think about facts and not fear. And for so long, can I remind people how we had concerns about needle exchange? I'm going to date myself, when we had talks about Narcan. You can even mention Narcan, and now our whole city departments are Narcan certified. We need to be able to think and not just be so reactive. We need to be planning. We are in a crisis, and this is what I want us to think about. Because we are in a crisis, we're going to have to do some things that are going to be somewhat uncomfortable, that are going to not be, that are going to be somewhat maybe fearful, but we do have some facts, right? And it goes back to what Councilor King said, which I thought was powerful. If we don't act on what we need to act on today, at the level that we need to act on, then we're going to really continue to struggle and have this conversation regarding the housing crisis that we're dealing with.
There's
right now.
no one who loves having
And
a
so either
conversation more than
we
Soraya
are
there.
a group of people that are staying.
And luckily for her, she doesn't need anyone else to be on the other side of it.
We have to have this conversation. I don't know what it is, but we gotta have it.
A little steeper than we would normally, because we're in a crisis. We would have never moved with the technology that we moved if it wasn't because of the pandemic. We would have never
she's
done
not
some of the
there,
things we did in healthcare and even such in our work environment if it wasn't for the pandemic. We had a health crisis, so we had to adjust. We have a housing crisis. We must adjust. We must respond. We must do. And it is our responsibilities as an elected body to be able to do this for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone's like, yeah, okay. Kind of got half of that. Sounded like you were.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank everyone who testified. Trying to collect myself because my heart is beating really fast. When you're on the ground, you feel the heartbeat of the people. And it's an election year, so please vote me out if I don't represent you. But I am you. I'm not sure how many people on this council floor is a renter, but I am. I'm a renter, and I'm not sure how many people here can relate or connect to the struggle right now of living in the city of Worcester. I'm not sure how many of y'all could listen and hear the heartbeat of the people right now. They've been testifying over and over, and I'm not sure why we can't hear them. Why your heart isn't beating as hard as mine. And maybe because you can't relate because you're not a renter, or you have so much privilege that you can't understand the struggle. I look at these charts and I have so many conversations with people with the 60% and 80% AMI, and I have to explain it so many times to people. But, you know, I calculate my own salary as a bartender and a city councilor and, you know, life as a single person. And I'm thinking, wow, this feels impossible. 47,000 and paying $12.50 for a 1-bedroom. And then you add on electricity and the heat of an Arctic freeze. How is this even possible? And these are the numbers we're playing with. Numbers on a chart, not people. As someone said, let's not play with people like we're Excels on a sheet. You know, these numbers, these aren't even for the people. When I think about these developers who are building studios to 2 bedrooms, they're not thinking about families. They're not. I grew up with 4 siblings and my parents in a 3-bedroom. And as refugees in the 90s, you know, we made do. We wouldn't be able to make do now. I hear stories of refugees and asylum seekers who come to Worcester just to go back to their country. They literally would choose to go back to a country that they fled from because it's actually more survivable, because Worcester is that unaffordable. And we are a gateway city. And you know, I think about this, I think about what folks feel proud about when it comes to Worcester. I think about myself as an elected official who really came through as a refugee to college educated to now as your counselor. We're not allowing that for any of our young folks. We're not allowing a future that we could be proud of. And that's a huge shame. We need housing stock that meets the needs of our community. Accessible units. We are so behind. I hear that the wait list is over a decade for an accessible unit. 12 years. What? I'm speechless. I don't even know what kind of question to follow up. And then I think about our elderly housing, and the wait list is 4 to 5 years. 4 to 5 years. And then just a few weeks ago, we had our teachers coming in to advocate for their salary because they're being pushed out. That happened here. Did we forget? Because I didn't. I know they're still in negotiation, but they are struggling. And they are our future. And so we're fighting for a strong and impactful inclusionary zoning so we could keep some units affordable. And I want to clarify, affordable, not low-income housing, but affordable. Affordable for someone like me who's a renter. And I am privileged, and I know that. I think about families. And we need to think about them as a council. Over and over, we talk about a housing crisis, and this is our chance as a counselor, as counselors, to do something about it. We talk about people who are homeless on the streets, people being evicted, people whose rents went up by the hundreds. Just in a flash, all of this happened, and this is our chance to do something, to vote to support our residents, rather than telling the developers out of fear that we gotta do what they want. We gotta stand by our people. And when we sit at the table with developers, we need to have our residents as our priority, as our values, people over profit. And so I stand here asking my colleagues to vote with Affordable Housing Coalition, to vote their proposal. And as a renter, I ask you all to stop selling out our city.
Thank you. Anybody else? I guess I'll. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I rise, first of all, to support
Georgie
Councilor
boy.
Rose's recommendations and thank him for his effort that he put forward, all members of the Economic Development Committee for the effort.
What the hell just happened?
In working through this.
I don't know, but it was awesome. It was so great.
And making what they think is the right decision in the best interest of the people of the city of Worcester. I think all of us will not agree on every.
What just
item that
happened?
we have as part of
Bill,
the.
did you yell something? Because we got 1 second of
My
it.
concern, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I said, Georgie, what are you gonna say, buddy? Let's
We got
go.
one.
Okay,
we
'cause
got 1 second of it stretched
came
out. For,
through really
I certainly don't want to.
Came through as a really offensive imitation of what's his name, Chung from the Goonies.
I am very concerned about that. So I know that you said that you would take Councilor Rose's motions first, but I just want to make sure that after the majority recommendation from the Economic Development Committee is voted, will we have a chance to go back and have a second vote on any of these items? Because maybe a reconsideration on one of them at that time, because my concern is that if we don't have the votes, we're all here for naught. And that's the worst thing that could possibly happen here this evening, is that we leave this chamber and we leave this building with no inclusionary zoning at all. So,
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would just.
The call
You can
of
ask
George
for
Russell.
reconsideration. So if the vote, you need
George
8
Russell
votes to go in,
is
so
Cthulhu.
there's 2 packages here. If neither one gets 8 votes, we go back and ask for reconsideration. Correct.
Thank you.
I'm so pissed. Sean just like completely effed the entire thing.
Yeah, Sean rat fucked it.
hey, if you have Shaun Rose's cell phone number, text him right now and tell him he fucked us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight.
Oh, what's Joe Petty gonna say? I bet it's gonna be great.
We're in a housing crisis, not just here in the city of Worcester, but in the whole state of Massachusetts, if not the whole country in some sense, especially looking at like Massachusetts.
What a
basically
fucking genius
rents
this
are
guy is.
rising. There's no question about that. Sales prices of houses are rising, they're not going down, that's for sure. And interest rates are affecting everybody's play and what they want to do going forward. Of course,
Can't
the
live
city
your
cannot
life in
address
fear.
this, no question about this. This is a statewide
I'm just kidding.
issue,
Don't kid yourself.
And the Water Lily and the governor, Driscoll, and
Just
town-
tweet at
Another
him like I'm
edition.
doing.
Another edition of Career Advice with Bryan O'Donnell.
I don't have a job, so I got a lot of time on my hands right now
The mandate of the
to
state
give out career
about
advice.
13.5%, even though we have a bunch of vouchers, thousands of vouchers for people in rent, we recognize it's still not enough. It's still not enough. There's no question.
But I
about
would
that.
like to do
And I
less than
think,
enough.
Councilor Rivera is right. 4 or 5 years ago, we would never have this discussion. A couple years ago, we asked the city manager.
Don't pat yourself on the
bring
back
this
for
back
fucking
to back
talking about.
and work
God
with
damn
the
it, dude! I hate this fucker.
and work with
I
the
hate
community
this
to come up
fucker
with
so
a
much.
plan. And I'm going to hit
I think the one thing we should all commit to here in the chat tonight is to refuse to vote for Joe Petty and to convince your friends not to vote for him either.
Yeah.
Make up whatever you have to make up. I don't care what you say.
Joe
but-
Petty is a bastard. Like, just let's not get this. Let's not get this twisted. He's a nice guy and all. He's a fucking bastard.
He's a bastard.
that more.
We don't need him. We can do better. We can do better.
Most of the developers aren't happy with plan A or B. There's no question about it. But it's most important.
Did you guys know that all of Joe Petty's ties are made from the skins of endangered salamanders?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. And he steals them from the ecotarium to make the ties.
The Council King will mention
Actually, he has Dan Rassicot steal them.
in his weird fucked up car.
I'm not going to listen to you. Imagine that. The Attorney General of the state of
Dan
Massachusetts.
Rassicot drives Joe Petty to the ecotarium on field trip days so Joe can play the most dangerous game.
The housing rules that he put forth. And so this is not a city of Worcester thing. We all should work together to make sure that housing is developed, not just here in the city of Worcester, but throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And that includes contiguous cities and towns around the city of Worcester. That's the only way this is going to be done. You know, we have both plans. This plan that Peter Dunn has provided, I'm going to support Council Rose's recommendation.
From what I hear, yes, Brian.
Because I think we always can change it.
Who knows?
Down the road.
So
People
the petty machine might grind them down.
And taking a look at this on a semi-annual period to see where we are in this development. I know at least you look at some of the development has come back in the past. The Economic Development Office has guided.
Why should I have to vote yes on this? Someone else should fix this problem.
Yeah. Going forward, because this is what we want in the city of Worcester. And I think it's more flexible. More developers will still come here. And the housing is important to me. I try to address every issue that comes in front of me. It's what's in the best interest of the people of Worcester. And I've had, Peter Dunn probably doesn't want to talk to me anymore. I probably had several discussions with him.
Oh, wow, what a sacrifice.
People. And then I think what he put together was a good plan. So I'm going to support that plan. Thank you.
Oh, what a master. He really bridged the divide there.
So we'll take a vote. Okay. Council King.
What are we voting on? Come on, dude. Stop being such a fucking cock about this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a couple of questions to the chair. One of the things that I had asked for some time ago via an order, and this is around the concern for a local workforce. When I speak to business folks, they want a local, reliable workforce. You talk to folks in the restaurant business. You talk to folks, small businesses. They need people who live here to work here. One of my orders I had asked for was for the city to come back with which city employees would be included or excluded on the various AMIs. And I just want to ask through the administration when we plan on getting that report back.
Mr. Manager.
Through Chair to the council, we'd be happy to provide that report for the next council meeting.
Thank you. The reason that's important is we've heard time and time again, we heard it when we were going through the city manager hiring, that it's important to be able to hire folks from the city to work for the city. This is also part of that. I think I know where these votes will fall. I'm pretty sure folks here can predict where they will fall as well. I wanted to share that in my personal experience, in my circle, folks have had their rents increased $500 with little to no notice. $300 increases. Single parents, families. And I'm not going to beat this over the head too much because it doesn't, we got to take the vote. What I will also mention, however, as a social worker, we know that Worcester's a hub for services, resources, treatment, mental health, all that stuff, despite the waiting list.
Oh, it's no doubt that Joe Petty's a very nice guy.
Super.
But luckily, I don't give a fuck about that, and fuck him as a
And this is an opportunity to.
I don't care. He's super nice to me. He's like.
I mentioned this.
And I'm nice to him too, but I
feasibility.
don't give a fuck.
In places where
this isn't high school superlatives.
Yeah, you don't get to be my mayor just because you show up to the hot dog safari.
Determine the AMIs. What makes sense?
Is anyone in the chat still in City Hall? I'm just curious if there's still a big crowd.
I have a question to economic development regarding whether or not we're going.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thanks for sticking around tonight, everybody.
By making it
this has been a very productive chat. This evening, we've had great comments, and you guys are the best.
Progress.
Couldn't do it without you.
I think we should have a feasibility study, no matter what the vote is. Through the chair is a feasibility plan something that we're going to have to do, and if so, why?
Mr. Dunn.
Through the chair to the councilor, you are correct that many communities do a feasibility study when they're
preparing for an inclusionary zoning ordinance. We
That's the thing.
recognize the
Like,
urgent need.
the only
that
time I
exists
ever deal with
in
him
some
is
cases. It takes more than a
when it
year
comes
for
to
that
like
kind of a study to be undertaken.
something that makes him
We
look
also
good or
review
makes him
several that have
like,
been done for other communities in the
like the
Commonwealth, and
roast
a
is
lot
a
of
perfect
economic
example. He was very cool about the roast,
similar across
but that's
cities,
because
so
it
we
scores
feel
him points
comfortable based
of
on
people
that
being like, "Wow, Joe's really
research and
cool."
the interest of expediency to move forward without
I've never,
hiring
but we've never been in a
consultants.
situation
But to your
where
point, and I think maybe
you know,
Councilor Rose referenced it earlier, with the MBTA
we've had
communities
crosswords or
legislation,
anything like that.
we're
So,
in pretty good
yeah,
shape.
but again,
in
even
terms
if
of our
we,
compliance
you know,
with
doesn't
allowing
matter. I just
multifamily
think he
development by
sucks
right
for
in
the
a certain
city
area
as the
around
mayor,
Union
and we
Station.
can do better.
But that guidance to local communities also says that they're looking to see communities not establish affordability requirements in those areas that would be more than 10% of a project.
Do not blame you.
80%
Do
area
not blame
median
you at
income.
all. For
So even with
I
either of
feel
the
you on that
proposals that
one.
are being discussed here tonight, moving forward over
It
the next year, we will have
is
to do an economic
punishment.
analysis and send that into the Department of Housing and Community Development to demonstrate that our
What was the
inclusionary
quote that
zoning
Shaun sent
ordinance
us earlier
does not
today
inhibit housing
about
production
Worcester?
around Union Station.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna find it in our group text.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
that was beautiful.
It's
Worcester is the place where one starts out in life with nothing and usually ends up with less.
Note that,
That's
as
so
Councilor
cool.
Rose mentioned, this came before us in one form or
I want to
fashion.
get that
Fucking-
tattooed on my forehead.
Almost a year
Oh
out.
my god,
Feasibility study takes a year or so.
Aaron Richard Golub,
It's very important.
his memoir.
That we stand for the right thing, and through the chair to the clerk. With regards to this vote, I want folks to be clear. This is a vote to advertise an ordinance. Is that right?
Mr. Cork?
Through the chair to the council, correct. So basically, you know, Councilor Rose's original motion was to support the city manager proposed ordinance with the two
What? He
additional
didn't-
motions he brought forward.
Here's the thing: how can he amend a motion without a vote?
The right answer is that
An
we have
item,
to
I
come
mean.
in with the amendments to the council one more time, and
They're voting through the amendments and then they're voting on the two proposals.
the-
but they didn't say
So
what
basically,
order
we-
they're
we-
voting
we-
on the two
we made-
proposals.
Council Hyde
So
made an
fucking.
amendment. Council Rose has made an amendment.
Hold on.
So I think everybody has to see the item before we vote to advertise. So my instinct, is that right?
Your
yeah,
instinct?
Solicitor, that you
That's
have
never
to-
good.
You have to come in with the ordinance.
When it's his, when it's his, it's spelled INSTINK.
What we've tried to do tonight is what you're going to vote on is the final form of the ordinance.
Oh, good. This should clear it up.
Yeah, he definitely knows the right thing to do.
Amendments are made tonight, and the next meeting will be the actual vote to advertise.
And that's when's the next meeting through the chair?
So 2 weeks from tonight.
2 weeks from today, and then it'll go out and how long
Fucking
does the process
Ratlock
take
over
to
there.
go out and back?
The motion to advertise, then we have a motion to 10 days. 10 days.
Okay, so we're talking perhaps a month or so, we have to have the meeting and vote on it again. At that time, we would actually be voting on accepting the ordinance, correct?
As yes.
When it goes out, or when it comes back.
Yeah. So we'll come back on the 25th. What we vote on, then we vote to advertise.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear about that, so folks understand what exactly we're voting about on, what we're voting on here today. You know, and
I missed this troubler, but thank you for doing that.
Council Hyde.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, because I watched the Economic Development Committee very closely. There were, what we have here on 16B as amended, what that means is that Councilor King made two particular amendments. One is that we need to keep these apartments affordable for 99 years in perpetuity.
Yeah, it's in there.
And the other one was the hybrid proposal, the 50-50 with a 5% restriction. That is what amended entails in this case. So I just want to make sure that we're taking these amendments as they are presented to us on the floor one by one. The third amendment that I made was from the 3% to 5%, which means the increasing in payment in lieu of. And then the last amendment that Councilor Rose just made on the floor, which I believe is supported by the Center for Living and Working, the Disability Advocates,
Correct.
is the fourth amendment. So
Well, this is how I'm gonna do it. We have the report that came out of the committee. Those we don't have to vote those separately. Those are already included.
why can't we vote them separately?
They're already voted. They're in front of us as a package.
Right. I
So
understand
then
that. But
yours-
I'm requesting a separate vote on the amendments that Councillor King made. I'm requesting that we take those amendments,
But
if
they're,
we
they're
can
already in,
enumerate them.
there's no need to do that. They're already in the package. That's what we're voting on tonight. They're already, Council King
What?
committee, right? It was a 2-1, I could be wrong, 2-1 vote that included 5% at 5% at 60 MI and 5% at 80 MI, if I got that right.
What
It also
the
included
fuck?
99 years for the term, and also accessibility, I think was required 2.5 at 60 AMI. So that was already, that's in front of us now. The only amendments that's a part of that.
They're gonna
the
fuck
amendment
this up.
we just made was on from 3% to 5% regarding payment in lieu. So it's already in there. So it doesn't.
I understand, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not trying to be combative, but
I'm so lost.
Councillor King did not put an amendment on the ADA. There were 2 amendments that he put forward. I just want to make sure the public is clear what those 2 amendments, how they're outlined, and so I understand that you. All I'm saying is, could you please repeat to the public what those 2 amendments are from Councillor King's ED committee, and then enumerate again what we're voting on Councillor Rose's ADA amendment.
So my understanding is what in front of us is tonight, Mr. Dunn, you can help me out if I get this wrong. It's a 5% at 60 AMI and a 5% 80 AMI. That's what's in front of us. It has a term of 99 years. And you made a amendment to it to include payment in lieu of at 5% of the construction costs. That's the only amendment tonight. And was there anything on accessibility that came out of the committee?
That's not the only amendment.
Through the chair
That's
to the
not
counselor
the
and to the
only-
group,
what the fuck?
hopefully this will help clarify. The planning board recommendation included 2 elements of the Affordable Housing Coalition's proposal. It included consideration for the payment in lieu, and then consideration for the split of 80 and 60 AMI. And I think as that went to committee, the committee report didn't reflect all of the elements of the coalition's proposal. So Councillor King tonight was amending the committee's report to reflect all of the elements of the coalition's proposal. Is maybe the most simple way I know how to explain it.
And what was his amendment tonight? On the accessibility, you mean? No.
Oh boy, Joe.
Oh my God.
Holy shit.
Joseph Petty.
So does Attell have it wrong?
So
Who has it wrong? Someone's got it wrong.
Under our rules,
Everyone's
the
wrong.
Economic Development Committee, he
This
amended
whole
the
damn court is out of order.
amendments take precedent. We hope that as he amended it with his 2 as a package, 10% of the units of multifamily developments of 12 or more be certified. It's just the right one here.
Jesus Christ, dude. This is...
Delaney, they often sit
Government
there
inaction.
at those tables in the middle of the room, especially when the room is pretty packed. The gallery is packed, so they're not taking up space from people that. Oh, the public.
And also, he had at this section of sentence be.
But it also gives them a desk to type on
5%
and
units
power
with
and
income
etc.
restrictions at 60% AMI. So.
This seems like
so
the
take
right
that
time to
as a
let
vote.
everybody know that
And you need
in
8
the course of
votes.
this meeting, I've
Fails.
inhaled 3/4 of a pound of high chews, and I'm pretty close to vomiting.
I've actually almost finished my burrito, and that never happens.
Oh, I'd kill for a burrito right
I'm
now.
stress
So much better
eating.
than high chews.
As amended. So he
2 on 9.
I mean, high chews are awesome, but
High
this is
chews
a
are
lot.
fantastic.
You're gonna go in diabetic shock.
With the economic, she amended.
Dude, this is impossible.
It's for the fans, man.
Of the committee that's in front of us tonight.
Nice.
I do not envy you, Bill, for having to report on this later.
Along with his 2 amendments, roll call.
Jesus Christ. I'm going to watch this like 3 times.
They're,
We're gonna go with the city
the
manager's
mango, grape,
proposed
green apple, and strawberry.
ordinance, as well as the 2 additional amendments provided by Council Rose. Council
Actually, I'm just getting a text from Matt Wally. Brendan, he's calling you immature.
Oh wait, they're going into the vote.
Councilor GI?
Hold on.
This is on the Rose's
We're
amendment
going to go back and give us the time.
version of the city amendment.
Go ahead, finish the roll call.
No, I'm not comfortable voting until I understand what I'm voting.
Thank you, Attell.
Everyone cheers.
I would, if possible, through the chair, if we could have Council Rose explain what that second amendment was, not the ADA one. We understand that through the chair. If we can have
fair. I mean-
that explanation, that would be great.
Thank you, Council Haji, and I offer Peter Dunn to come up and also highlight the details of this. In the packet, administration.
Since he wrote my
package on the
speech earlier, I don't feel comfortable
There's a
speaking
section
on
in there that is specific to
Mr. Dunn's
incentives.
words.
And so it's very loosely.
The only issue with us doing this show is that it's
indicative of,
just technically
required
showing the world how fucked
What I'm saying
this city is.
Unless you do, if you can
Like, we're
only
doing
get
so
that
much damage that all the inclusionary zoning in the world couldn't fix.
You do not get it if you do 61 or above. And so basically, I'm trying to incentivize developers to go to the 60% to be able to achieve the incentives.
Why aren't we voting on the coalition's proposal and the city's proposal separately?
Just clean. Yeah.
And I can.
We
ask
will
Peter
be.
and, Mr. Dunn, am I okay with
Oh,
that?
will
Would
we?
those
Coalition's
amendments? Would
proposal
those
is gonna
amendments?
come in between.
Okay, so we'll do
Would those amendments apply to both proposals?
No.
Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
I'm surprised she voted yes to any of
Council
them.
King?
Hold on one second. So does it go from first voting on Roses, and then if that doesn't go, we vote on Kings?
Correct.
Okay. And then if they both don't pass, we go back to Roses.
Correct.
Okay.
Can you read the numbers again?
We're in the middle of the roll call, finish, we'll come back.
Council,
Point of order, if you can just clarify
numbers?
the numbers for this amendment.
Kid, what the?
This feels stressful.
He amended the.
You ever get called on in school when you absolutely did not read the
We had
homework?
the accessibility
And you're just like
Exactly.
scrambling?
then he did
That's
the,
Joe Petty right now.
incentives at 60%.
That's what this feels like to
Numbers are the
watch.
same that-
Yeah. Oh, the numbers are the same, 15 and 10? Is that what you're asking?
That's not the numbers, dude. Oh my god.
Hey, can we
15 and 10 come from?
point of order? Can we just burn the fucking city down instead of going through with this?
To try to offset
What
the
is
cost
going on?
impact of
We should just
the affordability
restart.
restriction. So it talks about a density bonus, dimensional relief, off-street parking relief. That applies to
They cut
all
back and
inclusionary
Sergeant's just cleaning his
development under
gun
our proposal. So what
in the
Councilor
gallery.
Rose was suggesting was that those incentives are
A
only
dear
offered
friend of mine years
to a
ago
development
proposed that was the
includes
best
some
way to turn
percentage of the
Worcester around,
60
was to
AMI
take all of our
units. So it's
revenue,
further
build a giant
encouraging those
robot
developers
that would have the single purpose of destroying the entire city,
So they can still be.
and then give it 10 years, and we'd build it back up from scratch.
Yeah, so for example, under the coalition's proposal, they were suggesting 5% of a project at 80, 5% of a project at 60. That project would be able to achieve these incentives. If there was a project that decided to do 15% of the project at 80 AMI, they would not be offered the incentives. So it's a further encouragement for developers to make that decision.
Okay, good
to meet the
amendment.
greater needs that we're experiencing in the community at the 60% AMI, because it would open up their
Joe
ability to
needs
achieve these
to
incentives.
step in here and say exactly how many votes we're taking and what the order of the votes is. He is just not doing that.
Can you repeat what you said?
Because he's confused too.
The city administration's proposal, as you know, is a sliding scale option.
Okay, Tim Dunn is now
So,
getting pissed that everybody else is
inclusionary
trying to
zoning
copy his
compliance
homework.
Would be either 15% of a project at 80% AMI, or 10%
That's where the
of a
15 and
project
10
at
came in.
60% AMI. We've tried
Okay.
to build in that encouragement for developers to choose the 60% option. Councilor Rose is taking that further because he would like this section relative to density bonuses, dimensional relief, and off-street parking relief, that is only offered to projects that include 60% AMI units. It would not be offered.
But we
to a
need
project
parking
that
relief
collected the
across the
15%
board.
of the project at only the 80
We don't need this much
AMI.
parking.
Does that include the affordability restriction and the?
Dunn should just stay up
units
there.
we Decide at 60% AMI to be ADA accessible. Does it include that?
Mr. Dunn?
Through the chair to the counselor, under every proposal discussion that's happening tonight, the units come with a deed restriction. So that's clear, that there's no, I think, confusion about that. It comes with an affordability restriction. It's a deed restriction.
Okay. Is there a percentage tied to that?
When you say Percentage, what do you
So
mean?
again, the amendment that was made in economic development was that 50-50 split between 60% of area.
When you say parking relief, do you mean for like a Prius or like a Tahoe?
Set aside at 60%.
What about a two-door 2021 Ford
Dunn
Bronco?
is the head of the development.
Yeah, Tim.
Economic development.
Peter.
yeah.
Peter Dunn. Sorry.
Through the
Oh,
chair
I
to
was
the
answering someone in
counselor,
chat.
and
Oh, sorry.
I think the motion made by Councilor Rose was the city administration's proposal.
Speaking of
with his two amendments,
parking,
the
do you guys see
language around
that
proportionality for
that new
accessibility,
building,
making sure that
the
there's
new
a
apartment
mix
building
of
that's going to go
affordable
up
and marketable units for any required accessible
across from
units in the
It's gonna
WICN?
have
as
the
well as the
automated
second
stacked
amendment
parking.
about the
But it's also
section,
being built on
relative
top of
to
the
density
parking lot that's
bonuses,
down there.
dimensional relief, off-street parking relief is only offered
Really?
to
Wild. An
projects
8-story building is going in
for,
behind
at least
Hanover, right?
one unit
Yeah.
effectively of 60% AMI.
It's gonna be nuts down there.
Okay, anybody else?
I missed the opening to Hades Town because of the traffic down there.
I'm
We couldn't
sorry.
get in and out of
I
the
can't hear you.
garage
Go
because
back
everyone
to
was
the
trying to
vote
walk across.
So the vote here now is take on, the first vote would be to take
Needs a
Joe.
bridge.
Council Rose's amendment to the Economic
hold on,
Development Committee
hold on.
recommendation to support the city manager's proposal on inclusionary zoning as presented on December 6, 2022, and as presented by the city administration with the two amendments that he has provided. All set?
So
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
No.
Council Rivera?
No.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, that vote is 7-4.
Okay. So the next vote.
They need
would
8
be
votes, right?
The recommendation as presented by the Economic
Yeah.
Development Committee and the 2-1 vote, which was
Okay.
also amended by Council Haji tonight regarding the payment in lieu of from 3% to 5%, correct? Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Calorio?
No.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King? Council Member
Yes.
Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
No.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No.
So, Mr. Mayor, that fails 7-4. I'm sorry, 4-7.
Okay, so we can ask for,
Motion to reconsider that vote.
so the motion is to reconsider.
Really?
The amendment to economic development.
never
as
understand
proposed by
that.
Council Rose.
That was
yeah,
my
it's
motion.
stupid.
I didn't hear the motion. She said
My
reconsider.
motion, we finished that vote. I made a motion to reconsider that vote that we just took.
Okay, so motion is to reconsider the vote we just took. Okay.
Why are they clapping? Oh my god, this is so goofy. Fuck.
They think they have a chance, I
Oh, the vote we
guess.
just
I
took
don't know.
just now, which
Yeah,
was
they don't
the committee's
understand what that
report
was.
2-1. The vote we just took now. Okay.
Gee, it's a reconsider. You guys do this all the fucking time. Get your shit together. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't.
Which vote are we reconsidering?
The vote we just took. The
Oh
second
my
vote we
God.
just took.
Gloria, pay
moly.
attention.
The report of the economic development.
But who's on first?
I don't understand why Christian called for a reconsideration on his instead
I
of Sean's.
don't either.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
No.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
No.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
No.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. So what's the vote on that?
I need to take another hit. This
It's
is
4-7.
horrible.
Mr.
4-7.
Chairman, reconsideration of my proposal, please.
Okay,
Oh
so we
my
have a
God,
vote
this
on
is so
Council
fucking
Rose's
petty.
proposal. Reconsider. Roll call.
But what
Council
about
Bergman?
mine?
Council Calorio?
Yes.
What?
Council Haji?
You're supposed to all vote no. What are you guys doing?
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
No, now they're
You wanna
reconsider?
redoing roses because they want to
Rivera?
reconsider roses because it's the better
Yes.
version of the
Council
city's
Rose?
version.
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
This was how they
Yes, so
got
the
back
motion now
around
is
to
to,
doing
Oh.
Rose's
Motion in front of us is
amendments.
to amend the Economic Development Committee recommendation to support the city manager proposal on inclusionary zoning on December 6, 2022, was presented by the city administration with the 2 amendments. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay.
Great.
So they actually use it effectively.
Consider that vote, please.
Oh, shut up,
Yeah.
Kate.
What the fuck?
They want, she's trying to lock it in now.
Reconsideration? Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Calorio?
No.
Council Haji?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Merrill Carlson?
No.
Council Nguyen?
No.
Council Rivera?
No.
Council Rose?
No.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. Then we have a motion on the floor for feasibility study. Roll call.
I need pie.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
No.
What?
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Her signal got lost on the
Yes.
dark side of the
Council
moon.
Rose?
She did.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
No, we shouldn't do a feasibility study to institute the thing we just voted on.
The opera funding, and from Council Rose.
What a dummy.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King? Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, we have
Heck?
16C from Council Haji regarding, what's that as it reads? Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Okay, we're on 16, let me just read. 16C, request the manager work with the appropriate representation from the Department of Housing and Community Development to approve a local preference clause
Oh,
for
God.
inclusionary zoning ordinance to ensure that Worcester residents are prioritized for inclusionary zoning restricted units. Roll call.
Chairman, can I sign on to that?
Yeah, as amended.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Where did he go?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Was his
Council
mic
Nguyen?
off?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. This brings us back to our regular meeting.
Order.
We are on petitions. We have 8A, was going to refer to the planning board. 8B and C was going to refer to public works. 8D to 8J is going to refer to traffic and parking. 8K is to the hearing for April 25th, 2023 at 6:30 PM.
Does anybody know what happened there?
Location, roll call.
Yeah, hold on. Give me a minute.
Yeah, I know.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King? Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We have the non-city council confirmations. 9.1A, transmitting information communication relative to the pre-appointment of Cecilia Gonzalez to the Elections Commission. Transmitting information communication relative to the appointment of Christian Livarti to the Worcester Arts Council. And C, transmitting information communication appointment of Asuncion Sarico to the Elder Affairs Commission. Motions to place these on file for roll call. And first of all, I just want to thank them for their service and volunteering.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji? Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Next.
The heck is going on?
Angry people talking in the lobby.
Yeah.
Now we're just going to do one more appointment here. Recommend the appointment of Amar Ashabahai and the appointment of James Leo Bedard and Theodore Costas
All
to
right.
the.
I need to take
Citizens
5 and
Advisory
sort out all these
Council.
motions. I'll be back in a minute.
Cool.
Good luck.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilmember
With
Carlson?
that
Councilor Nguyen?
many candidates
Councilor
running for
Rivera?
office involved
Yeah.
with this,
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
with
Yes.
inclusionary zoning, I'm really curious to see how hard of a press they put on
Yes.
sitting councilors.
Okay, I know we have the chief there,
Right.
the 9.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty far out
here
where a
on-
vote
here
like this,
on
even though it's consequential, usually doesn't
Police
carry that much
Department.
water in a race because short memories and
Motion is
whatnot.
to,
It'll be curious to see
go
how
to
long this one gets dragged out in the
9.12. All
public.
those in favor?
Yeah.
Opposed, so ordered.
I
Choose to
think
make
it's
information
gonna
communications
go at
relative to analysis
least
of
through the
2022
signature
crime
period.
statistics. Any
I
questions?
think it'll be talked about through May at minimum.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I just want to state that this was a really encouraging report.
But then the budget
It's
happened,
very
so
clear that our police department is doing something right, and that they're really the changes that we've made, that they've made in the department regarding utilizing the technology has really made it.
no, I meant TK.
And I really look forward
The
to
amendment was from
talking about,
Attell to make sure that
these
it was
in
going to
depth.
Worcester residents.
I know that the incidences of 911 calls have gone up, and I think that that's great that people are calling. And then the other thing that's gone up has been aggravated
How fucking
assaults.
pro cop do you have to be where an increase in 911
everything else
calls
has
is
gone
a
down.
celebration?
So, you know,
Yeah.
I think it's important to get a little more detail on
Good for
this,
business, guys.
committee level.
Oh
but
my
I really
goodness,
want
why is
to,
she smiling about
congratulate the
this?
chief, his command staff and the department for all of their hard work that they do.
Yes,
day
it's
in
still the
and day
city's
out,
proposal.
and on the
It's
streets.
the city's
with our
proposal with
community.
that amendment and the
It's
two
really
amendments that
doing his work.
Rose
Thank you.
made.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me shuffle my papers here. 912. Hold on, let me grab that.
You can vote her out in September,
Mm-hmm.
potentially. Because
It's up to
I
us.
mean, it would be wonderful if
Yeah,
she
right
didn't
here.
make it past the
You want it?
preliminary.
I can't.
That
Oh,
would
that's so
be
sweet.
hilarious.
So sweet.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Man,
and I'm
that
gonna try
would
to
make me
stand
so
straight.
happy.
I've been told not to show the top of my head when I'm speaking, so I'm gonna try to do better and to not say So here we go.
I know who told you that.
So I'm doing better here. There we go. So these statistics, I certainly am happy to see. I want to kind of point out what I always say when these statistics come forward. Worcester is a safe city. For our size population, we are a safe city. I think these statistics, we shouldn't hang our hat on it and make it about simply policing. I think that's a mistake. I think that what we need to do is to think about how we police, Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean by that is if we're going to honor our law enforcement when crime statistics are low, then we have to blame them if crime statistics are high.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
And
about.
we all know from research that economy, opportunity, resources, policing, and other matters
Affordable housing.
impact statistics. And what I've always said is, let's not hang our hat on statistics. Let's hang our hat on how law enforcement engages with the community. They can't do their job without the community. They can't follow up on leads without their community. They can't solve crimes without their community. And I really think these statistics not just speak to us being a safe city, it speaks to the people and their willingness to engage and be a part of crime solving and crime stopping. I look forward to going to committee, and I think that enough has been said on some of the various shot spotter connect and efficacy. I look forward to new numbers. I would like to make a motion to look at the data related to that. I also had filed a motion some time ago for additional police data related to how often we engage with citizens and things of that nature, interrogation. I don't know if we're keeping those statistics, but I will be filing orders for that moving forward. I think our job is, when things are going well statistically, that we take a look at all engagements so we can learn as a elected body what's working and what's not. I appreciate the report. Look forward to it going to committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll say a few words on it.
Oh, good. 37 salamanders died to
Thank
make
you,
this
Madam
speech
Chair.
possible.
I just want to thank the police chief for being
It's a
here
monster.
tonight, and the report from his crime analysts and his deputies. And it just shows, the chief will be the first to tell you, it's not the Worcester police by themselves. It's the community and how they interact with the community. And that's what you've been doing for years, all the different programs that the Worcester Police has done. And it's good to review it. It's good to understand what's working, what's not working. And I think the committee was sending that to public safety. I think good points are made. You know, we do a lot of programs. We're going to have mental health counselors going in the future, working with the Worcester Police, and hopefully that's coming to fruition soon. And so it's a whole community effort, and that's what you can.
I'm looking forward to that
see
program.
this in the crime statistics. You know, we have that youth violence prevention group.
Step in the right
that
direction,
we've
at
met
least.
since maybe what year? 2015. 2015, because I remember there was a spike in crime that year. Not just crime, but shootings here in the city of Worcester, involving our neighborhoods, involving our schools, and we put that committee together. Myself and the previous city manager, and Eric Batista was the person who ran it and understands it. And that's the community coming together. Those people meet. The people in that group, the subgroups, meet on a monthly basis, weekly basis. Meet on a weekly basis, and we meet as a, which is coming up pretty soon, on a quarterly basis with myself, the team, and the city manager, and the Worcester Police Department, and all the community partners. And I really think it makes a difference. It makes a difference in our schools, because we actually analyze what's going on in the Worcester Public Schools at that meeting. And the chief's involved with that, the superintendent's involved, her office is involved with that. And it makes a difference. I think this is why these crime stats are where they are. And it's about working together as a community, making sure we listen to the community. That's exactly what we've been doing since 2015. I think if you will compare us, you can just turn on the news anytime in Massachusetts, look at other cities and across the country also. And just, it doesn't mean we couldn't have an issue here in the city of Worcester, but it means we're on the right track. So I just want to thank the chief. I want to thank the community on both making this happen here in the city of Worcester, making Worcester one of the safest places to live. And it's rated that way too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Boy.
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I just want to quickly, again, reiterate some of the words that the mayor mentioned. You know, policing nowadays is a very tough job. There's a lot of demands, a lot of expectations on police departments across the nation. And this department is not alone to that. There's a lot of expectations and demands in this department. And I just want to give kudos to the department and the chief
Yes.
for the continued work on making sure things
That's
are
the one.
safe. I know Christian on the councilor.
I really hope someone points that out.
We are one of the
Please.
safest cities across New England, across the nation. When we're talking about mid-size, the size of our community.
That is an insane
all
tie.
the different things that we offer as a city.
It is. Whoever said that earlier, I think it was Eric Stratton.
College life, all of those things that we offer. That
Told
a
us
lot
to
of
keep
these
an eye out.
communities offer.
It's a fucking crazy tie.
We still have great,
Looks
safe
like Target Christmas
because of the
wrapping
department,
paper.
And these data points show that, right? And as we continue to work on community engagement, community policing, which is a strong philosophy of this leadership, it continues to show our engagement to the community.
Because the Worcester Police Department threatens people that work against them.
Safe, and the officers being engaged in all those conversations at neighborhood meetings, at all of the events, etc. So I just want to give a kudos to the department, because these are moments that oftentimes we don't get to celebrate, but I do want to celebrate the successes of these data points that we show here as we continue to grow and develop the department. So kudos to the chief and his department for their strong effort over the past year. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to send that to public safety. Roll call.
And police union, if you're listening, please don't ruin my career. I know
Gloria.
you
Yes.
Councilor Gia.
can.
Councilor King.
and
I just realized I was
I'd
on
rather
mute.
you
Carlson.
Didn't.
Leanne.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
You gotta tell me when I'm still muted.
Yes. Okay, that brings us back to our regular meeting. Thank you, Chief.
It was good, and now I don't remember what I said.
The police union.
Okay, oh,
We are
Kate, going to
on
follow him out.
9.3A, transfer information communication over the detailed report of the city of Worcester School Department wage earners. So
Show the shot of Kate to me
now we're
fawning
back
over.
to the regular meeting.
What's that? We are on 9.3A on wage earners report.
Oh, that was everyone's. All of the police making all of the money. We do have a data analyst now, apparently.
That's fun. We can get a breakdown of demographics.
Oh, so are we going to talk about how the top 47 of 50?
No, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, if we can get a breakdown of demographics.
Bill, did we ever get a number on what came out of contract negotiations for the body cameras?
No, and we're looking to
No,
make sure
no,
that
I'm still working on that.
Proportionally, in the workplace, making sure that
I'm not even
diversity
sure if it's settled,
folks
honestly.
that are getting paid proportionally, and to really also take a look at some of the entry level.
I'm gonna get some pie.
And how much we're paying.
I'll be right back.
Finished talking about inclusionary zoning, and the fact that we want folks who work for City Hall, for Worcester, for the city of Worcester to be from Worcester. And I'm really interested.
It would be interesting to take a look at the
more
bottom of that list
of,
and see how many city employees
have
don't
for
make the
portfolio.
area meet 60%
I'd like
AMI.
to break it down into demographics for an additional reports. Fine if we file it. Also, I think I'm also interested to see the upper echelon of salaries in the city and a breakdown of demographics there as well. I think that'll serve HR and others moving forward.
Do you really need to tell us who's on the upper end of the strata there, Councilor King?
City of Worcester, the number one employer in the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I could do it pretty quickly right now if you'd like me to.
Thank you. So the motion is a file
Cops.
item, also a motion on demographics. Councilor DeWitt.
In
Chief
descending,
Sergeant's
in descending
he's-
order of
Thank you,
citizen
Mr.
complaints.
Chairman. I would be remiss if I did not mention the
He's
striking
third on
amount
the list,
of,
I think, this year.
Worcester Police Department
Bumping up a spot
officers that are
from last
making
year. He
the
beat
top
out his
47 out of
like
50 city
Anthony
salaries.
Petroni finally.
And I looked at the TNG for their stats. And so even our city manager, our previous city manager, Ed Augustus, was simply 55th. And our current one is 64th. And our superintendent being 368th in this list. And so for me, it's concerning to see that, this is the case. I also know that someone brilliant document and our priorities and our values. And I understand public safety, and I understand that a large chunk of this come from private detailing and overtime. And so I do want to get some reports on this under the matter of that. And I have some clarifying questions, which I think they might have just left. But I do want to
they're
ask,
not here for
does
you to-
private detailing overlap with police overtime?
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, no, it does not.
It doesn't? Okay. And so can I get an example of, I'm just trying to understand. So a company requests detailing, and I assume the pay goes to our city. And so I'm just wondering, does the city gets a revenue or receipts with it?
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, so every time there's a company, whether it's a vendor, let's say, for example, National Grid or any other vendor, is doing any construction when it's requesting detail presence, there's a 10% administration fee that's adjusted to, that's allocated, that's associated to that request of the officers who are working at time of detail during the time that they're working for that project.
And so we often pay millions in overtime in our budget. From what I know, last time it was 4.6. That was already allocated in our fiscal year. And so, which is comparable to the Health and Human Services budget. Is there a reason for that? Do we not have enough officers that we have to have pay overtime?
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, that's a very complex thing to answer. one of the answers to that, yes, we need more officers. The complement is much lower than what it should be. But one of the things related to overtime is anything related to crime investigations, any things related to neighborhood meetings, events, etc., even council meetings, etc. All those things officers are doing that outside of their general duty. And their general duty is to patrol the streets. And so when they're doing things outside of their general duty, oftentimes it requires overtime to be able to do those general duties, unless it's something that is privately detailed.
Yeah, you see, the problem is that the police union
So
bilks
I
us
know that
every
it
year
seems like
on
it's
a
been for many
contract.
fiscal years that we just have overtime into our budget. And so are we working towards a solution to not pay so much overtime? Or is this just a common practice that we're going to continue doing?
What an awesome question. Of course
We're
it
always
is.
working to make sure that we do overtime, not only
No,
this
you're
department,
not.
the fire department, and
Shut up.
every department. That's a conversation actively right now. And in our budget discussions, we're always working to find ways to reduce that. But again, there's so many variables that impact the reasons why overtime is needed for different departments at different times.
Gotcha. So I would like a report on the data of the overtime work that you've mentioned and the complexities, just so that we can have an understanding of that, as well as a report of the process of detailing in the past 3 years, and how we do that kind of work. Thank you.
Okay, so we got Council King.
Sorry. The other question I have is through the chair to the administration. Do we take a look at overtime for all departments? I know we've in my committee over the last 3+ years, we've looked at the audits of police overtime. There are a number of things that were supposed to take place in terms of technology, oversight, or concerns about folks signing off, not signing off, not being able to read who signed off, all that stuff. We know there's a pending court case as well. And I also know that there's currently an audit on the police department. My question is, do we audit other departments for overtime? I know, so that's the question. Do we have a formal audit process for departmental overtime
Mr. Manager.
for the entire city?
Perfect chance to mention the DOJ.
Through the budget office, they review overtime expenditures with the departments on an
It's very funny how often, like, part of my job is to like get detail officers for filming and stuff like that. And the amount of times that we book and pay for a detail and they just never send them is
That's awesome.
insane. And you know, it's some corporation's money, so fuck it, I don't care. But if I was, you know, if we were filming in Worcester, I'd be livid.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the heart of the state police's scandal with overtime as well, too. It's until somebody actually throws a flag on the field, who's going to notice that the person assigned to an overtime detail didn't actually show up?
Folks are really struggling, as we talked about tonight, with paying for eggs, paying for groceries and what have you. Folks are struggling with the tax rate, be it a business or a residential. And I think we really, this budget season, need to take a good look at everything we're doing. I'm quite confident that this new city manager will do exactly that. I would like to make an additional order that we ask our auditor for feedback on feasibility of auditing overtime throughout the city, not just the police department. I look forward to the police department audit. I think there's a lot of things that need to happen there. And my last question to the chair, to the administration, with the technology that was supposed to come on board, that I talked about a couple years ago, when they did 2 different police audits. Where are we at with the new technology that was supposed to help with how we're auditing that department? Through the chair.
Mr. McGurthy.
Through the chair, we are, as you may recall, we have just gone live in Workday, which is our new financial management system, our centralized ERP, or Enterprise Resource Planning System. It has multiple components.
Finally
This is a
replaced
multi-phase
the COBOL
project. Our next
programming?
step is to have an HCM component.
Hot
or
damn!
a human resource management component that'll be part of it. Included
Everything's
within
coming
that
up.
segment is a timekeeping system, We're also debating on whether using Workday extensively for timekeeping or using another vendor, UKG Chronos, as a timekeeping component.
UKG Chronos is
among
horrible.
those
No, don't do
systems,
it.
They're designed to improve our ability to kind of track hours, track pay types, pay codes across the board. So it will probably be a
We just
year
changed
and a
out
half
all our
before we are
abacuses
in
for
that new
calculators.
HCM system.
Digital
And then
calculators.
depending on which route
We have
go, whether using
TI-84s
Workday, the new
now.
financial system and HCM component, or Chronos UKG.
We're
as
trying
the
out this new thing
timekeeping
called
system
two-column
itself.
bookkeeping.
It'll determine whether or not
It's
that's
actually
up and
really
running and
useful.
everybody's,
You
all
can track
staff are within.
expenses.
So I'm going to say XL
And
and NOP. There's a lot
So this is
of
a little
acronyms here.
insidery, but like
My head's
I know a
exploding.
guy who
But,
was involved
I
with training the
appreciate
city
that.
for
So it
Workday.
sounds to
He's
me,
kind of like the
Chair,
in-house
that
expert
we're
on
not
it at a
currently
local organization in
track
Worcester, and was tapped in
What we
to
need
like
to
go
track, is
over
that
department
accurate?
heads how it all functions.
Through
There's like an
technology.
85% chance he was completely shit-faced when he gave that presentation and training.
Through the chair. We do track.
And I'm waiting for
time
that to come up
and
like years from
detailed
now.
time
They're
and
doing
report
everything wrong.
time,
They took the advice
all
of
the
this guy who was
different
probably drunk.
timekeeping systems within an existing system. It is a
Talladega
homegrown
Nights.
system. It was one that the city
You're not
developed on
first,
its
you're
own,
last.
incorporates
Man.
across
I was
departments.
high when I said that.
The
There's
goal
second,
is that
there's
this
third.
new system will be much more comprehensive, much more flexible, and cloud-based. It'll just be a much more kind of robust system than what we have today.
Is that the system promised from the past
No,
audits?
through the chair. I believe what you're
Different
talking about is this Workday
Okay.
UKG system that we're aiming toward.
All right, thank you. I hope to get the report back. I don't know how long it's going to take for all the departments, but with what we currently have, we could take a look so we can see where we can save some money. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to file this item, also get a report on demographics, also data on the overtime, and also detailing for the last
Thank you, Mr. White.
three
I'm glad
years.
somebody noticed.
And also, we're going to have the auditor to look at the overtime, report back to us. And then they get the last one. You just mentioned.
I don't recall.
Okay.
Whatever
fees-
whatever the clerk says.
Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman, Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Morrow Carlson,
Yes.
Council Leeang,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, next is transmit information communication of the summary of the fiscal year 24 health insurance premium rates.
Excuse me,
I
Mr.
guess
Mayor.
the council-
Jim,
Kate
I
would like to
had
talk about
comment.
police more.
What?
On the other.
What was your motion? I'm sorry.
Regarding the overtime, I know that a lot of the overtime.
It took her a
impact
while to stand up because she had to
also,
wait to get her text from
related to
Cipro.
the fewer number of police officers that we have. I believe our complement should be 380. I'm pretty confident it's much lower than that. And so I think that's a correlation.
What if
that
she
needs
just
to be
pulled the
included.
turtleneck up over her face?
She needs to pull.
Like Mort
She
from
needs to
Bazooka
pull it up
Joe.
higher, I think.
On other cities and towns and departments.
Does she have a
and
bow
also
in her hair?
organizations that are offering,
Looks like it.
that are offering signing bonuses for lateral transfers to other departments, including the MBTA. So I think that's important.
I'm a turtle.
Okay. The report on that. Roll call.
Bill, that would actually be really interesting to look at for a piece.
Yes.
Like if
Council Agia, Council King,
she's not wrong in that
Yes.
we're lacking tons of
Yeah.
cops,
Yes.
and that's
Council
you could
Rivera.
say that that's why we have more overtime. But I don't think we're
Yes.
paying
Council
like
Rose.
Yes.
Council
more
Russell,
overtime
Yes.
than we have in the
Toomey.
past.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yeah.
Like if you did a look
See if
back
the
10 years
fiscal year
ago
24
or
health
20
insurance
years ago when we
premium
were
rates
flush with
went
cops,
up
like
a little over 4%.
were people making less
And,
overtime,
they
or
keep
did they
the
just
rates
find
low for
creative ways to
workers
apply it?
and, a little
Yeah.
bit less than what it usually
And if we
was.
have less cops and the
So
crime
we'll
still
just-
went
we'll
down,
File that and we'll get a
what's the
report.
case for hiring more
Yeah.
cops?
Facts, not feelings. Like
I mean,
Chris King said earlier.
Correctly.
That's
So,
a huge
file,
thing too,
roll
because I
call.
mean,
Council Bergman,
our numbers only went
Gloria.
as high as they
Yes.
did for
Yeah.
employment in the
Okay.
90s
Yes.
as a
Roll
result of
call,
all the HUD funds that came
Yeah.
through during the Clinton
Yes.
Council
administration.
Rivera,
But
Yes.
crime was
Rose.
still arguably peaking
Yes. Council
at that
Russell.
point.
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, next we have transmitting information communication of the
Not
lodging
to change the subject, but
houses.
speaking of turtling, have you guys ever heard the
File
story
that.
about how
That's economic development.
they were filming the
Oh,
Dana
sorry,
Carvey
Council Rivera.
movie Master of Disguise when 9/11 happened?
Something,
Mhm.
Mr. Chairman, that we've been talking about.
and they paused to have a moment of silence and a prayer, and then continued filming for the rest of the day. And he recently confirmed on a podcast that he was wearing the turtle suit when they did the prayer.
We really need to think
That was the
about
scene they were
what
filming.
we're doing in regarding to these lodging houses.
Imagine being in that room.
He's like, it would have taken too long to take it off. So
Concentrated in specific areas and in specific neighborhoods.
Just incredible.
Insane.
For these neighborhoods to really flourish. Because if the lodging houses were maintained properly, but unfortunately not all lodging houses, the majority are maintained very poorly. Poor management, poor response, poor housing conditions. So it really does affect the community as well as the neighborhood. And so if we really want to improve in a community and a neighborhood, how are we going to do that if we're just, people are really quick to judge certain communities and certain neighborhoods, but the reality is that the odds are stacked against them. Put all these lodging houses on June Street, put all these lodging houses up on Flag Street, and see if you're not going to have the same kind of issues that we're having in certain areas of 4 and 2. And so the reality is that if this doesn't shake us up to be able to say what community, what I've been talking about, what several of us have been talking about, what people in the community have been talking about, is this is completely inequitable, completely unfair, and it's not giving certain communities and certain neighborhoods a fair opportunity to continue to improve. And in these neighborhoods, guess what? We have homeowners, we have taxpayers, we have businesses. So all these other arguments that we have in other communities, and these are taxpayers and whatever, that is, we're also going to have the same argument anywhere else. So I guess the question is before us, what are we going to do about this? We see the report, right? And so the report is so we can actually do something. And I hope that we can definitely, I'm happy to take this over into committee, but also want to be able to have this with the administration to be able to say, what are we going to do about this? It is inequitable. It is unfair. The conditions are, we have our city departments managing these facilities because the owners are not managing.
Sarai, casting Couch Rivera.
So the question is there. It's in black and white and all these nice little colors and dots that weren't so nice when you look at it. What are we going to do about this?
Okay. Well, so I think
which is great. I think that works out best for everybody.
How we can address this going
the less work the cops do, the better off everyone is.
Yeah, I wonder if this doesn't also belong in public health. I know that
Come on.
I've been talking on this council for
Stop.
very long.
I can't take it.
Quite honestly, nothing
she's either dressed like she's like a mix of Minnie Mouse and Mario Batali right now.
Come on, dude. Bam!
With minion glasses.
Katie's not voting yes. She's not voting no. She's voting bam.
along with the city on a regular basis. We talk about the same thing over and over and over again. And we just heard, I just heard again up in the Lincoln Street area.
She looks like if there was a chef in Sgt. Pepper's music video.
Open up there. And the issue really is that
like a chef in the Muppets universe.
Because quite frankly, we're maintaining them.
Can somebody try to find this jacket online and find out how much it is?
Yeah, give me a second.
To make sure that
It's going to be Talbot's.
Places for these people.
That's got Talbot's written all over it.
That's got Talbot's written all over it. My mom used to shop at Talbot's.
Countless times I have notified the city because there's people living in these lodging houses that quite frankly, they shouldn't be living in them because they're not fit for humans. But we continue to talk about the same thing over and over on this council floor. And quite frankly, what is the answer?
I can't wait for her to get ass kicked in November.
What do we need to do differently instead of always
Travis, do you have a still of this yet with
quite
Mickey Mouse ears?
honestly, They are all
The
concentrated.
I
in
gotta
a
say that
couple
the
of-
the cut to candy
No.
tonight,
I
after
think
what
we
we've
know
been
that.
through,
The
was one of the
numbers
funniest
speak
things
for
I've seen in a long time.
themselves. But again,
It was
what about
that
the
was
rest
like
of
a
the
stunning
folks
bit of
that
comedic
live
relief
in
that was
areas
desperately
that
needed.
And what about those who are living in these lodging houses and living in, quite
Yeah,
honestly,
yeah,
some of the
Joe.
conditions that
Bet
they're
your
living
ass.
in? It's not good. But
Don't
we
talk about
continue to
Dick,
say
kid.
that they have the right to go there.
You don't give a
Well,
shit,
if they
Candy.
have the
Shut
right
up.
to go there, could somebody please answer myself and Councilor Rivera as to why is it only in certain areas where they're all congregating to? Because
Zoning.
for the rest of the
If you were to write out that sentence she
Zoning.
just said, it would be
becoming
insane.
a real issue in some areas of, I know at least in my district.
The
And
way that she
again,
speaks is like
Mr. Manager, I
Salvador
could tell by the
Dali
look on your
English
face that you
language.
had no
It's like
idea that there was another place that opened up in the Lincoln Street area.
this whole thing has been one sentence.
Goes exactly to I think our point is that oftentimes nobody knows. And they just keep coming and coming and
This
coming.
goes off into our
What is it
point
we
that
as a city
oftentimes
can
nobody
do? And
knows.
I hope that this time we will
about, dude?
take a look at what is it we can do and what is it that we can do differently. Thank you.
Maybe we can send that to Public Health, Shari's, Councilor Rivera is the chair, and we'll take it from there. So is that okay, Councilor Rose? Okay.
Yes, I would be open for that.
Okay, you get 7 months.
Hey, but who's counting?
Hey, okay, roll call.
Mr. Mayor, for clarification, just public health, not ED.
Yep.
Yeah. Councilor Bergman? Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Haji? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, next is transmitting information communication.
You know what's really
relative to
astounding is
2023
how
Arbor Day
few
celebration scheduled for
councilors
February
actually spoke on
28th at
inclusionary
University
zoning.
Park at 10 a.m. The motion has
I mean,
been
we were
filed.
spared a lot,
Roll call.
but
Councilor Bergman?
We were spared, but
really
it does
Caloria?
speak to
Councilor
the.
Haji?
Yes.
It
Councilor
was,
King?
it's coward. They were cowards.
Councilor Merrill
They didn't know what to
Carlson?
say.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yeah.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is transmitting information communication relative to the update of the University Park Master Plan. We can send that to Parks. That's fine. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King? Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
That's
Councilor
interesting. Probably.
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is recommended adoption of proposed ordinance to amend Chapter 13, Section 71, Schedule 4-B to relocate.
I know
on-street
Joe's been
parking
saying
from the
that
east side of Harding
he really
Street to
feels
west
like he's
side
been missing out
of
on
the
open
street
mics
between
by
Arwood
having to come to
Avenue
meetings on
and
Tuesday
Endicott
nights.
Street.
So there's a good chance he
That's
steps
fine.
down if he doesn't have the big seat.
That's fine.
He's got to open up his
The traffic.
boofs and
Roll
goofs
call.
store.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor
Joe
Haji?
Petty's boofs and spoofs and goofs.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
He would be
Councilor
awesome
Nguyen?
running a joke shop. It
Councilor
would be
Rivera?
amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
I put a whole new
I can
twist
see
on
him
Jack in the
doing
Box.
that.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next are on finance items. We're taking
The joke shop
collectively.
from
Once
Pee
we
Wee's
do
Big
one, two,
Adventure.
three,
Like Joe would be perfect.
We have 9.36A through E, 9.37A and B.
Imagine Joe walking through
9.38A.
Pee Wee's Playhouse.
He'd
just be like,
Motion is to adopt on a roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
There's a
Caloria?
toilet.
Yes.
Hey, the toilet's got a mouth.
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are at 10A to 10C.
You know who
Motion
should
to
run
adopt.
for mayor is
Roll
the Gimp
Councilor
from
Bergman?
Pulp Fiction.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Haji? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 11, and we're on orders now. 11A, that the City Council of the City of Worcester does hereby amend its meeting schedule to make May 9, 2023 a joint manager and City Council combined agenda for the purpose of preparing the fiscal year 2024 budget. So the manager asked us to bring in the budget on the 9th. Council King?
Yes, so can you just remind me the timeframes for the budget?
We haven't, I don't think we've established them
We
yet,
have to
but we
do it
usually
by a
start like
certain date, you have
4:35.
to report back from the state or whatever. Can you explain that again?
So I think the legislature is supposed to pass the budget tomorrow, isn't it? Maybe. What's that? Tomorrow? Since we have all that information, we can set, once he brings the budget in, we can set some budget dates. So if people are away, or they might not be here, please notify the clerk, so we can arrange around your schedules.
And we have to have it done by when?
Next up is the
I'll go just now.
students
That's so
item.
many days from the submission, so if it's May 9th, it would be, is it 45 days from that date.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's June 20-something. Okay, so roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.A.? Councilor King?
Yeah.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Kenny Melson,
Councilor
step
Rose?
up for the law.
Yes.
Aye.
Councilor
Yes,
Russell?
sorry.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next item is up, request the manager work with implement a vaping education curriculum as part of the program in the Rec Worcester. Council King.
Thank you,
Oh,
Mr. Chairman.
vaping is easy. You
Tonight
just
we had
pull
some
on the
students from
vape.
the civics class
Yeah.
over at Forest Grove.
I could give you the
show up
education on
and
that. You just press the
They're
button and
advocating
pull.
currently with the school committee folks over there, trying to get vaping detectors in their bathrooms. They're reporting about the health challenges and concerns. There's also a related curriculum that they're hoping on the school side they'll do something with. This particular order is a request that the administration take a look at our Rec Worcester, see if we can incorporate these young folks' suggested curriculum into perhaps some of our summer programming. These folks were very much able to, as you heard tonight, talk about the health challenges and the impacts of vaping and the degree to which it's an issue in our schools. And if we can do anything on the city side to help all of that, I think we should. And so if I could just amend that a bit to ask the obvious that the administration reach out to that civics class to do exactly that, Mr. Chairman.
I think Jack should give a presentation at Forest Grove on how to run an electronic dab rig.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to provide a friendly amendment. I'm
Jack, are you
aware
available
that,
next Thursday,
UMass
maybe?
Has a vaping education.
Hey, you know what's
program,
funny?
which is very
I'm
good.
giving
So I would
a
ask
talk
that,
at North
if it's
High
okay
tomorrow
with
at 9
Counselor,
a.m.
That they be included.
Should I bring a gravity bong?
We already
Yes.
have a program set up.
All right, kids. Here's how it works.
I'd be open
You need
to
a
adding
you need
that,
a 5/8
that
drill bit
likes the
and a
administration
2 liter soda.
young
This is
folks
how you
doing
smoke
all that
weed.
work and research have identified the curriculum.
What are you supposed to be talking
We'll
about?
be presenting that to the school committee. That be given some preference.
You guys
Yeah,
ever
that
make
about
a
sums it
waterfall?
up.
So we'll take that as amended. Roll call.
I'm sorry, just had my hand
Right.
up.
Were y'all
so
able to
everyone
see the
is
car,
aware?
hear the car that just decided to, slap his
Nah.
dick all over our ears?
No, I
Okay.
didn't hear
Thank you,
it.
Mr. Chairman. No, I just want to say.
I
It's a
hate
weird car,
people
though.
rev like that.
I think this is an excellent order, and
It was so loud it went through the
like,
headphones.
and I just want to say, like, there's been so much work that was done within actually a whole group of like youth-led work that was done regarding tobacco and youth. And we see the tobacco company always kind
Quiet.
of like maneuvering and not, we had really come a long
Quiet.
way. And these tobacco companies always maneuvering to try to really kind of just get in. And people have this like false sense of security that somehow vaping
Enough.
is safer. It's
Sarai
not
Rivera, stop
the
talking
same as
challenge.
smoking cigarettes.
Can
And
you
that's
stop
not
talking?
necessarily true. And I really feel that this whole vaping thing has become this kind of like trend, very trendy.
We got to do a stream
So I think
refresh.
we
Anybody
really,
opposed
really
to
need
doing it
to
now?
get
No,
out
no,
there
do it
and
now
start
and
That's
let
fine.
it.
Yeah, please.
Oh man,
I think it'd
Yeah.
be great, Jack. The Worcester Public Schools would really appreciate that.
yeah. Yeah, I'm doing a targeted journalism class tomorrow, but I might bring a Poland Spring water bottle and be like, okay, guys, here's how you make a waterfall.
We move forward.
Granny Dabs on
And
TikTok
what
just did one with an
department is
Easter
right
bunny.
That's pretty sick.
It was. I was like, how is it not melting in her hands?
Initiate and work with these young people as we have in the past to
All right,
really launch.
kids, here's how you download a VPN on your phone to do swatting calls.
You know what sucks is like I totally regret starting smoking a million years ago, like 35 years ago. Because I'm still sitting here sucking on nicotine tablets and eating high chews, like, because I got a problem. But at the end of the day, like, nicotine is an awesome drug. Like, if you wanted to actually help kids out, you would explain to them, like, nicotine is one of the best drugs you can put in your body.
Yes.
Route of entry is the important thing to figure out, and don't overdo it. So if you're gonna do nicotine, treat it just like your buddy's Adderall. Don't do it all at once. Yeah, do it when you need it. You have finals coming up. Touch Adderall, touch a nicotine. It's going to get you through the night.
Don't snort the nicotine; it's a waste. Just swallow.
But do snort the Adderall because it hits faster.
Safety, nonviolence, the green, and the green economy, and other matters. One of the things that they were looking for.
Please do not launch into a conversation about the green economy.
Have we thought about a bike share program in Worcester?
Did a great job.
I don't think so. I think we should give it a shot.
Look at how can we do things differently.
What about scooters? I think we're up for scooters.
Folks had a real concern.
Tucker Carlson was right when he said nicotine frees your mind.
Combined with who we are in the economy, as
so
we've
funny.
already stated repeatedly, those realities. And for folks who are impoverished, folks who have large families and are impoverished, this becomes.
Oh man, guys! After this stream, I'm gonna make a smash burger on a griddle.
Folks. I think it's a tax on
I am so excited
that we generate a good amount of revenue to
I'm
help
so
do what
excited.
we do in city government.
That rules.
Fees, I understand that.
If this keeps dragging on, I might make it on screen. Give you guys a little cooking tutorial.
The idea was to.
What'd you ask, Brian?
You got a cast iron stovetop, or you got a?
It's my girlfriend's range has a griddle in the middle.
Sick.
Perhaps.
Yeah, it's so
local
sick.
Parks and community centers. A set amount. I don't know what it is. $10,000, $20,000 worth. I don't know. But I would like.
I had grill. I could do some grilling tomorrow during this beautiful weather.
Will that help improve the cleanliness of the city? I think at Crompton Park, their little building there, community center. You think about the community center over there.
I like a little hand motion.
off
Little
Camp
community
Street.
center.
Think about those places. And we know where the locations are of folks who have these challenges. We know based on the COVID data. We know based on the housing data. We know where those spots are in our city. If we can figure out a way to somehow help in a small way, I think these young folks' idea would be significant. So I don't know where this goes to administration, maybe to committee, I don't know. But I think it's a good thing to look into.
Person that's the manager, roll call.
So Sean Rose taught Jack how to vape.
Yes.
What other people in the chat have learned cool bad behaviors from elected officials?
Yes.
Rose.
Yes.
Russell.
Joe Petty taught me how to lie.
And how to boof.
Joe Petty taught me how to boof. Right? Yeah, that's it. That's it. Jim McGovern taught me how to start a crime family.
Street names. Scholarships include not limited to what or who should be eligible for honorary street
Donna
names.
Calorio taught me how to vote no on doing a feasibility study on the things you just voted yes for.
Because that would justify.
K2 showed me how to spit shine a boot.
Title. The should be limited to a certain number of years, decades, or centuries that the entity gained notoriety. Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I guess no one wants to be the.
Bergman showed us how to zoom and drive.
I think I may be on this item, but this is an item that I've put.
What do you think George Russell does all day?
As chairman of Public Works, where we
Fucking
received
nothing.
the requested.
He's
from the
just a
Albanian
fucking guy,
community.
He makes burgers on his griddle.
Remember the old Zoom meetings when he used to just be in that awesome basement? I imagine he just sits down there all day playing video games, listening to Led Zeppelin albums, like looking at old photo albums of that sweet ass Barracuda he used to drive around in.
But it's Spider Solitaire.
Definitely has.
Honorary street
Yeah,
named,
mine's sweet.
item.
You know what he definitely has
I
down
thought
there?
so that when
He has
it was proposed, it was,
that
it had
painting of the
different,
dog smoking cigars around the
floors
coffee
put
table.
up, trying to
He looks at that every day and he has a little smile. He just cracks up in business.
Just a little chuckle.
It's-
Yeah.
They're just like me.
for them. This item that came before us a few weeks ago made me think, gee, what's next?
That's his
Business
retirement plan.
gonna ask
Someday I'll
for
join you,
streets
boys.
after themselves or their businesses.
Oh, I think I'm gonna have some peppers and onions today. We're gonna have some sausages.
In the city of Worcester, and so so welcomingly so represented. Are all of them going to have folks from their history that are going to want to have various different streets names? So it's just something I wanted to put forward to my colleagues, because on the Public Works Committee, and as chairman of Public Works, I'd like to get some feedback from my colleagues to say, where do you want to go with this? Because
So-
if that's where we want to go.
I was muted. You gotta tell me.
Oh, we're not. We can't see you. Yeah, we can't tell. Yeah.
I thought you were just being animated.
Yeah.
No.
I can't.
Thank you, Georgeception. You're the only one who ever tells me.
Matthew No just tweeted that, retweeted that Missouri Republican, the House in Missouri just voted to defund all their public libraries.
Oh, good.
Lovely.
Oh, that's cool. Normal country.
All of this, in case anybody isn't aware, all the stuff that's going on in the culture war these days is to just remove public services. So libraries gone, public schools especially gone. They won't. That's the fight right now. So it's gonna get real bad.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor, followed by Councilor Colorio, followed by Councilor Hajia.
I just want to thank Council Russell, and he.
I'm worried about how overreaching DeSantis is getting in Florida right now.
Wasn't trying to stop anything. Was just trying to be considerate.
With framing and arresting the 13-year-old autistic kid, the son of the one who called him out on the COVID numbers.
Yeah.
And we're very supportive of that.
Yep.
So I would ask that.
He's really caught in a bind where he has to just continually escalate into the more and more psychotic policies.
By the church. Let's go forth with that, but also have a.
I'm kind of at the point in life where I'm excited to see where it all goes.
Oh, me too.
I've really been let down by how quickly we went into a collective sort of agreement. I know we don't agree, but like collectively that like COVID's over, right? Like I kind of got used to the idea that every day was an adventure. You know, it's like who has rice and like can I eat today? Like
yeah.
I'm kind of looking forward to whatever the next thing is because I think it's going to be big, and I don't know, like I don't do well if there isn't a little excitement in life.
I think that we'll all, if we live to a ripe old age, we'll get to experience an age of scarcity.
Because I think
I think that water privatization is really fun.
So this is important to the
that's going to be great.
Let's do it for the Albanian community right now.
I've been talking about that issue since the 90s.
I just asked maybe the Councilor Russell if he can.
The amount of waterways that have been bought up.
So if you can get the signs made, put it up for the festival.
We're in trouble when the water wars happen. Because they're gonna. Just like oil.
One thing I know for sure, if there ever is like a full brown shirt fascist turn in America, the Worcester City Council will be in support of it. They will.
Thank you.
They will issue.
I just want to say that I want to
declaration.
sign off for this. I think it's a good order.
We support the
my
brown
colleague
shirts.
put on, I think
Sean Rose. Well, all the other towns around us should be fighting against this, and they're not, so we shouldn't.
But the other thing I want to do in support Mayor when he just said, I think we need to, and I'd like to see us grandfather in the Albanian community, since we already made that unanimous vote on the floor and we said we would do it, I think we need to move forward with that. So that being said, I think I welcome the discussion moving forward. Thank you.
We'll be 7-4. That's right.
Thank you. We have Council IGI followed by Council King.
Yeah, the
Mr.
city
Chair,
council
just,
voted 7-4 in favor of New Hitler.
Russell and I had a point, and I'm going to make a point that a few months ago I requested that we have an actual process in place, a standard process. And I'm glad to see that this petition coming in front of council from the Albanian community triggered,
The city council votes 7-4 in support of the Fourth
basically
Reich.
what I had asked months ago. Just to refresh people's memories, I had asked the Somerville as a
Oh, man.
this shouldn't be a policy actually from a group of people. This should be a
If we
community
do it all over like kind of the same way,
that can
I'm
look at
I'm
more
I'm
equitable
going
way
into
of
the
doing
camps
things.
pretty
So I
early.
am in spirit of this agreement.
Yeah, you already have a slot reserved, dude.
Yeah, I'd be in there pretty quick.
Yeah, I think
Would
we
like
all
to
would.
also support what you just said, Chair, as well as Council Colorio, that May 10th is way too far, and we need
But it would be
to-
kind of hilarious because we'd all link up there and be like, "Hey, they were right. We were born poor and died with less."
Russell would be open
But
to
can we
open a,
stream from the
expedited
camps?
hearing so we can get this done. Thanks.
Thank you, Council King, followed by Council Romero Carlson.
I'm not even worth much if it
Thank you,
comes to
Mr.
a
Chairman.
Gilead situation.
I certainly will sign on.
A
to
what
that.
situation?
You know, I
Gilead,
Handmaid's Tale.
like Handmaid's
Oh.
Tale,
Oh yeah.
take a good look at what they're doing in other places.
which is all based on things that people actually believe.
You wanna
Oh
be-
yeah, big time.
Currently, semi-popularly on the right.
I agree. You know,
Yeah.
the Albanian community, everywhere I go over there on the west side, I'm seeing the flags. I have a lot of friends who were in that community, and we did make a commitment there. We had a whole host of folks.
City council votes
that were
7-4 in
here
favor of
advocating
public
and
executions
supporting
of anyone
for
deemed by the police to be
solely on that matter.
Antifa.
In addition to that, I just wanted to say, again, I'd like to sign on to this. I appreciate George Russell's leadership on this. I also
I don't think
agree
we'd be the first place in
unit
Massachusetts to
should
fall,
be,
though.
Built in that, so we have diversity of
Did you
thought.
guys all see
Oh,
the
no,
ADL,
Newton.
That anyway, needs
the
to
ADL report about white
Challenges
nationalism
is that
over the
getting
last
those
couple of
people
years?
there. So,
It was
Um,
Massachusetts crushed it. We led the
perhaps
nation
we
in
should
terms
take a
of
look at
white nationalist incidents
we're gonna do that.
nationwide by a
Oh,
long
really?
shot. The only
yeah,
state
Lovely.
that beats us out is in recruitment is Texas.
Is there a way we can kind of meld
Huh.
the two? That's-
Because what Patriot Front is headquartered in Holden.
Well, as Patriot Front and NSC 131 have both
Right.
been like the two most active groups in
Yeah.
the country, and all their recruiting efforts
Remember
they intersect in
that
Worcester.
there's a
Yeah,
host of folks with all
they have
sorts of
an outpost right in Jefferson.
on this stuff. I know when we were talking years ago about naming of park benches, I thought we got a little too prescriptive with that. Some folks thought we were just right on point, but I think we should do our best to be right where we need to be. And
Well,
lastly,
Mo
Mr.
Bergman, the cops are
Chairman,
going to hold their own
perhaps
hands.
we should consider a Russell Way, you know, in the future. You know, it's often been said, Mr. Russell's a swing vote on this council, and it's the Russell Way.
I
in
can't wait to be
Worcester.
interned by a
That's just important,
guy
Mr.
in what
Chairman.
looks
I
like a
support
police
this and I
uniform, but I
sign
have
on.
no idea if he's a cop or not. There's just a
Councilman
Punisher
Carlson.
logo on it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I certainly support this order, would like to sign on, but also just for some clarification on the.
I know I've shared it with most of you in the past, but
You know,
that
the
photo from
time,
2000, it must have been
that we
15,
had
when
forward
Trump spoke in Worcester and then went up to Nashua to take the endorsement of all the regional police
honorary
unions, and they have a big
signs
group photo.
for the
There's a couple people from Worcester on stage with him. It's if you haven't seen it, it's a wild picture. I can share it later, but
because
you can see the look on every one of those weirdos' faces that they all envision themselves being like a regional general. That it's like they're gonna get some that fucked up weird dress uniform they only wear at funerals and whatnot. Like,
signs that we're doing comes
Yeah.
at cost, which we need to figure out.
Get a little
Yes,
like a little hat with a death's head on it.
Like to ask for the.
some of those guys are weird, man. They dress like they're like 1980s generals leading a revolution somewhere in South America. It's like,
with
Like, I
this,
feel you on the cause, bro, but I don't know, the uniform's a bit much.
would
That's
take care of the cost of these 2 signs.
Okay.
So, yes,
Mr. Manager?
I'm actually asking through the chair to the manager if that's something that you could take care of.
Yeah, through the chair to the city council, those are 2 signs that we could definitely do on
Thank
the
you.
city's behalf.
Thank you. And just, Mr. Chairman, going forward, I think that.
Mo Bergman,
what
you have
we
to
need do
search
is
the
give the
website for the
council,
toilet store.
The policy on how that works, because.
I've been
again,
looking.
this
I
is
can't find
something
it.
new, and, I just don't want to see any signs get held up because of a really small, insignificant amount of money. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, just quickly.
Yeah, that blazer's actually kind of growing on me.
To do the math on this, we need to have a special meeting.
That's what it wants you to think.
I'm all for that, but I thought we had plenty of time, but I'll leave.
It has a sort of Ratatouille vibe where there should be just a little rat tugging on her hair, telling her which way to
Send that
vote.
to the manager, working with the Public Works Committee.
I'm pretty sure there is.
Councilor Bergman?
Yep.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
His name is Joe Petty.
That would be a very fun political cartoon. Sean Rose
Yes.
in
Rose,
Ratatouille.
yes.
Joe
Russell?
Petty is the rat under the chef's hat.
Yes, request the manager draft a policy.
Kill
to address
inclusionary
tax type of
zoning.
options in a way that would
Ratatouille.
prevent property owners from losing their properties due
This
to
is an
owing
interesting
taxes
one.
on a small portion.
Dude, I think that's
of
the
their
coat,
equity.
man. That's a great find.
Mr. Chairman, just recently, there was an article.
What an
in the
obscure
newspaper,
place, too.
About a property owner, I believe it was the principal residence also, for that person that had.
Oh, really?
some odd
We got it?
$1,000 that was,
Found it?
I don't know, weird though. I go to the website
sleuth.
and all that comes up
kid-
is like
Someone bought
sick
the,
Jordans.
title,
It has nothing to do with
at the auction that the city
women's wear.
conducted.
Can
And it
you?
actually
Can somebody
turned
send that in the
into
private chat
a
so that I can click
situation
on
where
it?
That person was put out of their house and that.
Oh, you
You're able
can't
to
copy
grab
and
that?
paste?
I can't from this one.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Oh.
I know that our.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
administration, has a role to
Workpermit.com.
play and a job to do with collecting taxes. I know, and I know that Mr. McGurthy.
It's
is
Chanel.
not a mean, evil person.
It's oh, yeah, I wonder what the.
Try and get the tax.
She has the
collected
she has
and
the sleeves
get
rolled
it
up,
done away.
and there's
Mr.
polka dots
Chairman,
inside in the lining too.
we need to do more than
that's so
just
I will
sick.
say,
spend
I am aware of her spending a lot of money at like on expensive clothes at local stores. So she definitely,
trouble financially.
if she ain't got taste, she got money. Which we all know.
Families, if they're not able to communicate properly. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, the blazer doesn't show up on the website. Just an incredible shoe collection.
Great find though.
Yeah,
Sally.
incredible.
Wow.
The local business community.
That's conducted in the city. So I would just ask for this item to go to the administration. Reese,
Nice.
years ago,
He
you
brought in the
remember
aspects of
Chairman,
this issue
we had
being
a
that
spirited debate over
if somebody's
certain
losing their property to taxes, the
meetings
city
with,
shouldn't get the equity.
Tom Zadellis, the former CFO, at that time, at my suggestion.
I have no idea what that
came
means.
up
So like
with
if they took a
flyer, if you
property
will,
and
and
sold it
insert
via
into
auction, the equity is
notices
owed to
that
the
we
person
basically-
that they sold it out
It's a
from.
Miranda Act kind of thing where he gave folks notice and said this is an important thing. You should
Vintage
talk to an
Chanel
attorney. If you don't have
houndstooth
an attorney, you
and
should,
polka dot jacket.
contact the bar association and get a referral.
How much does
is
this
a
thing
full
cost? Like
situation
fucking
where-
$5,000
and I
bucks.
think that communication needs to even get stronger, and I appreciate that Mr. McGurthy's office is still using a variation of that form now, but I think it needs to get even stronger.
Vintage, huh?
We need to
Oh,
put
just
on there
100.
It's
point blank
80s.
People can lose their home, and more importantly than anything. we
You know,
need to
this
have
could have been
You know what?
like
I'm changing
literally
my
the
tune.
thing she bought.
always try to communicate with these people. It's that simple.
In the
I feel like David Byrne would wear this.
Too many times, too many times, these folks that are having these troubles are people that are
Wow.
sick.
I'm
people that
I'm
are-
changing my mind on
have
Candy's
family
jacket.
members that
It's
are
cool.
taking
I
over
like
for
it.
them. We need to have that conversation. We can't just send a constable. to
Travis,
make an
did you find that?
offer, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll send that to the manager. Councilor King.
Yeah,
That's great.
with Sir Goose's
I don't
help.
think Travis is still with
I'd like to
us.
sign on,
Oh, there he
Mr.
is.
Chairman. I'd like to make
Yes, yeah.
I found it. They got me to turn me on to Chanel, and I was able to find it.
Hell yeah. This is great teamwork, everybody.
folks on this
Well
Yeah.
done.
particular list
Houndstooth.
that's being referenced. If we can get a quantification of how many folks are in that situation.
Oh, we should all buy him.
He's showing the top of his head again.
Folks, that I spoke to. some
Wait,
folks
did he hear me?
Have been impacted by this. It's almost like a theft. And
Because he
you
like
know,
listening to us.
folks who have been working hard and they fall on some tough times, makes it particularly difficult when they fall behind. When they fall behind on mortgages, they fall behind on taxes, and it's quite a steep drop and slope, and it gets a bit slippery. So if we can get an idea of that, maybe send that to the Economic Development Committee at some point in relation to housing, but that might be helpful. And I would sign on to this.
So we'll send that to the manager, and also ask.
Sean Rose looks dead.
Well, he's he no longer has a soul. He's being puppeted by
Yeah.
the administration.
He's gone dormant.
Yeah.
He's a dormant host.
Yes. Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, request the manager provide council with an update concerning the progress being made relative to the improvements to the Worcester Memorial Auditorium, as well as any ways the city council can support. said
Please don't
project.
talk about the odd tonight.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, no.
Oh, they're talking about the odd.
Oh, fucking Christ.
Some time ago now, the auditorium.
God damn
there's
it.
been a lot of effort, a lot
I think
of
those
work
lapels are slightly different. I gotta say, not to throw water on all this.
Yeah. This
And
could be,
we all
yeah,
know that that
those,
building was in
it could be a
pretty-
knockoff.
pretty
It might be a
rough shape.
knockoff.
But at this point, and I know that Jake Sanders is over there doing tremendous
Ooh,
work.
Jake Sanders shout out.
that
Ow.
Shout out Jake Sanders. Oh.
Myself to show
I love
us
you.
what he had hoped for the
Remember when
auditorium.
Jake Sanders' wife wrote a piece in Worcester Business Journal about how easy it was to infiltrate the inner circle of Worcester politics?
Piss circle, baby. We're in the piss circle. There it is.
What I'm looking for, Mr. Chairman, through you.
Oh yeah, let's let the wife of a former assistant city manager write the story about how easy it is to get involved in Worcester politics.
Figure out what is happening there to give us.
Oh man, that was
Is
awesome.
there any possibility or any ways?
I mean, we just slapped our shingle up, and now we're major players in the scene. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now we matter.
Okay, so send that.
there they are.
Hey, wait. Me and my girlfriend drove past that
Gloria?
the other day, and the balls were blue.
Mayor Carlson?
Oh, no.
The balls have been painted over.
Rivera?
Blue?
Rose?
They're
It's a
the color of
condition.
this like the seafoam blue green of the statue. The balls now match.
Oh, so
Wow.
they must have power washed them.
City manager provide the
They
council
must
with
have
an
No,
update
because if they
on
power
the
washed
issue
them, they'd have been
of
brown.
January 11th,
It's
2023.
bronze.
It's true.
As follows,
That's true. They would have been brown balls. You don't
Brown
want
officers
those.
provide council with reports
It's the worst kind of balls to have.
Florida from Britain Square to Ad Hoc.
It's even worse than blue balls.
Care Hospital
Even way
on Lincoln
worse.
Street, the replicates the Transformative Development Initiative.
Yeah, so
TBI,
somebody
which
needs
was
to go
no
repaint them red.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is an order as it reads that I had put on in January.
And
but I
any
think
volunteers, just don't say so here
bit of
in the
research.
chat,
This is also an
but
order
do
that
it.
was
Definitely
put
do
on
it.
the year before.
And let us know
slightly different order that was
in a
put
in a
on
non-incriminating way.
What is
I know that
what is this
maybe,
fidget spinner that Candy's been playing with all
are
night?
a little tired of talking about the Lincoln
True.
corridor,
Detonator.
but quite honestly,
It is
I
a
think
rubber
it's like
band.
rubber bands or rubber band bracelets.
Ad care up to Britain Square needs some love. We should take a look at that, and we should see what is it that we can do to be helpful with the business corridor there. We've done a very, very
Looks like the
good job,
gemstone bracelets that I used
in
to
other
have
parts of
in
the
the
city looking at business
aughts.
corridors. This is a corridor.
The ones with like the little
that,
crystals
quite
on them on the
honestly,
stretchy strings.
you know, one of the entranceways into the city. And I know, as I've talked about,
With the way
you
that she's
know,
fidgeting with it, like
folks on
going
It's
beat
gotta
by
be.
beat.
She's. You know what? It's got to be Kabbalah.
That's cool.
Bracelet. It's Kabbalah.
Lincoln Street or Britain Square.
Did one of them break?
Again, we haven't done
I think it's really long.
anything in the Lincoln
Oh.
Street business corridor.
Yeah.
And I know that
It's
there's
really a
lot
Twizzler.
on our plate, especially for the folks in economic development. But I really would like us as a city and as an administration.
This
to
jacket
take a
is the
look
time
at
Theo
that
really
business
wanted that
corridor.
designer shirt, and Denise came in and promised him she could sew him like an exact replica, and everything went sideways.
Is it that we can go there and all those tree beds that, quite frankly, have been empty for a very
Yeah,
long
exactly,
time?
Georgeception.
That's one of the areas of the city that, again, I feel like nobody's paying attention because those tree beds have been filled with litter, trash, whatever it is, you know, is in there. But again, it's
I
year
cannot
after
believe
year after year.
that the
And
Memorial
I
Auditorium conversation
hopeful
is
that this year
currently
we
focused on
will
tree
make
beds
some
with
impact
trash in
on
them.
this. So I
And
would
we are
appreciate
4 hours
the
into this meeting.
administration's, help in any way that
Someone
we
tell Jake to
can
go outside and pick up the damn garbage in front of his building.
For real.
Lincoln Street corridor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Oh, we're on a new item.
Manager. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor King? King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
And we're only on 11
You know what we should do is we should
Yes.
get rid of the order section of the city
Russell?
council agenda.
Councilor Toomey?
Because
Yes.
really every week it's just like, okay, dumb ideas time that never go anywhere.
Clerk position in the elections department. Councilor Russell?
Chairman, I just want to say that I appreciate the.
We have a little
bringing this in.
powwow on the dumbest ideas
Even though we-
of 11 of the
originally
dumbest
had
people in the
a
city.
Difference of opinion on it, and but I do appreciate.
Well,
him
actually, let's say
and,
7 of the dumbest people in the
and,
city.
look forward to working with
3 people that are
this,
pretty good.
Assistant city clerk
And then
the rest
Sean
of his
Rose,
team.
who's just evil.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Calorio?
But did
Yes.
teach
Councilor
Jack how to
Gia?
use a dab rig.
But
Right.
did teach Eddie his dab rig.
To vape cannabis.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
12B, motion is to adopt with gratitude. The recommendation is to accept the gratitude donation gift to the city archive with in-kind historical value from the American Antiquarian
I can't wait to
Society, the
find
Worcester
out
County
what artifacts are in that.
Agricultural Society, the New England.
It's a signed copy of Mein Kampf.
Roll call.
Crow.
No, it's like actual stuff.
Hitler's tea set.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Yan?
Hitler's Coke spoon.
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, report to the planning board. Motion is 13A for
The city of Worcester is
13C,
glad to
for
accept the
Board
Harlem
Committee.
Crow private
Roll call.
collection.
Bergman? Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
It's
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor
a
Carlson?
whole bunch of
Yes.
old newspapers from the
Councilor Yan?
19th and 20th
Councilor
century.
Yes.
Councilor Rose? Yes.
Portraits
Councilor
that were
Yes.
painted of
Councilor
Levi
Toomey?
Lincoln,
Yes.
John
Mayor
Green,
Yes.
Frederick William Payne, Obadiah Brown
13A,
Hadwin,
motion is to accept.
and the
Roll call.
Hadwin clock.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Calorio?
Oh, cool.
Yes.
Councilor Gia? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Yan?
The Worcester Spy.
Rivera?
Someone's feeding back.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor
Oh, the
Russell?
Worcester
There's
Spy.
Worcester Spy papers in there.
Mayor Petty?
That's
Cool.
cool.
Yes. To
The
be
Worcester Spy
ordained
is such a sick
15A to
name. We got to do
15B.
something with the
And
Worcester
roll
Spy
call.
name.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Oh yeah, these are old papers.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
That's really
Councilor
cool.
Yan?
Yes.
The Worcester
Rivera?
Spy.
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
So where are we going to put
Badass
those?
name.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Such a badass name for a newspaper.
The motion is to adjourn.
Yeah.
Everything under suspension.
Oh, the motion is to
Motion to
adjourn. I
adjourn,
love
roll
to hear
call.
that. That is music to my ears.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Look at it tell. She's like,
Yeah.
get me the fuck
Yes.
out of here. Let's go,
Rivera?
let's go, let's go. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow. That was awful. Yet again. Yeah. No real surprises there. Inclusionary zoning went about as exactly how we expected it to.
Yep.
It went slightly better than I expected because of Rose's amendments.
Yeah. It really threw a wrench in the
Like
works.
outcome-wise.
Yeah, right.
That was a mess.
It was a mess. Yeah.
A huge ass mess.
It took them like 20 minutes to figure out what they were doing.
All in all, a bad time. I think we all had a bad time.
Yeah, I would say so. I'd say that, yeah.
Especially Ellen too.
Yeah.
So yeah. So they adopted the administration's proposal with Sean Rose's amendment about adding accessibility requirements.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah,
and tying the incentives of not having to adhere to current regulations on parking amounts and a couple of other things. Like all of the incentives that come with doing those, you have to do 60%. You can't do the 80%. You have to have at least 5%, 60%.
Yeah.
Right.
So it was like a compromise on the compromise on the compromise.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, essentially just not good enough, and just giving more and more credence to the idea that the vast majority of these people need to be voted out this year.
Mhm.
So
yeah, the original vote on the coalition's proposal, which would have been decent, was 4-7, and that 4-7 vote is a pretty good indication of who is worth keeping on the council and who is worth getting out. And one of those four is not running again in Rivera. So really, it's only 3 people, the same 3 people we've been identifying every single time in this program. So, Christian King, Attell, and 2. That's all we have.
Right.
we need more of those people.
Need to figure out a way to expand that and to turn it into a majority somehow.
Domenica, Mady.
Yep.
Jenny.
Balota.
Yeah.
That brings us,
Rob.
that would get us to 7, and that's pretty. That's.
I think it's doable.
It's
doable.
Potentially, yeah.
And Guillermo.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, just it starts now. It starts now in earnest.
Yeah. For sure.
And it does matter too. I mean, there's always an argument to be made that because of our form of government, like the manager is the be-all end-all, but there's a good argument to be made, or a precedent that was set when Tim Murray was mayor, that the right person sitting in that seat can set forth an agenda and actually run it through good politicking. And it'll be interesting to see if someone runs against Joe, because that seat changing
there will
does
be
have a
people
huge.
running against
Yeah, no, I'm aware. I'm saying it in a way that is kind of playing coy. But the point being that like the right person in that seat gets really, really interesting, because we do have people to look at that have made the most of that instead of just banging a gavel.
Right. Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing more and more evidence lately of just like how not easy but simple the change would be, and how different things could be with a different block. So, now it's up to us, and we frankly have a lot of great options this year. So
yeah, for sure.
In that way, I'm heartened. In every other way, disheartened by just the way that they treat the city and their constituents. And I don't know. We'll see. But this is a great night for us to all get together, and I'm very happy about how many people are here and all the amazing comments that you guys had, all the great conversations that we had. This really is a pretty cool group that we've got together. So, Brendan, Yenni, thank you so much for joining us as always. You guys are incredible.
Thank you, and happy birthday to System Nomad.
Yeah,
happy birthday, System
an hour and a half away.
And
go ahead, Yenni.
there's a bunch of committee meetings coming up, so check the calendar. There's 3 coming up in April and 2 in May that are already on the schedule.
Great.
So
Yeah. So tons of stuff. We'll be, we'll be ramping up more and more. We're doing Worcester Sucks Power Hour this week.
I believe on Friday.
Yeah,
If
we're just
that's
trying to nail down a time. Thursday or Friday. I think we talked about Thursday. We'll figure out a time. We'll post it, but make sure you join us for that.
My brain's shot.
The last one was super fun. Make sure that you're subscribed to billshaner.substack.com for all your Bill Shaner needs. Get on the Patreon as well. It's linked from his Substack to get the podcast and support that and support Bill in all the ways that you can, because the journalism is desperately needed in the city, and there's not a lot of people doing it, and there's no one doing it like Bill's doing it. So get in there. Let's get weird. Follow us at WCT3000 on Instagram. We'll keep you updated on everything that's happening. Buy a t-shirt off of us. We got the Commenters Union shirts still up there. Throw us a few bucks through that. Make sure you subscribe to my podcast, Parts Unknown, wrestling podcast. A lot of crazy stuff happened in wrestling this week. WWE got sold. That's an insane thing, and it's pretty bad. So it's cool. It's cool times. Tomorrow night at Redemption Rocks, 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. No Jerks Network. Travis's networking. That's not a networking group. It was very cool last time. I spent a lot of time talking to Eric Stratton. It was very fun. So make sure you're going to that, checking that out, and throwing some money down at Redemption Rock. That's a great place, and they do a great job. We love it. April 23rd, Hijack Comedy at Wooden Bar, Sunday night, 7 p.m. This lineup is crazy. It's crazy good. The show's $10. They're going to do food and special cocktail pop-up while we're there. Super fun. Me and Shaun are going to New Orleans this weekend, and so if we survive that, yeah, we're doing our hot dog show at my brother's restaurant in New Orleans, and then we're doing the New Orleans Hot Dog Safari on Monday. So if anybody wants to go to New Orleans, come hang out. It'll be a fun time. Otherwise, we'll see you guys very soon. We'll be back. Anybody else got anything to plug you guys want to talk about? The red balls, maybe?
I don't want to plug
I was just going to say, if you happen to be in School Committee District D or know someone in School Committee District D, there is no one that has pulled papers for it yet. It would be really embarrassing for us to have a seat that's not filled, because we actually have no mechanism for filling an empty seat. So we would just be down a school committee member. So run, and you'll win.
Where roughly is D?
It's downtown Park Ave to Vernon Hill.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
it's a weird oblong-y.
Interesting.
Almost looks like a nose and mustache. Yeah, it's weird.
I have one of those.
But it's got the curly up at the ends.
Spread the word on that, everybody. Get somebody to run. And yeah, let's
yeah, Main South-ish.
Yeah, let's fuck it up. We love you guys. We thank you so much for joining us again. And we'll see you guys very soon.
Have a great week.
Bye, everybody.